right, good morning, everybody, and live from Welsh Ryan Arena. This is the 51st Midlands Championships, the Ken Kraft Midlands Championships. I'm Scott Casburn. Joining me, Mike Side, this morning for the early version, and this is number one, by the way. This is session number one. Greg Zafros is joining in. Greg, good morning, and how are you?
Oh, I'm just great. Every year at this time, I come to the Midlands tournament, and it's just the best time of the year. And this is the 51st, as you mentioned. I wrestled in the very first one. It seems like just 50 years ago that I did that. So it's great to be back here. It's going to be a great tournament. I just looked quickly through the bracket sheets, which we've just received, and the matchups are going to be fantastic, and we'll talk about that in just a minute.
Well, we will, and we want to thank surely each and every one of you for tuning in to the early broadcast, the first session here this Sunday morning as we head to the brand new year that's coming up. Our broadcast team this year will consist of Greg Zafros, Steve Foster, yours truly, Scott Casper, Dan McCool, Dangerous Dan McCool, noted author, historian, raconteur, and then Tom Erickson, the big man from former assistant coach at Purdue, longtime assistant coach at Purdue. He just walked in, so he'll be part of the broadcast team as well. And now we're going to be looking to Tom, if you could do me the favor, please, of going down and asking Ken Kraft to come down, I'd really appreciate it. We always start with Ken Kraft. Tim, how are you? Tim Suzeski jumping by here, but we're going to start, as we always do, with an interview with Ken Kraft. And Kraft, may I borrow the program?
Sure.
It's nice somebody brought you one, huh?
Mm-hmm. You notice who they gave it to?
Yeah, the only program in the house. You got the program. But this is not just the 51st edition. There's some notable changes this year, and one of them is the floor being reduced from 8 mats to 6. Can you talk about it?
Right. I just found out about that last night, and there's a reason for it, and that is because the NCAA rules require a certain amount of space between the mats for safety purposes. There's no question about that, and Welsh Ryan Arena just doesn't quite have enough space to do that. So
but it's had the space for years, and
yeah, I would have hoped that they would have been grandfathered into this, and it's really unfortunate. Not only it's unfortunate for us in our broadcast because we're not going to see 25% of the matches that are going on, and it's not good for the fans too when a number 1 or a number 2 seed is wrestling in the other 2 mats, which are in another room behind us here, a completely separate room that has no stands and no seating for the public or whatever.
Well, it makes it a little more challenging, I think, for us, but most importantly, I think it's about the fans and about the athletes. And here to talk about the 51st is the man who put it all together 51 plus years ago, a man who said to Cliff Kane, hey, if you come down, we'll have a little wrestling match. And joining us right now is one of the legends of our sport, a guy we can't do enough to thank, and that's Ken Kraft himself. Good morning, Ken. How are you?
Good morning. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for all the kind words.
51 years, Ken.
Yeah, who would have ever thought that we would be sitting here 51 years later? Of course, that first meet was held at the YMCA out in LaGrange.
Yeah, South Suburban Y, right?
South Suburban YMCA had 135 people total, and some really quality wrestlers. Some post-collegiate guys that in those days they had nothing to do, so they looked forward to that. And then we had a lot of young people in the Chicago area that were home for Christmas, so we did it. Sense. And then we ran out of space immediately after one, and so then we went over to the Lyons Township High School.
Right.
We could put 6 mats down, and we were there for 9 years. And then we came to Northwestern University.
Boy, those were the days.
Yes, they were the days.
You know, and by the way, that was a time not that long ago when you were, and they courted you seriously. The University of Northern Iowa, back then Teachers College, courted you rather seriously to be the athletic director there. And how close was that decision you made to retain residency in the greater Chicagoland area or move to the University of Northern Iowa? How close was that?
It was very close, honestly, and my thinking was that there were some of the statements made with Northwestern Athletic Department people that I would have an opportunity to be the director of athletics. That didn't happen, but you know, you as you move along, you do what you do, and I haven't regretted it by any means, but obviously I gave up the opportunity to be an athletic director at Division I level.
Well, it's been a career that's touched the lives of many. Most notably, that you know, we make this fully aware that this tournament, this event, has made and a lot of careers. A lot of careers, from the careers of Dan Gable to Jim Zaleski, who had an incredible run here, to guys like Joe Williams and Russ Hellickson and so many names and so many careers over the years. And you can close your eyes probably and think back on so many great moments over the history of the 51 years that are the Midlands.
Well, I certainly do think back. Sometimes I get the wrong year or the wrong number, but but I was here.
Yeah,
I was here.
Well, and we want to throw it over to Greg Zaffros. Greg, you most notably historically have the opportunity to be in the record books as the guy who won the first match of the Midlands Championship.
That's true. It was the greatest victory of my life, and my career went completely downhill from that point on.
Yeah, what was the turning point for you?
It's kind of lousy when you peak on your very first college match, but
you won. I remember that happening.
I did win, and Ken Kraft remembers it because I beat his guy.
Well, okay. Jack, your coach, is still here as well.
My coach, Jack Leese, right down the way there and stuff. Yeah, it's really amazing. You know, you mentioned several of the people who were outstanding who came from here, but like in my own particular case, it's not only the winners and the repeat winners in that this tournament has affected. This tournament has had such an effect on my life. And I was not a big winner of this at all. I won the first match, but I did not win the tournament, and I never did win it. But this tournament has had such an effect on my life, and Ken Kraft has had such an effect on my life. So it affects all of us, not just the well-known names or whatever, everyone down the line. And we all thank Ken, as we all have throughout the years, without any question. So this is the greatest tournament for me. It's part of my life.
Ken, if there was a moment in time during these 51 years, and maybe it'd be difficult to pinpoint one, but can you pinpoint one special moment?
That's, as you say, it's difficult. I mean, there's so many things. Of course, we all remember Dan Gable coming in as a unattached freshman, because freshmen weren't eligible back in his day. But he came to five straight tournaments. And was unbeaten, and then he lost in a dual meet that we had, international dual meet here, which was surprising. But there's so many great things and great people, and it works both ways. People that achieve, and then sometimes they get beat, but that's because it's so. The level of competition is so high that you have to be ready for everything.
Well, we surely want to give you the opportunity, too, to thank so many of the friends of this event, and Northwestern University, and your personal friends have stood up and sponsored so much of this event over the years. And if you would list off some of the sponsors and friends of this event.
Well, fortunately, there's a lot of fellows that were included in Northwestern in some way, not all wrestlers, but George Colias, Bob Collin, Bob Dane, Don Duck, classmate of mine from Moline, Tadaki Hata.
He stole my hotel room last night, by the way, did Tadaki. We got it straightened out. I rolled out a little practice mat. It was over.
Oh my gosh, you didn't make weight, did you?
I didn't.
Mark Masry, one of our great national champions, and so on and so forth. Bob Schnarr, Gary Sagwe, Russ Schneider, Midlands champion, third in the NCAAs. Bill Shear.
Yeah.
Paul Scott, who wrestled heavyweight, and Frank Paris, who was a couple of years behind me in school.
And of course, we want to thank the Wildcat Wrestling Club, all the membership, the Best Western University Plaza, the Doubletree, the Hampton Inn and Suites North Shore, Brian Friedman and Rock Creek Athletics in Grinnell, Iowa, Hilton Garden Inn on North Shore, Hilton Orrington, Holiday Inn in Chicago, the Sheraton Chicago. So many great sponsors, but without them all pulling together, the event would not be affordable to produce. Northwestern University has been in large part to the beneficiary of this, but the kids, I think, are the true benefit goes to the kids and the coaches.
It's what this event is a lot of different things, but we always have maintained the most important element of this activity are the people that step on that mat and compete. And right beside them are their coaches, and then you've got the rest of the people. And the fans, I think, appreciate that idea of what's going on, but we've always said this event is for the wrestlers and for the coaches.
Well, keeping that in mind, Greg Zaffros, there have been some young people that have wrestled in this, which the NCAA did not necessarily always approve. Neither did the National High School Federations. So while the event was forward-looking, it seems to me that those organizations, the governing bodies, if you will, were not necessarily as forward-looking as Ken Kraft or Inc. Company was.
Right, and this is one of the things that makes the Midlands tournament unique from a lot of other ones. And some great names in wrestling, collegiate wrestling, have wrestled here as high school wrestlers. The ones that come, first of all, Alex Surtsis was one of them a few years back, and we had others as well. In fact, of course, the famous Kerry Colat was a high school wrestler who was admitted here to this, and Ken Kraft, of course, had a major role in bringing those people here. Cam Jones, I think, was a high school wrestler as well, went straight to the training camp out in Colorado, didn't even go to college and that. So this was something, we had it kind of at both ends. We had the postgraduate wrestlers, the great wrestlers coming in here, and we had some of the young guys too who were very mature for their age and very good, and showed before they got here that they could wrestle at the college level.
So who was the youngest?
I think it was Jimmy
Carr?
Jimmy Carr.
Jimmy Carr
he was like 15 years old or something like that.
He 15 or 16. And
now that match could not have taken place at this time. Jason Bryant wasn't even born when Jimmy Carr wrestled here. Am I right?
I was born in 1979.
79?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, our good
Jimmy
friend,
had already retired by that point.
Yeah. Our good friend Jason Bryant just walking by. Always great to see him.
So, fastest fall of all time. Do you remember?
Well, I remember Tom Erickson.
Is the guy that's part of our broadcast team. Tom Erickson is in the record book, fastest fall of all time, 8 seconds. Semifinals. He was wrestling for Sunkist Kids at the time, but he'll be part of our broadcast team. Chael Sonnen is in there at 17 seconds, 18 seconds as well. He just got knocked out in a major motion picture. He just got knocked out by Sylvester Stallone with a sharp left, knocked him down. He sold it well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he sold it well, but there's a lot of real notable characters in the fastest falls of all time. Those are those moments that you remember, and it just ignites this crowd, Ken.
Yep. Well, it's terrific in so many ways, but Tom Erickson in his 8-second one, it's going to be tough to beat him on that one.
All right, so the Art Kraft Champion of Champions started what year?
Oh, I'm going to guess it was 8 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago.
Okay, and the whole idea, of course, of this event was for the kids, but your brother played an important role in the event and in your decision to hold the event here.
Well, he, of course, we still hold the record for the NCAA champion. There's only one guy that was younger than the brother, and that was myself. And I always take a lot of pride in the fact that he was almost 2 years older than me. And
you coached him.
And I coached him, and I coached him, and we had a great relationship. He was a terrific guy, and so it's the champion of champions, by the way. We try to.
You go down, I think it was 1980, and I think it was Lenny Zaleski was our first champion of champions.
And the champions vote It's only the champions that vote on that.
Yeah, I tried to vote one year, and you asked me to leave. I don't know what that was about.
I said, what weight class were you?
We're talking with Ken Kraft, the namesake of the Midlands Championships, and this is such a telling affair when you see the age of the people involved in producing this, from the young to the aging. Everybody has a hand in this. This has been a very inclusive event, even though it's an exclusive event. Very inclusive.
Yep. Well, we try to be here for the real reason, to get them out on the mats so they can improve their expeditions.
Well, for 50-plus years, we surely have had a great time, and we look forward to the next 50-plus years. But 51 years, Ken, and I know your wife, your family has been an integral part of making you available, so this event could be available. So we want to thank them as well.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate your support, and we feel like we really have the top line of wrestling publication, and you guys lead that list.
Well, we wouldn't. I tell you what, it's been a wonderful opportunity for Steve Foster, Greg Zaffros. When you said, hey, why don't you and Greg Zaffros just merge your broadcast? I said, who's this Greg Zaffros you keep talking about? And by God, if that wasn't one of the best suggestions we've ever had, because nobody has done a greater job in presenting this than Greg with his passion. And Greg, back then it was called The Wrestling Show? Or?
It was called The Amateur Wrestling Show, and I always used to say that I was your host, Greg Zaffros, the host, and my technician was Sally Cooper, my wife.
That's right.
And my producer was actually my mother.
Yeah,
so she was my producer in both ways, and that was a lot of fun. And I did 10 hours of broadcasting each of the 2 days, and the big question was, on the second day when I got up, could I talk? And it would generally take about 2 hours before I could get my voice back and be prepared. So I had to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and drink tea and do all kinds of things.
Well, you
like
did
that.
a lot of different things. A lot of those we don't encourage people to do anymore. They're dangerous.
Only professional people should be allowed to do that.
Now, there are some Grand Slam winners, and a Grand Slam winner, Ken, is something that a lot of events don't go in and look at the details, but a Grand Slam winner is somebody who's won the Midlands, the Olympics, the Worlds, and the NCAA championships, and not necessarily in that order, but it has to include all of them. And Dan Gable, of course, most notably, is at the top of the list, then Bruce Baumgartner, then Dave Schultz. Okay, and if you remember, Dave Schultz won the Midlands in 1981. He won the Olympics in 84. He won the Worlds in 83, and the NCAA's in 82.
Yep.
So I mean, it's a neat progression to watch Dave Schultz's career there. Kenny Monday won. Tom Brands is a Grand Slam winner, and Jordan Burroughs is a Grand Slam winner. So Jordan is far and away the youngest of the competitors. So it's a difficult achievement. But boy, that's a tremendous list.
Well, that if you want to talk about the quality of our champions, if you can find people that won the 4 titles that we list there, they absolutely are the best. And there's others that didn't quite make it and couldn't win the Midlands. They had the 3 others, but they didn't.
Yeah, they would go Triple Crown winners.
Triple Crown.
So
right.
Eddie Bannock, for example, Terry Brands, the great Chris Campbell.
Yep.
Kendall Cross, Melvin Douglas, Rulon Gardner. I can still remember, like it was yesterday with Rulon Gardner. Lee Kemp, Randy Lewis, Stephen Neal, Ben Peterson. Cale Sanderson is only a Triple Crown winner.
Yep.
Bill Shear, Jake Varner, some tremendous athletes. But Ken, as we make our way to the national anthem, I want to join Greg Zaffros and again thanking you for having us. Thanking you for your stewardship, your protection of the sport, your promotion of the sport, your love of these athletes, the sport, and the game itself. And quite frankly, the result is what the fans have been able to receive. But we wanted to bring you on this morning and thank you very much for your generosity and your affection for this sport and these people.
Well, I certainly thank you people for being so involved and especially knowledgeable. That's the key. We got a lot of public relations and television and so on and so forth. but youth people bring to the Midlands the understanding of the background and the information on what the Midlands tournament's about.
Well, we've got a lot of work to do over the next 2 days. Ken, God bless you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thank
Greg.
you.
There we go.
Appreciate you guys being here.
The 51st Midlands Championships. It's the Ken Kraft Midlands Championships. As we continue from Welsh Ryan Arena, that was Ken Kraft, the founder, the man behind this tremendous and immense event. And we're so grateful every year to be able to start with him at Welsh Ryan Arena. This is December 29th as we make our way to calendar year 2014. We're coming to you live from Evanston, Illinois, on the campus of Northwestern University. I'm Scott Casper as we start off every broadcast like this. And Greg Zaffros, this has been an outstanding morning so far. They're getting ready to begin action, but before they do that, of course, they've got to do the national anthem.
Right, and everybody has cleared the mats, getting ready for that. We should be starting in just a minute.
Can you hand me that water?
Okay.
There we go.
There's a water for you.
That's for Ken. That's Ken's water. All right.
So we should have that in just a minute. Actually, the wrestlers are standing in their corners, the ones that are on deck and ready to go.
Let's toss that down to Tom, if you would.
Get Tom Erickson on here, too.
Yeah.
Get the headphones on.
Tom Erickson, you heard us talk about it just moments ago. Tom is part of the legend that is the Midlands with an 8-second fall, the fastest fall. And again, how do you beat an 8-second fall?
You get luckier than I got when I got it.
8 seconds, my brother. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Lovely weather. I couldn't pick a better place to be in Christmas time and here at the Midlands.
Well, you get to see a lot of old friends at events like this, and you departed from Purdue, and I know you're doing some private coaching and whatnot, but tell everybody what it is you are doing, and I don't even know, there's a lot of coaching changes. If there was a coaching spot available, would you be interested in talking to any university around the country?
Oh, absolutely, I would.
Really?
I love the sport. I can't get away from the sport. Once you get into wrestling, like yourself, you can't get away from this.
It's hard, isn't it?
Last year, when we made the change, and Scott made the change at Purdue, which was great. I went on and helped at 3 different high schools, and I still train some guys. I just traveled to Poland last month with a young man who's fighting MMA. So I'm staying busy, but my heart and soul is in wrestling, and that's where I want to be. I'm taking classes, going to school. When in doubt, get some more education, supposedly, and see how that works. But yeah, the one thing that's different for me and the toughest about me is I got to take care of my family.
Sure.
And I'm more concerned about my daughter and making sure she stays in a comfortable situation, a comfortable environment. And then the boss, of course, my wife, she tells me exactly what I'm supposed to do and where I'm doing it. So I had a plea to get up here.
Well, good job out of you. You won. By the way, it's not just teams that are competing at this. We have some independents. We have smaller rosters. Minnesota sent some guys here. Of course, they're going to be wrestling at the Scuffle here in just a couple of days, Wednesday, Thursday, I think it is. But that's what makes it such a unique event. You see guys come in here and stretch their wings, so an entire team doesn't necessarily have to be there, but can be represented.
Absolutely. Anything I'm going to say is going to be biased. I'll be honest with you, coming from the Chicagoland area, but this is what makes this place so great.
Okay, we're getting ready. We've been called to attention for the national anthem.
The voice in the background, that of Sandy Stevens. You just knocked your water over there, brother. I didn't want it to get on your computer. Here we go.
Okay, we're ready to go. The 51st Ken Kraft Midlands Tournament. This is Greg Zaffros along with Scott Casper, Tom Erickson, and we're going to certainly enjoy the show, and we hope you'll enjoy the information that we're giving to you. I want to mention to you quickly a couple of things. As Scott mentioned earlier in the show, if you were listening then, but if you weren't, there are only 6 mats out here now instead of the usual 8.
I'm uncomfortable with this decision, by the way. Very uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it's debatable, but we're with it right now. So all we have are 6 mats in front of us. The other 2 mats are in a separate room. We'll not be able to go to them and get updates with what's going on. Now, in the first rounds, I presume that the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and of course the finals are going to be in this arena here.
Right.
But in this first round, it's going to be difficult for us to get you up-to-date information. The other thing is that the brackets are out now, and we plan to post those brackets to you, updating them periodically, but we have to wait a little bit till Steve Foster gets here to help out with that. But we hope a little bit later to be bringing you updated information, updated brackets. When we give you scores, and that we'll be giving you the bout numbers and then the results. So if you get the brackets a little bit later, say you even print them out, you can fill them in and you can be guided by the bout number itself.
This will be a big event attendance-wise, most notably because the Hawkeyes of the University of Iowa are back.
Right.
Now, there's some question about the Hawkeyes and their performance standards this year. They just got beaten by Penn State at Iowa in front of 13,000 plus, and perhaps their worst loss in 8 years. So the Hawkeyes actually have something to prove here at the Midlands. So I think we're going to see the Hawkeyes probably step up. We're going to see Northwestern. Here's your biggest challenge. You ready? Does Illinois step up and win this year?
Yeah, well, Illinois won it last year, beating Virginia Tech by 1 point.
1 point.
Single
That's
point.
A slim margin.
Now, unfortunately, both teams are suffering from injuries.
That's right.
Both teams are missing 2 or 3 of their point-getter wrestlers, guys who will score some points for them. So it's going to be pretty hard for those teams to challenge Iowa this year, although they really wish they could, but I just don't think that's going to happen. I talked to both coaches about a half an hour ago, and they were a little bit despondent because they had such a good tournament last year, and then to come back this year and not have their full complement of wrestlers is a real disappointment.
They have not started wrestling on the 6 mats in front of us here at Welsh Ryan Arena. Tom, I've noted earlier that you were in the record book for the most or the fastest fall of all time of 8 seconds. But do you know who holds the record for the most wins at the Midlands?
It's not me. It's not me.
No, it's not Greg Zaffros. I would imagine you would be surprised.
Joe Williams.
Yeah, Joe Williams, exactly. It's 55.
8 Midlands titles?
We'll get to the...
He's bounced around a couple. I know Bruce had 5 or 6. I used to try to run him down there for a while, but Joe wrestled this thing forever as a collegiate and post-collegiate.
Yeah, we just had Joe on live from Iowa City at the Airliner.
Okay, wrestling has just started, and we have out in front of us, I'm going to check the bout, is bout number 4, and is wrestler from Brown University going against Indiana. I mentioned that for Brown because we have Todd Beckerman out in front, the new head coach at Brown this year, a phenomenal assistant coach at Maryland up until last year, and he's going to really do a job on the team there from Brown.
And his new assistant is Joe LeBlanc, who just spent a year at Indiana. Prior to that, of course, his performance standard out at Wyoming set the record books out there. By the way, Joe Williams, 55 individual wins here at the Midlands, the most, and then his individual championships was most as well with 10. Bruce Baumgartner was behind with 8.
Okay, out in front of us here, the wrestler from Indiana, we're looking up the names right now. That's bout number 4. And that looks like Chris Caton of Indiana and Antonio Finiciaro from Brown. And that's at the 133-pound weight class. I mentioned that because we do have some these are basically the pigtail matches.
These are the pigtails, and I'd be remiss if we didn't go back and give the official introduction and our dedication of the broadcast this year. We're going to dedicate the broadcast of the Midlands this year because of our partnership with themat.com and USA Wrestling. But Bisek Kudakov, for those of you that don't know, was tragically killed in a car accident in Russia. 2-time Olympic medalist, 4-time world world champion. He was only 27 and a half years old. Now, you remember he competed at 55 and 60 kilos both, and with the recent weight changes, this really does skew competition at world level events, and suddenly. So, Bisa Kudikov, we're going to be dedicating this entire broadcast to the memory of a terrific young Olympian, world champion, Bisa Kudikov.
Absolutely well worth it. Well worth it. You definitely got to remember the folks that kind of set the table for us.
Yeah. That's
okay, wrestling continues out there with the 6 mats going in front. We're basically at the 133-pound weight class, as every one of these mats going right now. Now, in just a moment, we're going to go through the bracket sheet with you because there are some fantastic matchups in terms of number 1 and number 2 seeds. Something that really I didn't quite expect it to be as good as it was, but it's really surprising. We'll go again through that in just a moment. We have down at the other end of the arena here, we have the wrestler from George Mason University. I bring that out too because our very, very good friend Joe Russell is doing his best to bring that program up, located in Northern Virginia. And we give
He's having trouble with roster management now. He has too many kids. He has over 40.
Right.
And so where there were too few, now there's too many. Now you got to refine, define, and get yourself around 29 to 30.
Right, and he has some really good wrestlers in there. Last year we saw Shahid Kardbo was an outstanding wrestler from Hayfield High School, and
good kid, see.
He was a freshman, a true freshman, and he's going to be better each year, and several others on there. So big shout out to Joe Russell from George Mason University. Okay, we're going to go around and see who's wrestling at the moment, but again, until we get those bracket sheets online, which probably I don't expect will happen before a half an hour from now, we're just going to be able to tell you a little bit about what's going on out there. I should also mention we don't have our. Tom is going to be spotting for us as well, so feel free to step in at any point in time. Tell us what's going on.
Well, I was just going to point out on Matt too the irony. The young man from Texas, Eric Spute's from Texas. He's from wrestling for Virginia Tech, so you kind of wonder, what kind of work Kevin Dresser does. Takes a kid from Texas and brings him all the way over there to Virginia Tech. But I did a clinic down in Texas several years ago, and Eric Spute was a big-name young man coming out of this great state of Texas.
Right.
So
and
definitely give him a shout.
And Spute had the misfortune to be behind Devin Carter for a while, but
Absolutely.
now that has opened up.
That just breaks my heart about Devin's year is the torn hamstring, sitting out yet another year. He'll have one more year left of eligibility, but has there been any kid that's been teased more with titles than this young man with so much greatness?
Boy, he's explosive. Love to watch a kid like that wrestle.
Yeah, and you'll see kids like that at these events, and sometimes we get to miss some of the greatest performances of all, but that's one of them.
Yeah, out in front of us on mat number 4, again, that match would be between Brown and Indiana. The Indiana wrestler is ahead by a score of 4-2. That, again, is at the 133-pound weight class.
Greg Zaffros, Scott Casper, Tom Erickson with you this morning. Steve Foster will be joining in at about 10:30, 11 o'clock today. And for the balance of the weekend, as we bring to you the 51st Midlands Championship, 6 mats spread out in front of us, 2 behind us, in a completely different room this year. It's an odd one, but we'll do our best to bring you the updates of the matches as they finalize and as we prepare for them. We surely want to hear from you. Make sure you email Greg Zaffros at his personal email.
Right. We don't have the.
I think there is a comment page open. I'm not sure how it works.
Yeah.
I've never really paid that much attention to it. But
well, if you want to get in touch with us directly, if you have a favorite wrestler, you want us to try to maybe zoom in on them and do a play-by-play, anything comments you might have, the best way to do it now, since we don't have a chat room open, is to just send me an email at my personal email. And it's a pretty simple one in that it's just my name, but if you got a crazy name like mine, I'm going to have to spell it out for you. It's simply Greg at gregzaffros.com. So that's
I was having trouble with the Greg part.
Yeah.
So
that's Greg, G-R-E-G, at, and then Greg Zaffros, all one word, G-R-E-G-Z-A-F as in Frank, R-O-S as in Sam.com. That's the way my mother always told me to explain it to people. So,
and I know Seton Hall Pirate is here today. He'll be, I would imagine, posting in themat.com and various other places. So look for Seton Hall Pirate on themat.com. And I would imagine some Facebook areas that you can follow him along. He's sitting up in the what do we call it, the Midlands press area upstairs.
You know, you guys had mentioned, and it's frustrating to me as far as the 6 mats and the 8 mats. You know, I think one of the things that really predicated that was the new rule changes of being the scoring in bounds and guys the out of bounds and feet. And they've had to shoehorn these mats in here for years, ever since I've wrestled in this thing with the 8 mats, where the out of bounds literally was the other mat. When you stepped out, you were on the other mat, where now they've got that 5 or that 4-foot safety area. I think that, you know, with near fall, even pins.
But it wasn't even about safety, Tom. You know this. It was about scoring points, keeping wrestling alive and growing, keeping it exciting. So it wasn't so much safety. It was about scoring points. And
I'm with you. The walls were padded. If they're padded, wrestle on them. I was the same way.
You were throwing guys through the walls, dude.
Well, I don't know about that, but we did. I bounced off a few walls in this day, even in this tournament. I mean, I always love kind of, you know, you hit the wall. Oh, let's probably stop. You know, let's go back to the center. But yeah, it's frustrating. I was kind of waiting, honestly, one day for the mats, the safety area, to be even increased, because as a big guy myself, you take a guy down, a clean takedown, a guy literally could be sitting on the hardwood floor past the safety area, and I still score 2 in a sense that referees are instructed.
Would this have worked to your benefit, the new rules and the new mat structure? Would it work to your benefit?
Oh, I don't care. I was there to wrestle. It didn't matter to me. I mean, when you get us old school guys, you're just happy to wrestle.
So perhaps this is more for the coaches than it is the athletes.
No, it's for the athletes. I think, you know, strategically wise, they need to do that. If they're going to increase the wrestling area, I think this is a great move by their part. I just kind of waiting for that extra foot to go on there.
Okay, over on mat number 4, Chris Caton of Indiana is way out in front now, 13-3 over his opponent from Brown. And over on the far side, over on mat number 2, Eric Spitt from Virginia Tech is way up 9-0 over his opponent. Let me just check that one out. He is wrestling Martin Martinez from Adams State. Okay, wrestling unattached for Adams State. Okay, Adams State out in Colorado, one of the famed, was the Division II teams in that, from that area. And that brought in quite a few. Coach Ramstetter was talking to us just yesterday, and they had, what's his name, Courtney Lake as well wrestled here at the Midlands tournament. So Adams State bringing a lot of good wrestlers to this tournament.
And, of course, we're starting out with the smaller weights, and the mats are full and active. We are having wrestled through some of the 125-pounders. That's an interesting weight. If you look at what we have to look forward to, sophomore Garrison White went 24-16 in 2013 and 2012-2013, including a 6-5 record in duels while wrestling at 33 last year. Well, he's dropping to 25 this year. He competed in open tournaments, was on track to redshirt before season-ending injury to NU starter at 133, Levi Melly. There's some guys making returns here, fellas. Some guys just making the return to campus can have some effect. And one of them is Brandon Prieston. Now, he's not going to be wrestling, but he was on the program yesterday, and I think he will have a good and positive effect on the attitude of these young Northwestern Wildcats.
Yeah, you get, you know, you look at Iowa, Oklahoma State, you know, even Cale now at Penn State. You want to have success. You want to bring some of your own successful people back into your program. You know, it does 2 things. It shows those kids what it takes to be a champion, and it also gives them the opportunity to work out with somebody that's actually been a champion. So it definitely is a great asset to have someone like Brandon back in the room.
Yeah, and so here's what he's going to do. He's going to be training here and at Michigan, so he's splitting his time between these two. And I think that's going to be to his benefit, because he's like I am, a little ADD. He's got to keep that attention, got to keep focused, got to keep being challenged, I think is probably the best way to put it. And I think it's going to take 2 programs to do that, to push him to the next level, to keep his weight in check.
Well, it takes him out of his comfort zone. You know, you start training one place for a long period of time. The same workout partners, the same people pushing you. They got a phenomenal staff up there at Michigan with Sean Bormed and Donnie Pritzloff. And hey, that's going to be a great asset. You're going to train here. You're going to train up there.
Sure.
And, oh, by the way, both programs are going to benefit, because he's going to take some of the things he's learned up at Michigan, bring them back here to Northwestern, and vice versa. So I think that's a great situation for Brandon. Gosh.
I was so pleased when he and how about Jason Welch yesterday on the program announcing that he's returning back to active competition. And you got to love that, you know. It was only last year we saw him in action here at the Midlands. We're not going to see him this year.
Right, and he was one of the most exciting wrestlers. Kind of reminds me, you know, a little bit of the old-time wrestlers like Wade Chalice and stuff. Real funky wrestlers who you never could tell what was happening. So
it was like Mr. California, wasn't he? He had like 147 wins and only 3 losses in his career.
To bring it a little closer from the old school, Ben Askren.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, out on mat number 1 now. We've got a matchup with a highly ranked wrestler there. That's mat number 9, and that's Zach Niebert from Virginia Tech. He's seeded number 4. He's a nationally ranked wrestler, and he's going against Jacob Smith, the hometown boy from the University of Chicago, one of Leo Coker's charges out there, and I see Leo over in the corner as well, over on the other side. Of course, Kevin Dresser for Virginia Tech. That match has just started, but already it looks like that Ziebert is up by a score of 2-0. Of course, Virginia Tech is a Division I team, and the University of Chicago is Division III. But one of the great things about the Midlands tournament, you never know what's going to happen here. So
that another thing that makes the Midlands such a great tournament. Division II, Division III.
Right.
You know, NAI schools, junior colleges. I know, you know, Ken Kraft, the founder of the Midlands, his brother coached at Triton College, where I wrestled. I was at Triton. I got to wrestle as a true freshman in college. I got to wrestle in the Midlands.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm in the junior college. I'm in the most prestigious tournament.
Yeah, it's a great one. We also have another seeded wrestler. We're going to, again, we'll try to do some requests out there if you have something you want, because we're going to see a lot of these highly seeded wrestlers as we go through the quarterfinals, the semifinals, whatever. So we're going to emphasize some other ones, but we do have a highly seeded wrestler out on mat number 3 right now, and that's Mitchell Minotti of Lehigh going against Kyle Cheney of Cal Poly. I'm looking over there now, and it appears, let's see, we have to check the red and the green wrestlers. Of course, it doesn't help that I'm colorblind, but Tom will certainly help me on that. But let's see.
He's up 4-0.
Okay, now who is he at this point? The green.
Minotti.
Minotti is up by a score of 4-0 over on the far side. Now, would we say that that is a relationship to Dustin Minotti, the great wrestler from a few years back?
Boy, I don't know.
We'll have to check that and see.
I'll
ask Scott.
I'll ask Pat if I get a chance to get in his ear.
Yeah, well, we could always ask the master of all masters there, Scott Casper. Again, you're listening to Takedown, and this is Greg Zaffros along with Tom Erickson, and Scott Casper sitting off to the side chatting away with Dan McCool, and we're certainly enjoying bringing you this. As has always been the case, the first round is kind of helter-skelter. We can't bring you a lot of information, but we are going to try to get you the bracket sheets shortly. And again, if you have a special request, if someone you know is wrestling and you want us to focus in on it, shoot me an email at my personal email address. That's greg@gregzaffros.com. You'll hear it more than you want to hear. It's GREG@GREGZAF as in Frank, ROS as in Sam.com. So we'd be glad to hear from you. I'm going to take a look around. Tom will too, to see what's going on. We're moving up to the 157-pound weight class with bout number 14 for these pigtail matches. And again, once they finish those, they'll get down to brackets of 32. So we've got 13, 14, we've got 10 out there, 9. Okay, looks like Zach Niebert from Virginia Tech is now up by a score of 9-1 over on the far side. Here on the near side, the green wrestler, which is the University of Illinois, is up by a score of 5-0. Let's just check and get the names on that for you. That's bout number 12. I'm looking at a bracket sheet right now, and that is
Kurt Delia from Ryder and John Fahey from Illinois.
John Fahey, right. That's the 149-pound weight class, right, Tom?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and that's in the what period are we in there? We're still in the first period on that. The score is 5-0 already. Okay, the score is now 9-0 for that Zach Niebert match. Again, Leo Coker in one corner for the University of Chicago. Kevin Dresser for Virginia Tech in the other corner.
Always a pleasure to see Leo work. he's done so much work for the preservation of wrestling, and even in the Chicagoland area. If you're ever bored and really want to, I don't want to say kill some time and get a good education about wrestling, Title IX, and things like that, run into Leo Coker one time and start talking to him about it. He will definitely fill your knowledge.
That's actually right, and he'll start telling you about it. It's going to get him hard to stop because he's got so much information in his brain, it just kind of spills out. His wrestler, though, is down now by a score of 10-0 at this point, but still doing a good job. Has not been pinned yet, and I'll tell you, if I was out there, I would have been a goner a long time ago, so give credit where credit is due to that University of Chicago wrestler. Okay, we're going to check on bout number 10 there. That's interesting there that we have somebody, Blake Santee from Harper Junior College going against Andrew Crone of Wisconsin. Is that what we've got over there? Bout number 10, that's what it says. And the problem there, the Wisconsin wrestler is wrestling unattached. So we have one of your guys, a junior college wrestler out there going up against a wrestler from the Big Ten school and a Division I, and they're going at it out there. The score is 5-0 at this point, but it's still a real game out there, and we're in the third period.
Yeah, the thing about that, junior college kids, those kids are pretty tough too.
There they are. They are.
Just some circumstances maybe, or a young man that's unprepared to go to college and a four-year institution decides to go to a junior college and kind of test the waters and really get his feel for the college life, and can definitely have a benefit.
Okay, a win for Zach Niebert of Virginia Tech over on the far side. Get a handshake between Leo Coker and Kevin Dresser, and get ready for our next bout coming up there. Again, you're listening to Takedown. Tom Erickson, Greg Zaffros here, and Scott Casper's floating around somewhere. He's over talking with Tadaki Hata, one of the greats, great wrestler not only here but in Japan, not only in college but in the Olympics. And the brother of just about the greatest wrestler of all time, Masaki Hata.
Yes.
So, who we have not seen for a long time. Okay, we're going to go around again. Bout number 14 is still out there. That's the Lehigh wrestler, and let's see what we've got. Okay, bout number 19 coming up. And again, we don't know what's going on in the other room, but it looks, do we have an Iowa wrestler out there? That's the number one seed.
Mike Evans versus Mike Kirby from Eastern Michigan.
Mm-hmm. So that's, I think, our first Iowa wrestler out there.
Yeah, as we got started right away, you had three Indiana wrestlers right up.
Right.
25, 33, and 41, so... depending on your perspective, that's a great opportunity for kids to come in here and get some matches, or, the other side of it is, gosh, we didn't want to get going this early.
Right. Okay, let's just check and see what's going. We have Tadaki Hata with us here. Tadaki, nice to see you. Always a pleasure. Hope you brought your beautiful wife with you today. Okay.
Actually, hold up, Val. There's that. Let me...
Okay, we're getting some information on brackets now. I'm going to check that out, see if I can upload some for you. And if we can do that, I'll let Tom Erickson take over for a little bit while I try to bring you some of these brackets. You may have been able to go to the website for Northwestern and gotten the initial ones, but we'll try to get you the updated one right now. So, Tom, just float people around here and let them know what's going on.
Well, it looks like Mike Evans went to work really quickly over there on mat 1. He's up 2-0, and they just got started into that first period, so he's kind of got the legs in cranking away, which, usually a number 1 seed, you come in, you get a draw in, which is, kind of tough for those draws, but it's a great experience. As we kind of roll around on mat number 2, just starting up is Shane Hughes from Columbia and John Nething, from South Dakota State. And, got to give a shout out over at South Dakota State, Chris Bono running that program over there, kind of second year over there, I believe, kind of building wrestling out in the great Northwest.
Right, and we have South Dakota State and North Dakota State. Okay, we've got a pin over there for Evans from Iowa. And, the beautiful Sarah Levin just walked by. A pin for Evans of Iowa. Brings in an extra point, and we're going to try to get these brackets updated for you.
Yeah, you look at trying to win tournaments, and it's the pins that count. You get those pins; those are 2 bonus points. A tech fall, a 1.5 major decision points. So, that you look at what happened at the NCAA tournament last year, and Penn State wins that title just on the bonus points of, Ruth and a few of the fellows down there. Brown got some Megalides, and obviously Taylor doing a great job. But, it definitely get an opportunity. I know Tom and Terry definitely appreciate you get an opportunity. You better capitalize on it. Let's see, as we go over down to mat number 3. We'll shoot down over on mat number 3, and we are looking at Kyle Cheney from Cal Poly and Mr. Minotti from Lehigh. And that just concluded with a 6-2 decision for Mr. Minotti from Lehigh. So he's moving on into the bracket. He'll face Kelly from Cal State Bakersfield next round. Boy, it's really frustrating when we don't have mats 5 or 7 and 8 over here. You kind of want to look over there. You look at numbers and stuff. But we'll figure them out for you. Looking around, taking a shot down there. Up match number 25. Petrosky from Kutztown, and number 6, Tony Delago from Illinois. You know, Delago, great story. He's started out at 74, moved up to 84. When they had a young man hurt, he's had a few injuries, knee injuries and stuff, and he's out actually trailing. Kind of not sure. They're kind of flopping around over there. Let's see how this kind of turns out. But he got taken down and gave up some earfall right away. So he's down 4-2. Got a reversal here at the end. He just started out in the first period. He's already down 4-2, and Tony's the 6th seed. So young man from Kutztown's really doing a job.
Okay, again, I'm working on getting these brackets for you, so I'm going to let Tom and Scott take over, but this is Greg Zafros with Takedown along with Tom Erickson, and I'll be back with you in just a moment.
Kind of interesting over here on mat 1 after Evans got his fall. Over on mat 1 is Matt McCrae from Wheaton and Jamie Schussler from Grand, is it Grand Prairie?
Is it Grandview?
Grandview, sorry, Grandview, great catch. Those are 2 non-Division I wrestlers. And Jamie Schussler from Grandview is a seeded wrestler. He's a number 10 seed over there. And, you know, that's kind of nice to see. Get a little respect for those guys, those non-Division I wrestlers, unattached wrestlers, some of those lower-ranked kids getting some seedings in here. Definitely a good sign of respect for those young men. Here we go on mat number 4 that just stepped up. Number 3 seed, Elliot Riddick from Lehigh versus Tony Gardner from Maryland. So a couple of East Coast kids had to travel all this way to kind of get a scrap on.
Yeah, and Maryland brought a pretty decent team here this year. A couple of second seeds and whatever, and so I think they're going to be high up there in the rankings.
Well, what's this? This is Kerry McCoy's 3rd year over there in Maryland.
I think so.
Doing a great job. You know, you got your 2nd and 3rd year where the recruits that you brought in are starting to produce for you and starting to step up. And you know what? That's phenomenal. I love to see that, and also it's very important because next year they're going to slide into the Big Ten.
Right, and you have to remember that they did lose Todd Beckerman to Brown. I mentioned that earlier in that, but I'm sure that that Kerry McCoy has done whatever he can to rectify that. I have to say Eureka, because I've got it here. It's going to be a little bit bulky, but I do have the brackets out, the first issue of the brackets, so everybody listen closely. Okay, the brackets are being posted on my website, okay, which again has my name on it. So I want you to all listen to this. You might have to write it down, but once you get it, all you have to do is do a refresh.
Can I catch it real quick?
Sure.
Throw this out there. Big upset. You know, mat number 6, Petrosky from Kutztown beat Tony Delago.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Tony Delago from the University of Illinois.
University of Illinois, the number 6 seed went down early, so that's your first big one of the tournament, so to speak. You're always looking for that first upset bid.
Right.
And the number 6 seed, there was a number 6 seed that went down. Tony Delago from the University of Illinois just got beat by Andre Petrosky. Congratulations, Andre. I'm sure Tony will come back in that backside, but that's a nice win for Kutztown.
Right, and we talked a little earlier about Illinois being at somewhat of a disadvantage due to injuries, and then they just have this upset now. Tony Delago at that school, what is it, Upper Dauphin or something in Pennsylvania, something like that. A great wrestling school, and I believe he's a senior this year. So the first kind of upset that we have. Okay, let's listen up on these brackets now. I've got them on the computer right in front of me. So everybody get your pencil out or your crayon if you're from Oklahoma. Oh, excuse me, I didn't say that. And here's what it is. The brackets are going to be at gregzafros.com/brackets.pdf. So let me give it to you from the beginning. Just like in my email, it's gregzafros.com, GREGZAFROS.com /brackets, BRACKETS, for those in Oklahoma, .PDF. And you should get it. And those came hot off the press from our official scorers. Okay, and they already have some of the results on them. We hope to be bringing you those about every half an hour or so, if not sooner.
Tony DeLago just lost on mat number 6, now teammate, and number 1 seed Jesse Delgado steps out and gets to work really quickly, out to a 2-0 lead, and they just, 30 seconds into the match, and he's going to cut him loose here real quick and go back to his feet. He's wrestling Connor Bowling from Nebraska CUNY Division II program.
Now let's, while we're back at this 125-pound weight class, let's go over these rankings, at least the first and seconds. Jesse Delago, the defending national champion, is the number 1 seed, but going at the number 2 seed, Gerard Garnett, wrestling for the Bison Wrestling Club, but previously wrestled at the Virginia Tech and was the Midlands winner here before. So you've got the defending NCAA champion going against the defending Midlands champion, and both of these guys are really good. I'm expecting them to make it to the finals, and it should be a real barn burner. So that's what we've got at 125 pounds.
Same weight class, both those guys number 1 and 2 seed, but ironically enough, the number 3 and 4 seeds at that weight class, the number 3 is going to be Corey Clark from Iowa, and the number 4 is Thomas Gilman from Iowa.
Right.
That's going to be a little tough decision for Tom to make, to see.
Right.
I know that in the duel against Penn State, listening to his interview, he had talked about not sure about the weight situation and both those guys making weight very comfortably. So trying to figure out who's going to be the best guy in the tournament format. Yeah, Delgado jumps out to a 7-1 lead here at the first period and tacking on a few more back points. So he's definitely going to work pretty quickly.
Okay, we're going to check on the mats in front of us now, about number 23. It looks like we've got Lehigh out there. Let's check and see who that is. Again, with these pigtail matches and that interspersed in here, it's
number 3, Elliot Riddick from Lehigh, the number 3 seed over Tony Gardner from Maryland.
Okay.
If you notice, sitting next to Kerry, talking about Maryland and how much they've improved, you look over sitting next to him. He's a long-time Big 12 young man from Oklahoma State is Tyrone Lewis.
By the way, Jesse Delgado in the what period are we in? They're in the first and second.
No,
the second period is now 10-1 in his match against Bowling from Nebraska Kearney. So the defending national champion is doing a job out there right now, but you can never tell in wrestling.
Yeah, there's a Josh Lembrick story that's always out there.
Yes, right, and I saw that match. So those of you who saw that a few years back will know exactly what we're talking about. Okay, let's see who else is out there. We've got match number 31. That's Penn Gottfried from Columbia against Shane Wireman of Eastern Michigan. And I mention that because Columbia last year really made a name for themselves in this tournament. A couple of really top-notch wrestlers. One of them, his name was Santos, and a very highly ranked and outstanding wrestler, strong young boy. And so Columbia's coming out here, and I just heard that they recruited one of the top high school wrestlers in the country. So good job going on out at Columbia University.
Columbia it's in a tough situation. It's an Ivy school, and the educational requirements are so tough. It's just a credit to get a young man in there that want to kind of double up and get a great education and get a great experience in wrestling. And when those guys can put those things together, we're going to get some phenomenal athletes out here. Here we go with a big boy, mat 5, Alex White from Purdue steps on the mat, and he will be wrestling Chad Johnson from Augsburg. Another seeded, number 7 seed from Augsburg. There's another one of those non-Division I kids coming out there, seeded non-Division I kids. Young man looks very, very active, and it could be interesting here to see if White from Purdue can kind of step up and try to knock off a seeded wrestler. We look over on mat number 3, and we have Billy Watterson from Brown versus Billy Rappo from Maryland. So Kerry McCoy's got to split the staff up and get some people on the mats to cover himself.
Okay, it's kind of funny. We have some 125-pounders out there, and then we have right next to them we have some heavyweights. So got all kinds here.
Yeah, that fun pigtail round kind of throws some things off. They just, you can have 4 or 5 different weight classes represented, and out of the 8 mats, they could be all over the place.
Okay, we still have that match going on there. About number 26, that's the Grandview wrestler. I presume it's Grandview, but I'll have to check and see. It's not, looks like Schuster, Jimmy, and the number 10 seed. And I presume from Grandview, the name is not completed here on the bracket sheet. Going against Matt McCrary from Wheaton College in the Chicagoland area here, who's wrestling unattached for Wheaton. Division III school. How do you wrestle unattached for a Division III school? I guess you're not the point getter, is what maybe what they're referring to.
Well, I think Ken has a policy. Schools are allotted X amount of athletes to get in the tournament, and you can have an unattached athlete get in the tournament, where he's taking a redshirt year, and it's his opportunity to come into the tournament. He's a non-scoring individual, has to take care of his own finances, et cetera, to log into the tournament. But that's probably what I have over there, and I think what the. Oh, we have a fall down there on mat number 3.
It's about number 34.
That's Rappo over there from. Is that no? That's not. That's. I don't think that's right. That was an Illinois young man that just won that match.
We'll have to check that out. By the way, Jesse Delgado is now up by a score of 16-3. So he's letting his opponent up 16-4. Trying for that tech fall. We'll check on that far side and see who won that one. And of course, just bear with us here and take a look at those bracket sheets at gregzafros.com/brackets.pdf. And we've got another updated bracket right now. We're going to be posting that for you in just a minute. So Tom, take over for a second while I update the brackets.
Well, we're sorry we didn't catch the previous winner, but coming up now on mat number 3 is Sean Boyle from Michigan versus number 10 seed Camden Eppert from Purdue. So these young men will probably see each other quite often this year, be it dual or Big Ten tournament. So it'll be kind of interesting. Good to see Camden Eppert. He's had a lot of injuries himself come back through. As we kind of recap a little bit, we talked about Godfrey from Columbia. He's came back now in the match. He was down 5-1. Now he's down 5-3 going into the third period against Shane Wireman from Eastern Michigan. So he's chosen down the third, so there's a chance to cut into that lead a little bit. We talked about, my old alma mater wrestling over there on mat number 1. I don't know because I don't think they've changed the score, but a junior college, my old junior college, Triton Junior College, out there wrestling. It's Tom Angston from Triton versus Mike Pfuffinger from Augsburg. So you have a Division III and a junior college going out there wrestling in the first round.
One of the matches that we did not cover for you, and I think that's because it might have ended up over in the other room, unfortunately, was at 149 pounds. The number 1 seed, Jason Surtsis, was out there against Trevor Wilson of Utah Valley. Really interesting there, Jason Surtsis, the freshman for Northwestern University, the younger brother of Alex Surtsis, who wrestled for Iowa. And he was the number 1 high school wrestler in the country last year, so we're going to try to get the results. And that might already be posted because I just updated the bracket sheet. So check out the bracket sheets. I'll take a look at them myself. The interesting thing about this 149-pound weight class, we have Jason Surtsis, the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Mr. Excitement himself, Darian Caldwell. And so if those guys end up in the finals, it'll be a real barn burner.
2 kids that love to wrestle.
That's it.
Absolutely love to wrestle, and we'll go out and they put on a show. They're going to give you effort. It's not going to, I won't say it's not going to be strategic, but those kids are going to go out there and wrestle and open it up. And
Caldwell, of course, has graduated already. He's one of the postgraduate wrestlers here, but we're glad to have him back. We watched him wrestle here before, and like I say, he's really Mr. Excitement, kind of a younger version of Wade Shallis.
Yeah, we talked about match number 34. Match number 34, we had talked about Billy Watterson from Brown, unattached from Brown, versus Billy Rappo from Maryland. They're actually on mat number 4, just starting the second period, and Watterson just got his escape, so he's up 1-0, wrestling unattached for Brown. So that's kind of interesting, having an Ivy League young man. I don't think in the Ivies it's called red shirt. It's gray shirting, I believe?
Yeah, could be.
Where they have to go to school and
it's green shirting. It's the color of money.
Yes,
that's what it is.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, we do have an updated bracket sheet. I'm going to check through here and see if we have some of the results yet on the pigtail matches, and I'll just tell you in a little bit.
Yeah,
yes, we do. The results for the pigtail matches are now in, so check out the brackets at gregzafros.com/brackets.pdf. GREGZAFROS.com. You're going to get tired of that name, but that's where the brackets are, and that's where you get all the information. At 133 pounds, we should mention that the number 1 seed is A.J. Shaw, who wrestled and did an outstanding job here last year, and we're glad to see him back, of course, wrestling for Edinburgh. He has, at various times, been the number 1 ranked wrestler at that weight class, and the number 2 seed is none other than Tony Ramos, from Iowa. So if that one goes as expected, that will also be a barn burner in the finals. And as I mentioned, if there are a couple of weight classes that might be a little bit thin this year, they still have number 1 and number 2 seeds and also 3s and 4s, which make an exciting final.
Oh, absolutely. If those guys get all the way through there, and you talked about Ramos, that'll be a little rematch. You know, he took over that number 1 seed. Shoup took over that number 1 seed or ranking from him in the duel at Edinburgh. That's when Edinburgh put a little scare. They ran off 9 points on Iowa when Iowa went over there to wrestle Edinburgh.
Yeah. Now remember that with Edinburgh here, they have the number 1 seed, Shop, at 133, and they also have the number 1 seed at 141 in Mitchell Port, the NCAA runner-up last year. So there's Edinburgh here this year with two number 1 seeds in this 51st annual Midlands tournament. You're listening to Takedown, and this is Greg Zafros along with Scott Casper, Dan McCool, and Tom Erickson, and yours truly, Greg Zafros.
Looking over on mat 1, a little Big Ten matchup is going to be Tyler Graff, the number 5 seed from Wisconsin, versus Kyle Springer from Indiana. And Graff has jumped out to a 6-1 lead, and they're not even barely halfway through the first period. So
okay, which mat are we on?
We're over there on mat 1 over here in our right corner.
Okay, mat number 1. It's amazing to me that someone as good as Tyler Graff could be a number 1 seed here and number 8 ranked nationally. That shows you how tough that weight class is. I mean, Tyler Graff is a truly outstanding, one of the truly outstanding wrestlers, both in high school, a very highly sought after wrestler in high school, and here at the college ranks. So that is probably by far the toughest weight class as far as I can see. Not only here at the tournament, but nationally as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. We go back, looking over on mat number 3, you have Eppert wrestling, oh gosh, Sean Boyle from Michigan. They're locked up in a 2-2 tie over there. I don't see any riding time advantages, but they got a 2-2 tie. They're back on their feet. So, you know, those Big Ten battles, you know, those guys are going to get acquainted early.
I was there the night that Graff got beat by Joe Colon. You know, it was a 1-1 match. And all of a sudden he stood up and he walked right into Cologne's wheelhouse as far as tilting, and he got tilted twice for a total of 5 points. There was the loss, and you know, it was really kind of anybody's meat for about 2 periods, and then all of a sudden 2 tilts and everything was changed.
That's Dan McCool giving us the lowdown. Okay, to update you on what we talked about earlier, at 149 pounds, the number 1 Jason Surtzis of Northwestern won his match over Trevor Wilson of Utah Valley. We sort of expected the win, but what's unexpected is the fact that Surtzis won that one by a score of 5-3. It was extremely close, and that shows you there are these up-and-coming programs like Utah Valley State who are, you know, you can never tell, you can't underestimate any of those wrestlers, even though they may be unknown. You know, so a 5-3 win by Jason Surtzis.
You know, as a college coach, you love that. You know, if I'm the underdog, my young man's the underdog in the match, I love that. You know, hey, this is a chance to take a bite out of the big dog. You know, you're not going to get these every day with, you know, with our schedules, etc. But here's a chance to go ahead and step up onto the main stage and clip a highly ranked guy. You know, and the other thing is, this is the first round. You know, guys just cut weight.
Yep.
You know, they've been home eating all that nice, good food over the Christmas break. Probably haven't had the workouts that you're used to during the year. They come in, make weight, get that first match out of the way. That's the most dangerous time to get clipped.
And Surtzis kind of looked like he had really had a hard cut to get down because he just didn't look all that fired up.
Yeah, you know what? That was a great match, but let's keep an eye on Jason to see how he gets through his second and third match today. Hydrated, back up. He's not worried about cutting weight until his last match tonight. He doesn't care about weight anymore. He just cares about winning matches now.
You know, at a time like this, in a tournament like this, Coach, how big was it for you, to get these guys somewhat ready for that first round? Because it is such a tough thing when you come off a break, you've come off having nice time and relaxing, to get back into that mode of I'm stepping on the mat to go deal with somebody. How big is it to get these guys ready for that first round?
Well, kids tend to want to, the first weigh-in's a 2-hour weigh-in. They have a tendency to want to sit back and absorb that food and everything else. What we would do an hour before we got to the round started, we get a good hard go, a match or a good hard warm-up plus a good hard match. Let's get that sweat going. Let's get everything. The system's working. Everything. Let's get them really loose and get them ready. That way, in theory, we get that first match out of the way in a drill match. I mean, we get it out of the way before they even step on before the tournament starts. So, you see a lot of guys. Iowa traditionally does that. You see the little groups and people taking over the pockets of the mat. They start that up right away, and that's exactly to avoid what happened. Might have happened. I don't know. We didn't see the match, but you get a nice tight match like that. That's what you want to try to avoid.
I saw some of the match, and it looked like Serchis was trying to hit him with some of his best stuff. But either the kid was blocking it or Serchis just didn't feel quite strong enough to finish the move right there. But you could just kind of see he was really kind of struggling and like, man, I should have done maybe something to burn this out of me already, because he just didn't look that explosive Jason Serchis self.
Yeah, the fun thing about a situation like that, the coaching aspect of it is, a win's a win.
Right.
And you want to move on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No problem at all. One of the things I should mention, adding to the confusion here, is that the scorers on the tables, the people running the scoreboards and that, are not updating the match numbers. They're updating the period running the next match, but we have wrestlers out there who are supposed to be from Northwestern and other places, and there's wrestlers from Michigan instead. We have a possible pin out in front of us. Let's check and see. That's not bout number 42, I believe, which is what's posted. We just about had a pin there with a 3-point move. The wrestler from Michigan has a Michigan.
Rossi Bruno, number 8 seed from Michigan, putting him to his back.
Okay.
We had a little bit of an upset. Sorry, sir.
Go ahead.
A little upset on mat number 3. Sean Boyle just clipped the number 10 seed Camden Everett from Purdue, 3-2. So that's a Big Ten battle. Like I said, those guys are going to see each other. But for seeding wise, that's big when it comes down to the Big Ten tournament for seed wise.
Okay, we're going to get only 3 points there. I thought he was going to actually end up with 6 over here on mat number 4. What bout number is that one? That
I think our bout numbers are off by 1.
By 1,
if you look at it, they're showing 42, and that's bout number 43.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that was that Bruno, we said, as Tom said, from Michigan, and that got a nice cradle in. Put him down for 3 points, rocked him back up, and then put him down again. The referee said, no, not 2 back points, but all the same move. It was the same cradle move. And even though the wrestler from Harvard was sitting straight up, the referee said it's just 1 set of back points. So Bruno at this point is ahead by a score of 5-0 with 10 seconds to go in the first period, and he's got a crab ride on his opponent, so nothing's going to happen for the rest of this period.
Looking over on mat 1, Tyler Graft has got an 18-6 lead going into the, right near the end of the match. So he needs a takedown, and the riding time point will give him that tech fall for the extra half point. So Tyler Graft looking like he's in pretty good form as number 5 seed. Going to move on in the bracket unless something crazy happens the last 30 seconds. As we
okay,
go
excuse me. Tyler Graff is in the far side, is still out there wrestling. We're in the third period. He's up by a score of 20-17. They're in the neutral position, so if he gets a takedown in these last few seconds, he'll get a major decision. Excuse me, a tech fall.
He could have, he technically could have got the tech fall by riding him out, but you got to love it.
Here he goes for the takedown. Is he going to get it?
No.
The referee says no. Time ran out on it. He was about a half a second away from getting that takedown and getting the tech fall and an extra team point on it. And so we have a win 21-7 by Wisconsin's,
I'm sorry.
No,
as Dan and I were talking about, how do you get kids over the hump and get them ready, get that first match, that burn, so to speak, in there. That's a perfect example of that. Kraft is up by 14 points, and if he ends the match right there, he'll get the riding time point to get the tech fall. Instead, with 30 seconds left, he chose to cut the guy and earn it straight out and end the match. Where he could have just rode him out, got the tech fall. You know, I'm not going to say he cost a half a point, but he's in a situation where he wanted to get that good first-round burn and go ahead and wrestle hard to try to get that tech fall to close that match out. You got to like that. Barry's got those guys wrestling hard up there in Wisconsin for sure.
And I think he's got kind of a mini me with Isaac Jordan. I mean, of course, if you're a Jordan, you don't go at anything kind of slow. But I think Isaac Jordan has benefited from watching Tyler Graf work because he loves to score points. It's almost like he feels offended if he didn't put 12, 14 points on the board, and you know, that's not a bad thing when you get down team point situations.
Right. Stepping on mat number 1 right now, you have the number 3 seed Mason Beckman from Lehigh versus Levi Wolfsberger from Northern Iowa, and Beckman was just in on a shot. They stalemated it, so those guys kind of getting acquainted real early.
As I recollect, Mason Beckman was in the All-Star meet at the beginning of the season.
Yes.
I don't remember the outcome on that, but he was in there, and so obviously a fine wrestler. I'm going to take a minute here to just double-check what's going on with these misplaced bout numbers and see if we need to get some kind of an updated bracket. So I'm going to turn things over to Dan and Tom. Take it away, fellas.
Looking here, we're going to catch you up on mat number 4. Looks like Rossi Bruno kind of, running a little tight on air here as Jeffrey Ott came back with a takedown and a hard ride, 7-2. We're midway through the second period, so I'd advise Rossi not to shut it down completely. He might be in trouble.
I was going to say, he's probably not going to like the film study when they go over this again, because it's like you went from dominating your guy to kind of, putting it in neutral a little bit, and he realized it, and he jumped on you. You may not want to have this happen again, and thank God you have a little bit of a lead, but I'm sure that'll get pointed out to him, and now he's in a tilt situation. He's got to fight that off.
Yeah, you look at that, coming up here, I was thinking of some things, we can have some comments and stuff like that, but, right now we're at the semester break for all the universities, the kids that aren't universities and age level, and basically what you had to do right before you took your break was you had your midterms.
Right.
Well, you look at this tournament, the Midlands, and some of the other tournaments going on right now at the same time. This is midterms for these guys. They're going to get graded on that. You talking about watching film, these guys are getting graded on that. They're going to go back and have to get graded on what they did at their midterms this year and here at the Midlands.
Okay, we just got an email from David Norgard. Thanks for emailing me, David. And he's a Franklin Marshall fan, and he's asking if we could do some play-by-play on Rick Durso, who's the number 2 seed from F&M. So that's bout number 71. It's going to be 70, 71, or 72. I'll tell you about that in just a minute. So I'm going to ask Dan and Tom to make note of bout 71. And David, we're going to do our best to give you some play-by-play. Now, remember, that match might end up being in the other building, and then we have no control over it. But if bout 71 does occur in this arena, we will bring you some play-by-play on that.
As we roll around, do not hesitate to email us up again. We're right in the 40s, mid to 40s, starting to get 50s. If we start getting up there in the upper 60s, if you want to drop us another email,
right, just to remind us, especially me at my age, it's hard to remember things. I want to also just mention that I just checked with the official scorers, and for those of you who are looking at the brackets, they had a wrestler drop out, so all the matches above bout number 29 are off by 1. And Tom, do you have to move down 1 or up 1? Whatever, and you saw that before in this match over here. So it is official. It's all the bouts above number 29. What we're seeing out on the mats here are going to be off by 1. So we're going to have to make that mental change. But if you've downloaded the brackets, you'll have to make that same change as well.
Yeah, they're plus 1, like 46, who we thought Cologne and Smith from Northern Illinois is now match number 40, or they're 47 in our brackets. They're 46 on the clocks out here. So and Cologne just won that match, I believe, by a major decision over there on mat number 6. So if you're following the brackets, you're going to try to follow us. It's plus 1. They're going to show, or minus 1. I'm sorry. If they're going to show, they showed a bracket 47. Cologne actually was number 46 on the clock. So they have 49 on the clock coming up on mat mat number 6 now, and that is going to be Jordan Lester from Princeton and Chuck, boy, tough one here, Zeslav from Ryder, young man from Ryder. We'll go with that, I believe. Yeah. That doesn't make sense. I know it's a Princeton young man at first, but I thought Ryder was red, but unless we have a switch over there.
Okay, the highest number of match we have there now is bout number 49 that we have here. That's the 133-pound weight class. And our 49 is, let's see, that would be about 50 on ours. Is that the one you're talking about,
yeah,
right?
That's what
the
I'm talking
Ryder
about, right.
That's the highest one. We also have bout number 47 going on, which would be, what, 46? Let's see, over there.
That's Beckman and...
Oh, that's the Beckman match then,
yeah.
right?
Beckman's got it going. You're up 8-0. Here on mat number 4, in the bracket sheet 52, but on the clock 51 would be, gosh, who we have? Young man from Eastern Michigan, Vinny Pizzuto from Eastern Michigan versus Jeff Alexander from Maryland. So Maryland gets to get back out on the mat.
Okay, I'm going to take a little break here and see if I can get some even more updated brackets. We're going to do that more often than generally expected because of the matches going on in the other room. And if you do download those brackets, remember they're PDF files, you'll be able to see the matches that we're not able to bring you any information on from the other room. So I'll be back in just a moment. Tom and Dan, take it away.
Okay. Little update on mat number 5. You know, we talked about him, you know, I believe is that Garnett over there on 5 versus Marquez.
That looks to be.
Well, I actually like that. You know, I'm looking over there and I see that Sunkiss singlet on his back, and I'm a long-time Sunkiss kid, so it definitely warms my heart.
I was going to say you wore those colors proudly for a long time.
Absolutely. One of the best clubs. Art Martori runs that club. We got a Indiana young man on mat number 3, bout number 50. I would probably say 53 because of the numbers, the way they run off. That's Chris Caton from Indiana versus the number 10 seed, Devin Latito from Cal Poly. Getting ready to get going over there on mat number 3.
And the Beckman kid keeps tilting Wolfensberger, and it's got bad enough that it's a technical fall right now. And Levi really never got a chance to get started in that one, it looked like.
We talked about a little bit earlier, the number 2 seed right over there from Iowa, Tony Ramos, looks like he's towing the line. You know, Tony's got to love coming back here. He's Glenbard North young man. He's from the state of Illinois.
Yep.
He's got to love coming back here. Got a lot of fan base and everything else. So he's pretty excited. He's wrestling.
Cash Quiroga, isn't it?
Cash
Quiroga,
who was an All-American as a true freshman from the University of Purdue. So they, I think 2 years ago, they had a nice little match in the Big Ten tournament, I believe. It was, you know, a 5-3 match or something like that. And I was still there and worked this corner against Tony.
And he wins for the best name too, Cash Quiroga. How can you beat that?
How do you deal with a guy like Tony, who's going to give you the boxer stare down before you get going and everything? You know, how do you tell a guy just blow through that and just try and wrestle your match?
You just wrestle him. You just wrestle him. You can use all kinds of analogies. You know, the one comes to mind. You know, you punch a bully in the nose. You know, it's not bad. He's going to come out there. Tony's ready to wrestle. That's how he gets ready to wrestle. And, you know, you've got to go out there and show him you're going to ready to wrestle him. If you don't go out there and show him that you're ready to wrestle him and take your offense to him, he's going to run you over a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you look at the duel the other night against Penn State. Went back and forth. What happened? He gets late in the match, third period, he gets the fall. Big win for him.
Okay, our highest number match right now is match number 54. And we're going to check that one out. The reason I mentioned that on our sheets here, mat number 55, well, let's see, that's going to be
Ramos
and Quiroga. So that's 55. Okay.
Yeah, everything's a +1, I guess.
Right.
You look at the bracket sheet, you look at the clock, it's kind of, you know, that clock says 54, ours says 55, so that's probably going to be a little tough for us this round until we get that new set of bracket sheets that come out after this whole session's over.
Right.
But you look at it, you know, they're a minute and a half into the match, and Quiroga's wrestling with Ramos a little bit, you know, so that's a good sign. Then you slide over and you look over on mat number 2. Another Purdue wrestler is wrestling over there and looking. Gosh, who is it? That's actually not the right bout number up there, but Purdue is, I think that's probably a 41-pound bout, honestly. That's Edinburgh and Purdue. Boy, we're going to have to catch that a little bit and get the names on it for you. But they're in the second period, and we got a 0-0 score over there in the second period. Young man from Purdue and Edinburgh over there, because I see Tim Flynn in the corner and Scott Hinkle sitting across in the other one. So Ramos with the first takedown, and Quiroga hops out right away. So those guys are finally getting acquainted here 2 minutes into the match.
And believe me, they'll wrestle each other enough times during this season, so they might as well get used to each other now.
Results at heavyweight. Big Joe results at heavyweight. Just 2 bouts, folks.
You know, we look over here on mat number 5, and I think Gerard Garnett is up, 4-0 over here in the second period over here on mat number 5.
Well, mat number 5, that's not Gerard Garnett. No, that is not him.
Who is that? Sunkissed singlet.
I'm just.
And Chad Johnson of Augsburg, winner by decision over Alex White of Purdue, 6-2. Johnson, 6-2.
A little tough in the scores. We'll get this figured out.
Yeah, one of these. Something like I say, folks, it's just adding to the confusion here, but we're going to do the best that we can.
You know, over there on mat number 3, it looks like young man Latito from Cal Poly's opened up a little. I say opened up, got a 2-0 lead over Caton from Indiana. So you got a little good scrap going on over there. Looking over here, I don't know on mat number 2, young man from Edinburgh is up 3-0 over. I believe it's going to be Nick Lawrence. Or no, Kyle Ersman from Purdue. I'm sorry, I know the young man it's Kyle Ersman from Purdue. Now I just gotta have to track that down and tell you exactly who he's wrestling. Oh, what am I saying? That's Shop, number 1 seed, right over there on mat number 2. Versus Kyle Ersman. So
Shop was trying like crazy to hook him in a cradle and just wouldn't quite cooperate with him, but.
Ramos starting to open it up just a little bit of pressure on him. He's 6-2. We're 30 seconds into the second period, and here we go. Cut him, putting the pressure on him. Cut him, put the pressure on him. You know, that's the. Tony Ramos is the atypical, prototypical Tom Brands guy.
Yes.
He's going to come out at you, and he's going to grind you and bang on you.
Now let's remember that in not only the seedings here, but the national rankings, A.J. Shop of Edinburgh is the #1 ranked wrestler in the country, and our number 2 seeded wrestler here, Tony Ramos, is the number 2 ranked wrestler in the country. So our seeds match up with the national rankings.
That'll be kind of fun. I hope they keep it the way they're doing it. It's kind of coincidental happened, but they're wrestling side by side. It'd be kind of fun to see the number 1 and 2 go through the whole tournament wrestling side by side.
And also, we were just saying before that we had Mason Beckman of Lehigh, and he is the number 4 ranked wrestler in the nation. So here in this tournament, we have the number 1, the number 2, and the number 4 ranked wrestlers at the 133-pound weight class. You're listening to Takedown. This is Greg Zafros along with Tom Erickson and Dan McCool. And we are broadcasting from Welsh Ryan Arena on the campus of Northwestern University for the 51st Ken Kraft Midlands Tournament. Remember that if you've got any questions or any comments that you'd like to make, the best way to get in touch with us is to email me directly. That would be Greg at gregzafros.com, Greg at GREGZAFROS.com. And I apologize for that weird name, but my real name is Grigorio Zafiropoulos, and that would be just a little bit too long. So Greg at gregzafros.com.
It looks like Pizzuto starting the third period. He's up 7-0, starting off the bottom. He's out really quickly, so he's looking on getting a major decision. He kind of works on building on from there. Latito's a number 10 seed from Cal Poly, so Cal Poly coming here representing, have a seeded young man. That's a great job by them.
It looks like we're not going to see Gerard Garnett, formerly of Virginia Tech and now wrestling for the Bison Wrestling Club. That means he's probably over in the other room, and so we'll just have to give you an update on that as soon as we can. Again, remember, you can get to the brackets at gregzafros.com /brackets.pdf.
you got to like what's going on over there on mat number 2 if I'm a Purdue coach, in the sense that it looks like we're in the third period, and Shop has got a 3-0 lead against Kyle Ayersman from Purdue. No riding time advantage here, kind of snuck one off the whistle, so he jumps out to a 5-0 lead here, but that's a 5-point lead, and we're
in the
30
third
seconds
period,
left in the match. So, and I know Ayersman is a redshirt freshman for those guys, so he's definitely got a lot of upside. They got a lot of big, tough decisions because you got Ayersman over there, Russell and Shop really tough, and you got Quiroga, who's a former All-American, who closed the gap a little bit with an 8-4 decision. Tony Ramos just nails the takedown.
Another takedown, 10-4.
So you got two pretty good 33-pounders that are trying to figure it out over here for Purdue. So that's a little tough decision for those coaches.
And remember, like this match on the far side over here, that earlier today, the number 1 seed, Jason Surtzis of Northwestern, did win against Trevor Wilson of Utah Valley, but the score was only 5-3. So we have some tight matches going here, even for the number 1 seeds.
Do we have, I'm not sure, we have on here on mat number 5, Mitchell Port, the number 1 seed. Is that Logan Arliss, unattached? Russell from Illinois, possibly, or Logan Arliss from Russell's for Illinois. Russell here unattached, so you're not going to wear a singlet, but.
And he goes right in on Port, so let's get the sheet and make sure that we've got that. That's match number 55. Let's see. Yeah, it is Arliss.
So you got Logan Arliss.
Or excuse me, Arliss.
No,
I'm sorry.
You're right. And it's fun. We talked about it. Dan and I talked about the first match type of situation. You got Tony Ramos here now, 12-5, opening it up, and you have Shop over there who wrestled a tough match. He only won it 5-0. Versus a young man from Purdue. So you don't know. Purdue kid, very tough kid, or Shop not gotten that weight, got everything under control yet. But we'll see as the rounds go on. But definitely a good match. Over there on mat number 3, you got the young man from Cal Poly that kind of pulls through. Latito, I didn't catch a score. I think he was on a major decision. He started out up 7-0, so he probably popped out a major decision right over there. But as we come back, replacing them on mat number 3, let's see here. We have, gosh, with the way they jump the brackets and stuff like that. Who we have?
While you're looking that up, over on mat number 4 for our Grandview fans, got Brendan White in the 141-pound class going against Joey Laser of Northern Iowa. That match has just started, no score, but a shot in there by Brendan White. And an inside trip try. Let's see who's going to get it. We've got a Wizard there. Nothing. They break out again. We've got the Grandview wrestler going in for a double leg. He just about has it, but a spin out by Laser. And no points given at this point. Boy, a lot of action. There could have been 6 or 7 points. It ends up being none. And the referee breaks it as a stalemate. That's about the most action that we've seen.
Both schools are really good with their scramble situations. Doug Schwab has really drilled that hard into the UNI guys. Nick Mitchell's done well teaching the Grandview guys, look, guys are going to tie you up and do this, do that. You got to be able to scramble off that and, whizzer out and whatever. It's fun to watch.
Okay, and we just had an ankle picked out there by Brendan White of Grandview, who turned it into a double leg, and he was 95% of the way there, through there, and Laser somehow twisted around, grabbed an ankle, and there have been no points yet, and time is running down. Still with the Grandview wrestler right on top. Let's see if he can get his ankle out. He'll get the points, but he doesn't have them yet. This is the best scramble of the day so far. Again, we're 30, and another stalemate. There was about 18 points worth of action out there, and no points were called.
And I think they could have gone for another hour or two the way they were going.
Right. So,
just an update, Tony Ramos won his match by major decision, 13-5.
Looking over here on mat number 6, I think we have the number 9 seed, Ethan Raley from Indiana, wrestling Nick Barber from Eastern Michigan. And it looks like Ethan's up 6-1 and working on his riding time midway through it. Well, right near the close of that second period. So you got Ethan Raley up 6-1 over Nick Barber from Eastern Michigan over there on mat number 6. So, the Big Ten Indiana, the Big Ten schools definitely well represented.
Dwayne doesn't look too concerned about the riding time situation, but that's a lot of riding at 3 minutes and 44 seconds in 2 periods. That's getting it done pretty good riding wise.
Absolutely.
We're going to go back to mat number 4 right now, where we have this real scramble going on between Wright of Grandview and Laser of Northern Iowa. Is it laser or laser?
I've always heard it as laser. So
laser, okay. I just wanted to double check on that. Dan is our expert on Iowa wrestling, and Tom is our expert on Illinois wrestling, and I'm an expert on nothing at this point. But a great match going on here on mat number 4. One of the most exciting so far in this tournament.
Just a little example, David and Goliath, Wright brought a slingshot out there and he's wrestling laser. He doesn't care. This is one of those opportunities to step up. A small NAI school, a kid that's not going to go big time, gets to wrestle one of the big boys. So you gotta love it. Grandview,
is won the last 2 NAIA national championships. This season they opened up their dual meets by wrestling Drexel and Iowa State. They beat Drexel, and they gave Iowa State everything it wanted. So I mean, it was definitely not that they were like, well, we're just here for a paycheck, or we're just here to try and say we wrestled the big boys. They came out and got after people.
Here we have another scramble on mat number 4. We had an escape in the second period by Laser, and then shot in again by Wright from Grandview, and almost had that takedown. They went out of bounds. So again, another huge scramble, and no points scored except for that escape. So they're in the neutral position, second period, 1-0 in favor of Wright.
Here we are looking at closing out we're midway through the second period. Port's only up 3-0. No riding time here. So, Logan Arliss, even though he's redshirting, he's still definitely wrestling hard for University of Illinois. That's for sure.
I made a mistake a moment ago. It was Laser of Northern Iowa who's ahead by a score of 1-0. Sorry about that.
Good old Mike Allen. You got to love to see Mike Allen, ahead of the officials walking across. Long-time official.
An institution here. All around the Midwest and especially at the Midlands. Great guy. He's a school principal.
Wow.
Here's a shot in by Laser and the end of the second period, and now we're up to about 20 points worth of action, but the score is 1-0 in favor of Laser of Northern Iowa. He's going against Brendan White of Grandview. There's a we have a caution, jumping the gun on the second period, the start of the third period. They're in the neutral position to start the third period.
I think Laser kind of understands he's in a little bit of a dogfight here, even though Wright chose neutral here for this third period, but he knows he's going to have to score here to kind of seal the deal a little bit for himself.
And to tell you the truth, that Wright has taken the lead on all those shots. And that with that ankle pick and a nice double leg, and there was a little shot in there by Laser, but nice counter by Wright. These two guys are just doing beautiful wrestling out there. This could be an instructive. There's a knee pick there as opposed to the ankle pick by Wright. He's just about in there, and we've got a counter with a whizzer in that by Laser.
Hopefully don't stop that potentially dangerous.
And Wright starts to pick up the ankle and lift him up. He's got him turned over, and Laser grabs the leg. I think he's going to get the takedown here, and he does. 2 points for Brandon White of Grandview. He now takes the lead.
Nice step over
by
a
score of 2-0. Yeah, and he had him on his side. A nice step over, as Tom said, to get a more secure position. So after about 6 tries and attempts at the shots there, Wright gets the takedown, and now he lets Laser up, and that ties the score at 2-2 with 58 seconds to go in the third period.
Nick Mitchell is a disciple of Jim Miller, who was wonderful coach for Wartburg. Always stressed being able to do the little things extremely well, and it shows out here in their match because he teaches everything to the bone, to the basic, and get it done. And they really won a lot of matches just by simply attending to the little things and getting them done.
Okay, we go off the mat here. We have 30 seconds to go on mat number 4 in what has been definitely the most exciting match of the day so far. And this is Brandon White of Grandview tied. Oh, here's a shot in by Brandon White, and he's in, and he gets the 2. A beautiful double leg shot. Could hardly see it. It was so fast. He got that, grabbed both legs, squeezed him in really tight, got the 2 points against Laser. They break it now as a stalemate. They come back to the center, and we've got that 4-2 lead now for Brandon White, who's going to take an optional start.
15 seconds left. I think he's going to try to ride it. I hope he likes it.
No, he's taking the optional start. He lets him go. Why he did that, I don't know.
He almost got reversed on that. Remember, he had a step over. He almost got reversed.
Yeah, but you could just take him down. You could just hold him for a minute and let him go, but he just let him go, and now he's starting to back up a little bit. Now he's got a shot in. He might get another 2, and he does. Okay, there was a shot in by Laser. He fell backwards and got the, and in essence, Brandon White just fell on top and got 2 more points and wins the match by a final score of 6-3 in a truly exciting match.
As a coach, you love it. I love that. As a coach, your kid's going out there. He's going to seal the deal. He could have ran and danced and kind of still won the match. Still won the match, and deservedly so. But he went out there and sealed the deal. A little catch up for Columbia. Got to give them their props. Matt Bistel, from number 5 seed from Columbia, just with a 3-1 decision over Cameron Kennedy from the unattached Michigan.
A great match by Wright, Grandview, and I have to tell you, when he was out earlier today warming up in the hallway, I thought it was Gerard Garnett from Virginia Tech, or now the Bison team. Right. They look a lot alike. Okay, and we're going to also remember that we're going to be looking for bout number 71. We're going to give you some play-by-play on that one. It might be 71 or 72. We're just going to have to see. It's Durso's match. That will actually be 72, I believe it is.
Yeah.
We have to add one to these scores here. We're going to be bringing that one to you as requested. And I just want to mention to you that we have updated the brackets yet again. So you've got them. We're doing that now about every 10 minutes or so.
Here on mat number 4, right in front of us on our table, is Steven Rodriguez from Illinois versus the number 6 seed, Lake Gardner from Lehigh. So Lehigh, another seeded young man from Lehigh stepping in on a toe in the line. So match just gets underway in bout number 66.
About 74, 149 pounds. Partner short, up round, Jake Short, unattached.
Here we go on mat number 5. I think
another Grandview wrestler.
This is Gustavo Martinez.
The number 11 seed wrestling in Illinois native, Danny Sabatello, wrestled for Purdue University, but state champion from Streamwood, I believe.
That sounds right.
Streamwood. So Sabatello, over there in Indiana, Purdue University, but coming back to the state of Illinois and wrestling in the Midlands. Those, like I say, I'm biased. I'll keep telling everybody that, but you got to wrestle those Illinois kids wrestling in the Midlands.
And what is the match number on that one? It's going to be.
On the sheet we got 66, so
67.
So it should be a 67. I'm matching. I'm bout number 5. Or mat number 5. Sorry.
All I remember was that if you ever had to question whether or not Illinois kids were tough, you went to the junior nationals and you watched guys like Maury shape those guys into just absolute butt kickers.
Absolutely.
In Fargo and in Cedar Falls or wherever the juniors were, because they just came in. And they
Maury Geselter, just to let people know.
Maury Geselter. They threw people around in Greco. They double-legged people to death in freestyle, and they usually went home with the team championship.
Yeah,
okay, in that match on mat number 4, and that's between Illinois and Lehigh, we have a lead there by the Illinois wrestler, Steven Rodriguez, by 2-0 in the first period with a takedown. But we're going for a reversal here by Lake Gardner of Lehigh. Let's see if he can get it. They're near the edge of the mat. They're ankle to ankle. Let's see if they go out.
No, Lehigh jumps back in the center and wrestles. Yep. Probably might have been a better decision to go out of bounds.
Out of bounds, yeah, right, because they're just going to run out. The Illinois wrestler is going to run out another 30 seconds of riding time. 1 minute to go in that match, so they have 2-0 lead for the wrestler from Illinois. That's Steven Rodriguez. They go out of bounds and back to the center.
Sabatello still getting acquainted over there with Gustavo Martinez from Grand Valley. You got to love talking about those Grand Valley kids. NAI, defending champs in NAI, stepping up against the big boys here, in the Division I schools.
With Martinez, it was a really interesting story because he was a place winner at state for Marshalltown High School. He was the first Hispanic young man to qualify for state from his high school, and everybody was kind of like, wow, what is this like? And then all of a sudden last season, he won a national championship for Grandview. It's just an amazing story to watch somebody like that grow from when it's like, okay, yeah, you got to state. Isn't that a great accomplishment? All of a sudden you go to a place where you groom enough to become a national champion. That's quite an accomplishment.
Absolutely.
Okay, over on mat number 5, we have an example of why we have 2 mats over on the in the other room there. One wrestler was just had his toes in bounds. They were about 8 feet across, and the other wrestler had his hands pretty much on the out-of-bounds line of the mat next to them. Okay, we're going to get 2 more points over here for Illinois in that match against Lehigh. with his toes right on the line.
With
they're
two
still
minutes of
wrestling.
riding time.
2 minutes of riding time, 4 seconds to go in the first period, so a 4-1 lead.
Over on mat number 2, you got, I'm sorry, Josh, but Dizawa from Iowa, number 7 seed, versus Kevin Fanta from Northern Illinois. Fanta, another Illinois native, wrestling here in his Midlands, but Dizawa had a little trouble in the duel the other night against Penn State. Watching that duel, didn't really get on track, didn't know if it was weight, sick, or whatever, but, here's a chance. He 3-1. Middle of the second period, so I don't see that necessarily that same intensity. Just got taken down. Now it's 3-3 right here in the middle of the second. So he's going to have to come up and step up.
I think they pronounce that Jabba or something, or
Jawa.
I just call him eye chart. I mean, it's just a lot of letters together, and I'm.
Okay, over on mat number 4 again, we've got that match between Rodriguez of Illinois and Lake Gardner of Lehigh, and Rodriguez got an escape there. He took the bottom position in the first period, the start of the second. He got himself an escape immediately and is now up by a score of 5-1. So he's pretty much in control of this match because he has almost 2 minutes of riding time.
Gustavo starts the second period on top, up 2-1. Only 9 seconds riding time, so Sabatella's just definitely wrestling tough right here. Jawa over there on mat 2 got his escape, 4-3. He's closing out the second period. You like to see that. You get taken down. You don't like to get taken down. But as a coach, I want to see my kid get away right away. Yeah. He scores that last point. Instead of going into the third tie 3-3, it's 4-3. Now he can wrestle in that third period.
Well, I think the one thing Tom Brands has got to be wanting to see, especially in the early rounds of the Midlands, is see his guys hit some takedowns, because I think they had, 10 in the whole dual meet?
They got out taken down 7 takedown shots in that Penn State duel. He made specific note of that in the press conference. We gave up 7 first period takedowns.
Yep.
You're wrestling uphill.
I think
that's just terrible to wrestle uphill like that. It's just frustrating.
They had a total of 10 takedowns, and Ramos had 5 of them. And after the intermission, they didn't get a takedown. It was a beating. I mean, it simply, plain and simple, was a beating that you don't usually see Iowa take.
Okay, we have an interesting match going on over on the far side. We've got Adam Kropp of Princeton going against Angelo Latorra of Michigan. And the interesting thing there is that the Princeton wrestler, Adam Kropp, is the 3rd seed in this. And the Princeton team has improved quite a bit this year. And we'll see how Kropp does going against a Big Ten team. And Princeton, Okay, Durso, are we coming up with Durso?
He's up right now. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, okay, he's up.
But we want to address that email they sent to you.
Okay.
Durso's out in front very quickly, 2-0 over Brant Schaefer from Indiana. Sorry, just want to make sure we touch base with you guys on that.
We'll bring you the complete ending of that match. I just want to finish up that Princeton's team is really a team that was actually eliminated or dropped a couple of years ago. Yes. They brought themselves back, and in a matter of about 4 to 5 years now, they're putting some seeded wrestlers up in this tournament. So great job there at Princeton. Okay, let's go back to that match.
2-0 over there.
Match.
Yeah, Durso FNN. Gosh, FNN got the number 2 seed here in the Midlands. Man, hats off to you guys. He's out there, got their first takedown riding tough. He just went over a minute in the riding time. Definitely riding tough. Trapped ankle, going to look for something here. Real quick over here to mat 5 with Gustavo Martinez from Grand Valley. Him and Sabatello tied up 2-2, closing out the second period. Looks like, Sabatello, little goer, wrestling that kid Gustavo Martinez from Grand Valley, doing a great job. Illinois right here on mat number 4, just putting it on him. Gosh, Steven Rodriguez taking it to Lake Gardner. That's 7-1 and over 3 minutes riding time, so he's definitely going to work.
Okay, that match is over now over on mat number 6. And there's a win there for Adam Kropp of Princeton over Latorra of Michigan. So the number 3 seed from Princeton moves on.
Okay. Props just talked about Princeton reviving the program. Now all of a sudden they've got a guy moving on, number 3 seed in the Midlands.
41 pounds, that's Rick Durso from Franklin and Marshall College. Currently ranked 5th in the country.
5th in the country, number 2 seed here in the Midlands. With 2 minutes riding time in that first period, up 7. That's 7-0?
That looks 7-0 to me. He's definitely controlled business over there.
Just so you know, a number 1 seed, Jason Tsurtsis of Northwestern, is out there. He's going against Ivanovic of the University of Maryland. And there's a shot in by Ivanovic, and he's almost got Surtsas. They're out at the edge there. Surtsas is completely off the mat. Ivanovic has his toes in. The referee's got his hands spread out. No points yet. And Surtsas is almost completely off the mat onto the wood floor. So let's see what's going to happen. It's going to break in just a minute unless that Ivanovic can bring him back in. But Jason Surtsas, the #1 seed, in a little bit of trouble here. Is he going to get it? No, they go out of bounds. The referee brings him back. So there's a wake-up call for Jason Surtsas.
Yeah, I don't know if he's over that weight. You know, I mean, he had that tough first-round match. This is actually his second match.
Right.
Coming off that pigtail match in the bracket, so.
You know,
yeah, we said that was a tough one, that he won only by a score of 5-3.
You know, at a time like this, you wonder if there's maybe a little flu involved.
Possibly.
He just doesn't look real sharp.
Who do we have here? Illinois. Steven Rodriguez comes back with a 12-3 major decision over the #6 seed. He came at him over here on mat #4. Here we go. Have another Purdue wrestler versus Northern Illinois here on mat #4, kind of replacing them in. We get the bout number. I'll shout it out to you.
Okay, I'm going to go try to get another update on the brackets. Again, you're listening to Takedown. This is Greg Zafros, along with Tom Erickson, Dan McCool. And we are at the 51st Ken Kraft Midlands tournament. I'll be right back.
Here I go, mat #4. It's Gabe Morse, the #9 seed. Gabe Morse versus Alex Griffin from Purdue. Northern Illinois, another young man from Northern Illinois. I don't know if they wrestled in the duel earlier this year. I think Purdue wrestled him once. Beat him in the duel. If not, they're going to wrestle him here at the end. I can't remember if they wrestled Northern Iowa or Northern Illinois, one of those two. And Alex Griffin comes out with an early takedown, so he doesn't care about seeds. 9 seed doesn't mean anything to him. Looking over here on mat #5, another Purdue wrestler wrestling Gustavo Martinez. Tight match going into the third. Gustavo got the escape and the takedown. He's up 5-3 or 5-2. Sabatello's going to come at him here 5-3 for the last 30 seconds, so we should see a little dogfight here. Gustavo with the backside.
Okay, the score with 20 seconds to go in the first period is still 0-0 for Jason Surtsas of Northwestern, the #1 seed, against Derek Ivanovic of the University of Maryland.
Hey, Dan, what do you think about that new rule? I'm watching match #5 here in Sabatello and Martinez. And Martinez got behind Sabatello, and Sabatello kind of touched his finger on the mat, just touched his finger on the mat. That's the new rule this year as far as the touching. You don't have to establish, forget the reaction time. You got to put your hands, 3 supporting points on the mat. He just touched it. There was no, and the reaction time popped him back up, yet they gave him the 2 points for the taking. What do you think about that?
I just think there's going to be a lot of dicey situations where, I tell you what, like let's say in the semifinals of the NCAA tournament,
right,
there's going to be a move, somebody hits a point and wins it on something like that. It's going to be crazy. I like the idea that you're starting to, you're once again rewarding people for getting after things, but you got to allow in a little bit of reaction time, I think, and I would like to see something where, it's more clear cut that, okay, yeah, I was in control. Boom, I've got this. Was it a takedown? Maybe it was. 9 times out of 10 it seems to be, but then there's always that one time that might not be.
That takedown closed out that match. With a 7-3 win, it was bouncing around. That quick takedown closed that match out with Gustavo Martinez over Sabatello from Purdue. Martinez from Grand Valley moving on.
Okay, over on mat #6, Jason Surtsas is there still, and I'll tell you, this wrestler from Ivanovic from Maryland is really taking it to him. Surtsas took the down position, got himself an escape, so the score is now 1-0 halfway through the second period. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Jason Surtsas is the #2 ranked wrestler nationally, with the #1 ranked wrestler being Nick Dardanes of Minnesota. And I would just add, and you guys can listen in here, that Nomizo Otina Tiproti Fora. It's the first time that we've had 2 Greeks, I think, in all my years of watching that, where we've had 2 Greeks be #1 and #2 in the rankings.
Wow,
that's very possible.
Did you catch that the first time I said that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good.
I was just making sure your pronunciation was correct.
Good, good. Yeah, I know. I have a Chicago accent to my Greek. Okay, so Jason Surtis is still up by a score of 1-0, but I tell you, he has had his hands full, not only in this match, but in his previous match. So we better check it out, just like Dan says. There could be some flu here or something, because Surtis just doesn't seem to be moving that well.
Just to cop a boxing term, I remember back in the day they'd talk, the guy's pelt just isn't shiny, and he just doesn't. When I think of a Surtis, I think of somebody just getting after points and scoring and hitting holds. He's just not able to do that today.
Over here on Matt number 5, the number 5 seed Eric Grajales from Michigan is wrestling Chad Walsh from Ryder. As is his case, Grajales is going to be out early. He jumps out early, very physical on top, but let's see if he gets through that second, third period, what the score is. If he keeps the afterburners on, as a coach, I'd like to see. So he's up 2-0, minute riding time, so he's definitely taking care of business. Look over here on mat number 4, and you have Alex Griffin putting a number on Gabe Morris. Well, not number 2-1 with the riding time. He's starting the second period on top, putting a hard ride on him. So Morse needs to get going over here. He finally got his escape, so it's a 2-2. He's got a minute and a half right here in the middle of the second period.
Okay, we've gotten some emails in and got a little bit behind on them trying to update this, but Fabiola Luna emailed us here, wanted to get an update on that match 58 between Ryan Fillingham, the outstanding wrestler from Adams State, and going against Todd Preston from Harvard. And I'm going to just check and see if that match is still out there, or whether we've covered that, or whether it's in the other room. I don't see it right now, Fiona, but hopefully we'll have it on the brackets. Again, because six mats are in here and 2 are in the other side, not all matches are being done right in front of us. Okay, so Fiona, thank you for checking in with us. We also has Jeff Beardsley. Let's see. Okay, you want to know about Mason Beckman's score. We did have that match earlier. Let's see, in addition to number 4 ranking, he beat Shop, yes we know, this year at the All-Star meet, which doesn't count, but he did beat him. We have some matches here. I'll check on that score, and again, if you can get our bracket sheet, you'll be able to get it as well.
I think Beckman wrestled Wolfensberger.
Okay.
That was a technical fall for Beckman, because he was tilting Wolfensberger all over the place.
Okay. You heard that first from Dan McCool.
Tyler, we have over on mat number 1, I think that's got Tyler Patton from Northern Iowa versus Colin Schober from Northwestern. Patton tried to he tried to reverse out on a cradle, and a near side cradle, roll out backwards, end up rolling himself to his back, and Schober popped out on top for the 2-point takedown. Only points in the match so far, and here we are right in the second period. So definitely a great scramble with Patton coming on, Schober coming out on top of that.
Okay, we got an email from Orlando Ponce, and thank you for thanking us for our coverage here. We enjoy doing it, hopefully as much as you enjoy hearing it. He wants us to keep an update on the Division III wrestlers, especially the Augsburg, and we have brought you some of those scores already, and we'll look for them and try to do our best on that, Orlando. So thanks for contacting us at Takedown.
Here we are, a minute and a half left in the third, and Griffin from Purdue. He's got a 3-point lead over the number 9 seed, Gabe Morris from Northern Illinois. And, as a freshman, redshirt freshman, the thing I know about Alex Griffin, he's a product of the Boiler Elite Club, the high school club and the regional training center that used to train, that trains here at Purdue. He's coming through, back in on a shot and a scramble. You got to love to see it. I know Coach Hinkle and those guys are loving to see that. He's up 7-3, and he's trying to seal the deal. Another takedown. Definitely love that. Warms my heart. Mat number 5, you got
Grajales just
with the cradle. 3 more.
Yeah, that should put him up at least 7-0 at this point. And if he doesn't get the pin, he's got him down pretty tight.
Yeah, I see his right arm. His right arm's kind of through for there. It's going to be really tough to pin him here. So.
Well, he just released it though. And his opponent gets a roll over, so the referee gives the 3 points. It's now 7-0 for Grajales. Grajales, I think, this is the year he needs to come into his own. Highly recruited, great high school wrestler. doing a great job for Michigan, but I think they were, expecting him to be right there up at the top, and hasn't quite made it over the years, although he did a whole heck of a lot better than I ever did, so I've got no complaints.
No, I'm with you.
I think potential-wise, they think he could, be right up there at the top, and maybe he'll have a breakout year this year. I talked with Joe McFarland earlier today. He's got a lot of high hopes for Eric.
Looking back there on mat 5, you see who's on deck there right there behind mat 5? Caldwell.
Oh, Darian Caldwell.
Yeah, Darian Caldwell will sit there and be a mat 5. Hey,
okay, well, we're going to bring you some updates on that one. Well, we had that right match here from Grandview. It was the most exciting match. Let's see what happens when Darian Caldwell comes up. He's wrestling Stephen Gallardo of Brown. Okay, so we're going to have Todd Beckerman in the corner for the Brown wrestler.
With Griffin come with an upset over Gabe Morris from Northern Illinois with a 12-4. Major decision comes, not only upsets the guy, but he gets a major decision over Gabe Morris from Northern Illinois. Griffin's a backup. That's a backup kid from Purdue, with a major decision over the number 9 seed Gabe Morris from Northern Illinois.
It used to be, it seemed like back in the day when I used to cover this tournament.
And Todd Beckerman is walking past us right now to take his wrestler on down there to wrestle Darian Caldwell. And that, I also want to mention that if you didn't know this, that Todd Beckerman's brother, Kyle Beckerman, is the captain of the Los Angeles Galaxy soccer team. Excuse me, wrong meet or something like that. But Real Salt Lake, and that. So maybe you saw him on the on the soccer championships recently.
Mat number 4, you got Mike Kelly from Iowa, wrestling Gunnar Wolfsberger from Northern Iowa. They come a long way. They come all the way to Chicago to wrestle a dual meet.
I think what you've got here is an example of two guys that were like club teammates.
Really?
Because Denver is very close to Cedar Falls, and a lot of those guys worked out together. And I think the Wolfensberger brothers and cousins and Kelly and those guys all got together and worked out a lot.
Kelly's out early with the with the takedown, goes out of bounds. So.
Locking hands.
Good call.
Locking hands.
Good call, Greg. I didn't see that. I caught it from behind.
Okay.
Good see it.
That's going to make the score 2-1 now.
Over here on mat number 1, is that Schober still? Over here on mat number 1. Schober and Patton from Northern Iowa over there on mat number 1. Still with the score's tied 3-3. We're actually in overtime over there on mat number 1 with Patton in on a shot on Schober. So he's, Schober, the number 12 seed, Patton from Northern Iowa, in on a shot. Don't think he's going to get it.
We're going to 30s.
We're going to tie breaks. Always like, you give or take, you like it, you don't like it. You got a shot. You got 30, I got 30. Let's see what happens.
Okay, Mike Kelly with a 2-1 lead still over on mat number 4.
Oh, he locked up a cradle. He's going to get near fall. You don't see that very often. Patton locks up a cradle. Here he is in the tie breaks. Went through the overtime period. Went to the tie breaks. Schober, you figure Schober's a shoe-in to get that point and get out and work on the clock. Nope, Patton puts him to his back with the cradle. Great job by Patton. He's going to ride it out here and build up on his riding time. Riding time won't matter, but he scores from the top position here in the tie breaks. So it's going to go back into the second half of the tie breaks with the 6-3 score.
You got a 30-second situation. You're going on top. You're down by 3. That's got to seem almost an insurmountable situation unless you really got some stuff at your pulling loose.
Yeah, that's one of those things. You know your personnel. You got to let them go for the big throw or something.
Yep.
Okay, we're getting ready to have Darian Caldwell come out on mat number 5. We're going to bring you updates. He's just taking a sip of water on the side. As we mentioned, we had Todd Beckerman just walk by us with his, take his wrestler over, Stephen Gallardo. I've been in Gallardo's shoes many a time. And let's see what happens. We're going to focus on that one. Our other matches, to just remind you that Mike Kelly of Iowa is still leading that match by a score of 2-1.
Big matchup over here in in-state. Not only a Big Ten rival on mat number 2, a Big Ten matchup, and also a state of Indiana matchup where you're going to have Brandon Nelson from Purdue, the number 11 seed, versus Eric Roach from University of Indiana, and that's 4-3 score with Nelson leading in the second period, it looks like. No riding time, 3 seconds riding time, so that's not a big deal, but got a Big Ten and the state of Indiana battle over there on mat number 2.
Okay, we've started over on mat number 5 with Darian Caldwell, and typical Caldwell comes out, goes down on one knee, spreads the other leg out, gets a 3-point stance. Now he's going in, he's trying to lock up, and a nice move there by Gallardo, but he gets rolled over. He shoots in for a double leg, switches to a single, and Caldwell just rolls him over, starts coming behind. He breaks the hands off his head, and Caldwell is getting ready to come around, but no points yet. He's close. There it is, 2 points for Darian Caldwell. So 22 seconds into the match, and Darian Caldwell has a 2-point lead, but he's not going to settle for that. He's going for that pin. He's riding high, not dangerously, so riding high as a good wrestler does. He now has his opponent in the cradle. He's going to take him over. He's going for back points. And there's the pin.
Well,
the referee said enough of that. That was a quick call on the pin, but probably saved a lot of bruising there.
22 seconds after the takedown, he gets a fall.
Okay, so in 53 seconds, we have a win there by Darian Caldwell, the number 2 seed, with a pin in the first period. Remember, he is the number 2 seed, and Jason Surtsis of Northwestern is the number 1 seed. That could be a barn burner or not, because the way Jason Surtsis is wrestling, kind of slow today, and then Darian Caldwell.
I think we're going to see the barn burner from Caldwell's side.
Caldwell's side, right. It'd be a one-sided deal, so maybe a little caffeine or something like that for Jason Surtsis.
Got a nice little scrap over there on mat number 6. With David Habat from Edinburgh wrestling Rob Gillard from Northern Illinois. Habat's number 3 seed here, and it's only a 4-1 score.
Yeah, so Habat did a great job. Yeah, Habat did a great job last year at this tournament, and that we keyed in on him. He did a nice job.
Wait a minute.
I think they might have straightened out the match numbers. Let's just check and see.
I agree with you.
And if they did that, we're going to have an Augsburg wrestler coming up.
Well, now you've got Wolfensberger just got done tilting Kelly, I think, for 3. Or they didn't.
It's not up there yet. I wonder.
I don't see if he's holding it.
I saw him counting, but
over there on mat number 3, you got who do we have over there? Dalton Kelly from Cal State Bakersfield versus Mitchell Minotti from Lehigh. And looks like the young man from Bakersfield with the first takedown. No, Minotti's up 2-0, my fault. 2-0 in on a scramble right here. Nice little ankle pick, missed it. Illinois wrestler up here on mat number 1. And that is going to be John Fahey versus Blake Rulo from our friends over there at George Mason. Is that right?
Could be. In Orlando, I want to let you know that one of the Augsburg wrestlers is out there. Will Keeler of Augsburg is out there wrestling Chad Ryan of Columbia, and those guys are really going at it. There was no score, but it was like this other match that we talked about with Wright of Grandview, a big, huge scramble and no points being scored. Remember, Columbia, I mentioned earlier that Columbia came here last year and really tore up the place for sort of an unknown school in terms of Midlands reputation. They came in and hit this place by storm. Let's see what they've got this year. Got a shot in there by the Columbia wrestler, Ryan. He's got that single leg, and he drops Keeler down and gets the 2 points at the edge of the mat. So Columbia ahead on that one by a score of 2-0, so a takedown in the first minute.
And I stand corrected. Wolfensberger did not get any points on the tilt, but Kelly came back with a reversal, so he's up 4-1.
Over there on mat number 2, looks like Brandon Nelson is riding very hard over Eric Roach from Indiana. And if I recall earlier, I think in the Eastern Michigan Open, Michigan State Open, Roach beat Nelson in that tournament. So it's a little payback match, just, winner take all. He's over a minute, you got 14 seconds left, 6-4 lead, minute 14 riding time. So riding time is essentially locked. That's a 7-4 lead over there. And with Roach winning that thing. And he's out with the reversal, which is going to make it 6-6, but that riding time is going to beat him.
Okay, over on mat number 5, we got a tilt by Chad Ryan of Columbia against Keeler of Augsburg. It's 2 points on that, so he's up by a score of 4-0 with a minute and 30 to go in the first period. Augsburg against Columbia. Columbia leads that one 4-0. The referee breaks that match because of the headgear malfunction. So Keeler goes back into the down position, to the referee's position in the down position.
Rulo pulls out a 2-1 lead going into the second period over John Fahey. Rulo, our friends over there, Russell's for our friend there, Joe Russell over at George Mason. So, we talked about, Joe doing a great job. It didn't have enough kids. He's got 40 kids in the room. Got the number 10 seed over there, and he's up 2-1 over Fahey from Illinois on mat number 1.
A lot of rolling around in that Augsburg-Columbia match, and again, no scoring like we've seen a lot of today. They had a nice switch try by the Augsburg wrestler, almost had it, and Chad Ryan of Columbia just picked him up and rolled, it's kind of a somersault, rolled him all over, and so a lot of action in that, but no points scored. Ryan of Columbia still on top, and now he's getting an arm bar onto Keeler, holding him really tight, and he's swinging around in front. Keeler's got his head down, is not moving at this point. The referee is kind of looking at that. We'll see if we're going to get a stalemate here, or whether we might get a stalling call. Now Ryan steps in with the near side leg. He's got a leg lace going. He's going to reach over and he's going to try a tilt. Let's see if he gets it. He's leaning back. He's got both legs in now. He's trying to tilt Keeler back, and Keeler rolls out of it. Nice job by Keeler. That's Will Keeler of Augsburg to get out of it, but he is running behind by a score of 4-2, and Ryan has over 2 minutes of riding time.
Looking over right here on mat number 2, you got Johnny Greshmer versus Sal Mastriani from Virginia Tech. Greshmer, an Edinburgh young man. Greshmer comes in at the 8th seed. Another one of those small schools out on the East Coast or Eastern, PA, up in there. Edinburgh, you talk about Edinburgh, and look, it's got 2 number 1s, a number 8. As we look through the brackets, a couple other seeded guys. That's a small school. It's going to be a player here in the Midlands when the team scores started getting added up.
Okay, did you mention Dan St. John, the number 1 seed, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the country, is out on mat number 6.
We had a young man when I coached at Purdue named Colton Salazar.
Yeah, right.
From Wasatch, Utah. Man, Russell St. John, when he was a freshman, he goes, oh my God, he's just all arms. Yep. He's just all over the place. I mean, you can't take a shot. You have to fight through his hands, fight through his arms. He's so long. I mean, he's not a big 57-pounder by mass, but his length, he's got to be the longest 57-pounder going today.
And I think the thing that always got me about St. John, even when he was in high school, he just never understood that he should ever lose. He just refused to ever get himself into a situation where it's like, I'm not sure I'm supposed to win this.
Yeah.
Kelly
closes out. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Kelly closes out the battle of the Iowa match. Over Wernsberger, didn't quite catch a score, 4-1, 5-1, maybe with the riding time.
Last I saw was 5-1.
So 5-1 with the riding time. So Kelly closed that out. Moves on for Tom Brands. So, Iowa typically rolling, guys seated, rolling along.
Okay, 2 quick things over our match there with Augsburg for Orlando, who requested it. The score now is in favor of the Columbia wrestler Chad Ryan by a score of 6-0 at this point over Will Keeler of Augsburg. We'll try to zero in on those Augsburg matches, though, for you, Orlando, so we'll let you know, but there's 35 seconds left to go in the second period. Also, I want to mention to you that we do have another update for the brackets, so if you want to look at those, I have just posted them. They're fresh off the press. In order to get them, you simply go to my website. It's gregzafros.com/brackets.pdf, okay? So again, it's gregzafros.com, gregzafros.com, and I apologize for the weird name, but I had no say in it.
Zach Brunson wrestling here on mat number 4 versus Spencer Hill from Bakersfield with the early takedown and the ride hard. So Zach Brunson, who comes in as the number 5 seed from Illinois, wrestling here on mat number 4 with the first takedown, riding tough. Looks like over there on mat 1 are John Fahey, also from Illinois, kind of closed the gap against Blake Rulo from George Mason. It's a 4-2 score, and he's riding tough. And they're sitting in the third period, so he's probably going to have to make a decision. Am I going to turn him, cut him, let him go, or what he's going to do? If I'm coaching him over here, you probably want to say, hey, look, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to try to take him down. Otherwise, we got to go to work on our feet because we're not going to turn this kid.
Saheed Cardwell of George Mason, winner by fall over Jamison Oster of Northwestern.
Looking over here on mat number 2, Johnny Greshamer closing it up. I mean, Mastriani closing it up here at the 3-2 score. He was out 3-0 here in the second period, rolling around, and Mastriani with the takedown. So that's a 3-2 score. You know, you talk about kids with potential and stuff. I remember Greshamer as our freshman. I think he's a senior right now. A lot of potential, a ton of potential. A few injuries and some battles like that. Look, he's a seated here in the Midlands, but yeah, I just, you know, coach, I'm not sure. He's probably where, you know, Tim Flynn really wanted him to be at this point, you know, in his career. You know, he wanted to be on the podium once or twice.
Okay, over on mat number 2, we've got Mastriani over there as well, and it's a tight match over there, 3-2. There we see we're just getting a reversal there. It's now 5-2 in favor of Greshamer from Edinburgh. And there we get a pin.
And wow.
A fall. Okay, just came out of nowhere. We got that reversal, and then the fall by Greshamer over Mastriani of Virginia Tech, and that was a little bit of a surprise.
It just seemed like he just stayed in that tilt, and he just kind of caught him just for that 1 second.
Right.
That's all you need.
That's, you know, God, it's tough. You know, young man, he's getting tilted. Look, it's not necessarily a pinning move. That's a tilt. I mean,
that's
it's called a tilt, but the kid got, I think he probably fell asleep, got lazy a little bit, laid there, and, you know, boom, they're going to call that.
That's the difference between a tilt and a pinning combination. A pinning combination, you can pin the guy. A tilt, you're going to get the points, but you're not going to necessarily get the pin. So, well, not necessarily. You're hardly ever going to get the pin, but in that particular case, he got it.
There was the 10th time out of 10.
Right. Yeah.
Over there on mat number 6, St. John.
It's
you know, a 2-0 match. They're starting the second period. St. John's down, but you know, another one of those matches. You know, I would thought Derek would probably open that up a little bit, but still early in the match. So I think he's up. He's out and away right here. 3-0. I expect a lot of pressure. Try to see if he can open that up on him a little bit.
We want to thank Jeff Kreider and the other Kreiders that are working the computer today to put all this information together, not only for running the tournament, doing such a great job running the tournament, but providing us with these brackets where we can update them for you. The official website for Northwestern in the Midlands updates them. They guarantee they can update them within 5 hours of the end of the session on that, and we're going to try to do it about every 15 minutes or so. So remember, go to gregzafros.com/brackets.pdf for getting all the information.
Here, interesting match on mat number 5. I mean, I think our numbers are jumbled up a little bit here, but I think we got, boy, sorry about this, Nick Olznick from North Dakota State versus Isaac Jordan from Wisconsin. Isaac Jordan, if you're not sure, is the son of Jim Jordan.
Yes, he is.
You know, multiple-time national champion, defeated John Smith in the NCAA tournament, prevented John from winning a couple titles, and United States Senator.
I think he was the first 4-time All-American at Wisconsin, and if he wasn't, he was the second because Lee Kemp might have beaten him to it. But there's only like 3 guys or 4 guys that have ever been 4-time All-Americans at Wisconsin.
Right. Well, Lee Kemp was second his freshman year, and then first the next 3. How do you beat that? You know, that's so.
He's out early. Isaac's out early. You know, phenomenal type of guy. He's out early with the cradle, a near side cradle, locks it up, putting him to his back, pops off. I don't think he's turned him yet, but he's got it locked up.
And we were supposed to have Bo Jordan here from Ohio State.
Redshirting for Ohio State.
Yeah, but they pulled out at the last moment.
There he goes, a little adjustment, some near fall.
And just for good measure, in high school, he was coached by his uncle, Jeff Jordan.
St. Paris Graham. Is over there on mat number 2, kind of, you know, touching my heartstrings right here. We have Andrew Morse, if I'm not mistaken, from Northern Illinois, the number 6 seed versus Jake Salazar from Michigan. Morse is out 2-0. And, you know, I say touch me a little bit because I had Jake's brother wrestle for me at Purdue. Was a Big Ten finalist, Colton Salazar from the Wasatch program.
For our Virginia fans, I want to just remind you that, I should say Virginia Tech fans and fans from Virginia, that Nick Bracetta, the number 2 seed, Virginia Tech wrestler who's wrestling unattached this year because he's taking his redshirt year, should be coming up shortly. Whether we have him here or not in this room, I don't know. If we do, I'll be giving you updates on that.
Over there on mat number 1, you know, you have another battle with the number 3 seed Taylor Walsh versus Ben Dorsey from Maryland. You know, how many times have we seen Maryland guys scrapping? I mean, being in matches. You know, over there, you know, they're just find a way to be in a match. You know, Kerry McCoy just keeps these guys grinding away. Taylor Walsh pins guys. I think out of his first 14 matches, he pinned 12 or 13 of them.
I think it's a really good matchup now that they've got Ty Lewis in there in the program too, because, you know, Ty knows how to get after people and stuff. You know, what a combination of Ty and Kerry, and it's just, you know, that's how you get things built.
Yeah, you know. Kerry, you know, like I said, once again, I'm biased about something Kerry being a heavyweight. I'm very partial to heavyweights, obviously, but you got to give Kerry the credit. I mean, one of the smartest heavyweights out there. And not only is he smart, and the reason being he's just a very smart individual, but he's an undersized heavyweight. He was a 97-pounder, 90-pounder, 97-pounder, and probably would have been a perfect 220-pounder if the weight class still existed on the international scene, but the weight class wasn't there, so he wrestled heavyweight. He's probably a 220 to 230-pound heavyweight, taking second in the world championships.
And they just never weighed his heart as part of his body. I mean,
phenomenal
unbelievable.
Guy. There you go, St. John up 5-0. Over a young man from Maryland down there on mat number 6. You know, the guys, you know, they're St. John, the number 1 seed, he's down 5-0, and they're in the second period. A little bit of scramble, St. John's going, but you know, they just find a way to be in a match. You know, they're going to wrestle you tough and be in a match. And you talked about Ty Lewis. He's over there getting excited over there in the corner.
Okay, remember, we're going to have Nick Bracetta coming up pretty soon, hopefully in here, and following right on that one is going to be Steve Monk at 165 pounds, the number 1 seed, and then we're going to pull in Stephen Foster here, Steve Foster, not the singer, by the way, and that to give you a little information on Steve Monk. We certainly enjoyed watching him last year, outstanding wrestler and a great pinner.
Talking about pinners, Taylor Walsh, you know, unbelievable pins. He's got a nice tight match over there on mat number 1. Comes up with a fall in the second period to close out his match. Number 1 seed, go over Ben Dorsey from Maryland.
Remember that the brackets are updated now, so you can go to them, and they're fresh off the press. The matches are ending, and about within 10 minutes, we have those brackets updated. You're listening to Takedown. This is Greg Zafros, along with my good friends Dan McCool and Tom Erickson. And we now have Steve Foster with us, who's going to be taking over in just a few minutes for me, and I'll take a little break while he tells you a little bit about one of his favorite wrestlers, Steve Monk of North Dakota State.
Isaac Jordan is back going to business again on mat 5.
Over there on mat 2, Jake Salazar trying to scrap a little bit versus Andrew Morse from Northern Illinois. It's 3-0. He gave up an early takedown and escape here in the second period. He calmed down a little bit and makes it a little bit of a dogfight. So we're going to go into the third. He's down 3-0. Minute riding time against.
Okay, we just finished off that match with Dan St. John. Final score on that one is 9-1 over Orem of the University of Danny Orem of the University of Maryland. So a fairly dominant match there, or quite a dominant match, I should say, by Derek St. John.
Isaac Jordan's up 9-2, starting the third period. He's got 3.5 minutes of riding time already, and he just looks like he's trying to come up with new and inventive ways to put the kid on his back.
You know, as Greg likes to point out, we got to give the Columbia program a lot of credit out there. They're out there on mat number 6. Gosh, not sure about number 100. I think it's supposed to be Marcus Scheidel, the number 7 seed, versus Wayne Simpson from Ryder. Does that sound right over there on mat number 6?
It looks like it should be, yeah.
I think we're back on track with the scoring, and he's in on a leg attack. He's sitting there on the edge, trying to wrestle on the edge and trying to close out a takedown.
You can always tell the Columbia wrestlers by their, what is it, bright light blue uniforms?
That's Columbia blue.
Columbia blue. And
kind of reminds me of powder blue, but yeah. I'll go with Columbia blue. Sounds a little.
That's better.
A little tougher.
Better than pink.
Yes.
Okay.
Jake Salazar in the middle of the third period. 3-0 still over there on mat number 2 versus Andrew Morse from Northern Illinois. So doing a good job over there.
Okay, was it Walt Gilmore of Iowa coming up on mat number 3, and he's going to be wrestling Ryan LeBlanc of Indiana. LeBlanc is the number 8 seed. Gilmore, now they don't refer to him as Happy Gilmore, do they?
If he wins, they would.
If they would, I guess.
Yeah, if he wins.
And if he pins, it'll be very Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, he'd be a very happy.
Okay, so that one's
coming up. As long as he doesn't wrestle Bob Barker, he'll be okay.
Oh, boy.
Matt, number 1, you got the number 1 seed from North Dakota State, Steve Monk, versus Ben Haas from Lehigh.
Oh, and he may get a pin already before we can get Steve Foster in here. We're going to put Steve Foster on, my good friend Steve, who's a big fan of Steve Monk. Maybe because they both have their first names of being Steve. But
he's got a cradle locked up.
Okay, let's put, Steve's got a lot of good stories about Monk, so let's put him on. My good friend Steve Foster.
Still got that cradle locked up. He's not letting go. Ben Jordan closes out with a 12-2 major decision. You know, you like it. Like I say, as a coach, former coach, I want to see guys wrestling. And Ben just did not stop.
No.
Did not stop. Looking to score, on his feet, on the man. He had 5.5 minutes, 5 minutes, 20 seconds riding time, and still was going at it on his feet. You know, as a coach, that just warms your heart to see kids just wrestle that hard and continue to wrestle.
It's great to be part of the broadcast here. I'm sandwiched between two big guys here, so you guys don't lean my way. I'll be in trouble. I won't be alive to enjoy some lunch a little bit later on. Steve Monk, of course, some interesting little tidbit about him I shared with people in an interview I had with him. By the way, he did pin, and none other than his cradle. But and I don't even recommend this, and I know Tom, being a former great wrestler and a coach yourself, you probably won't recommend this, but at the end of the season, he takes his wrestling headgear and his shoes, he throws them in the closet and shuts the door. He goes on with life and just lives life and moves on. And then he says he does not grab that headgear and shoes until the first day of practice the next year. And most kids, they do summer camps, they do summer tournaments.
They're always going.
Yeah, but Monkey says, I never have done that. And to be ranked 4th or 5th in the nation and to do as good as he does, it's always been a little bit of side note I thought was
what works for you might not work for everybody else, but as long as it works for you, God bless.
Exactly. I mean, you know, and I do a lot of clinics, a lot of camps and stuff like that, and I always ask, one of the first things I always ask when I'm talking with littler kids, you know, the grade schools and stuff like that, you know, what's the most important thing in wrestling? And you'll get some of these sharp little kids that take down a double leg and position up, start shooting out stuff. I said, no. You know what the most important thing in wrestling is? Have fun.
Yeah, big time.
Enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Enjoy it. It's a sport.
No question.
It's a sport. You know, you look at professional baseball, football, all these other sports where there's a lot of money involved, things like that. You can enjoy it. This is a sport.
Absolutely.
I mean, and at this level and things like that, it's a sport. This young man's going to college, and he's getting to wrestle.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's having a good time out of it. And he knows, look, I'm not going to wrestle that next level, which is fine.
Right, exactly.
He knows his strength. He's going to go to school, get his degree, and have a fun time and enjoy his wrestling career over there at North Dakota State.
Yeah, and that's what he
does. And you know what?
does.
There's not a thing wrong with that. And I ain't kicking him out of the room. I got the number one seed here at the middle, number 4 ranked guy in the country. I ain't kicking him out of the room. Are you?
No. Oh, I'd love to have him on the team. He's that good.
If I'm Roger Kish, I'm liking him.
If it works, buddy, do it. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
If I didn't know any better, I'd swear he was a Kish clone, because the way he just goes after and tries to break you in half.
He's real tenacious. He really goes after the kids, and he can do the inside cradle, outside cradle, the suicide cradle. He's fun to watch, and it's good to see that. My nephew's that way too. He's been doing real good. Joey Ridgway back in Iowa in wrestling, and I always look at him and said, Joe, you're still having fun, right? You got to tell me you're having fun, because if you're not, then you're in trouble. Because this sport, you got to love this sport. You don't want to do it if you're not passionate about it, because first time some kid takes you down and cleans the mat with your face in front of your girlfriend, it's going to be, we always called it the ultimate ego check, the sport of wrestling. So you got to love it. You got to be compassionate. You got to be patient about it, like all three of us are, and Greg and stuff. So some more action going on, Tom.
You talk about an ego check. You got the number 8 seed Ryan LeBlanc from Indiana getting a saddle put on him by Walt Gilmer from Iowa.
Right up there.
He's in the middle. He's 40 seconds left in the first period, and he's got 2 minutes riding time against him. So, well, you know, it's only 2-0, but looks like he's got. And that's near fall counts.
Boy, I tell you,
that's a perfect example of the new rules this year, where you can be out of bounds.
Yeah,
literally out of bounds, but Gilmore was still in bounds where he's receiving near fall. I like to see that. I like to see referees be really consistent with the rules and calling the rules as they are. Don't interpret. Let's not do this. That's a great example of that.
And you can get the pinfall out of bounds too, correct?
Got too near fall for that. His shoulders were completely out of bounds. Where back in the day, you had to have you had to be in bounds and then toes in, etc. Now he's completely out of bounds and got some near fall out of that. That was great. He's down 2-0. He's going to end up this first period down 4-0 with about 2-3 minutes of riding time again. So Mr. LeBlanc better get going over there.
Yeah, he does. In boxing, you got saved by the bell many times. In wrestling, you get saved by going out of bounds. But now that's not the fact. Right. Now you don't get saved by going out of bounds. You got to keep wrestling until the ref blows that whistle and tells you you're finished. And a couple years ago, that rule would have came in handy with Eric Thompson from Grandview up here. He was on mat number 3, I believe, and he had the Michigan kid
Van Applen
on his back out there for like a minute and a half out of bounds. He had him pinned, and he couldn't quite pull Applen back in. Eric Thompson says, boy, if they would only had that rule the year before. But and he's here, isn't he, Eric?
Yes.
He's another
4 or 5 seed at heavyweight, maybe?
Yeah,
or somewhere
he's big heavyweight.
Matt number 1, and end of first period, 4-1, Devin Gabo from Harvard over Chad Welch from Purdue. Recruited Chad, great kid, a lot of potential. So this is a nice little match for Harvard. Back in on a shot. Welch got hurt. Boom. Gabo in on a takedown, so he's going to go up 6-1 over a minute riding time. That's a Harvard man, taking a kid from Purdue, and hey, you can joke and say whatever you want, but, you got Harvard versus Harvard of the Midwest and Purdue.
Exactly.
Kind of going at it. So it's a great example of two schools where education is an absolute priority, and kids doing a great job out there. So
he is doing a good job. Yep, doing a real good job.
There was not a lot of waiver room as far as for kids on the border, was there at Purdue?
No, you gotta meet requirements. You weren't getting in unless you met requirements. You were, the fact of the matter is you were going there to go to school,
right?
And then you're gonna wrestle for us, right? You're gonna go to school.
Yep.
So that was kind of fun. You can kind of cut through the chaff a little bit, and some people that you'd like to get in, but they already eliminated themselves, which was a good thing. Over here on mat number 4, just starting up. I know, Greg, we talked about Minnesota being represented here. Young man Nick Wainzak is wrestling unattached from Minnesota versus number 5 seed from Northern Iowa, Cooper Moore. And they're in a scrap, only a minute in, but they're in a scrap score 0-0. So that's a nice little go with Minnesota, the Golden Gophers represented here. It's always good to see the Big Ten teams represented.
You don't normally want to see that cloud and that thunderbolt in the Minnesota Storm uniform because they cause a lot of trouble.
Absolutely.
But they're going to have a good little scrap right here.
Here's another interesting match. Michigan's got a tough little situation over here on mat number 5. You got Taylor Massa, who's the number 3 seed here, versus Shaquan McMurtry from Northern Illinois. McMurtry, I think, is a homegrown kid from Illinois. I couldn't tell you the school. But, if you're not careful, Taylor Massa will put you to your back and hurt you doing it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, very explosive. Great young man, had a great year. Matter of fact, they made that rule change with that little front head series, I think, a little bit. Him and Fleming would hit last year. They kind of adopted a little bit of a rule adaptation, so to speak, to kind of prevent a little bit of that choking the guys unconscious and things like that. But
yeah, we got 2 mats in another room, I heard, this year, correct? Some type of NCAA rule. So.
Well, it's a safety area. I understand that. I've wrestled this thing, and you've been here long enough.
It's always been crunched.
But Matt, like we have on 5, he's a step off. He'd be a step into the other circle.
Yeah.
If they're wrestling that, you got to work the safety area and stuff like that. So you definitely want to make sure that.
They used to have mats right up to the rolled-up seats, and I mean,
exactly.
You could get a pretty good warming of your head if you weren't careful.
I remember mat number 4 down here when Dom Bradley beat, surprisingly, Dave Zabriskie, the national champ from Iowa State. But down here, they ended up into the bleachers down here. Dom got the takedown, and that was the difference maker. Because they couldn't really determine whether it was or not, something to do with conflicting the bleachers. So probably it's not just for safety, but I enjoy it because it doesn't restrict the kids. And you're a little more apprehensive to go for those takedowns around those bleachers. I mean, your subconscious, your left hemisphere, your brain's keeping track of where those bleachers are, and it's nice that that's not an issue issue now.
Right.
You know,
we took our eye off of LeBlanc.
Yeah.
We took our eye off of LeBlanc down there, and he's brought this back up. Not only was he losing, he's back up 8-6 now, working the riding time backwards. So LeBlanc definitely came back on that.
It was crazy because all of a sudden it looked like Gilmore was kind of going to start maybe building a lot more confidence, and all of a sudden LeBlanc just reversed him and reversed him to his back. And I think he's just kind of like, okay, I'm done messing around here. Let's go to work.
That's, you know, staging a comeback sometimes a little more difficult or more impressive than just going out and dominate your opponent. So that takes some fortitude.
Ask Mike Zadek about that at the national duels.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
We talked about Taylor Massa over here on mat number 5,
Massa,
who's not going to turn you. He's going to turn you and make you feel like you're turned. Yeah. He's got that bar in across the back right there, and he knows how to work it. Referee's on top of it. He's going to watch. He's going to make sure he's okay, but, you know, it's not feeling any comfortable. And I pinned a lot of guys when I was in college, and even here, you talk about the pin records I have here, but you know what, I was taught at a very young age and reinforced by a gentleman by the name of Russ Hellickson.
Oh, yeah.
People don't turn because you want them to turn. People turn because you make them turn.
Yeah,
and one of the ways to make somebody turn is to make them physically uncomfortable of laying on their stomach.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why
it's effective.
That's why people turn. They're not turning because you ask them.
Hey, you know what? My record's better than you, and I'm ranked higher than you. Will you go on your back? It doesn't work that way, does it?
Yeah, please turn over. You know what? And I kind of stole that line from a movie, a Gary Busey movie, and you know, he's talking. He's like a mercenary, and he was teaching guys how to shoot. And he said, "Bullets don't go where you want them to go. Bullets go where you aim them. And you have to pull the trigger and aim them properly."
You do, man.
Say, people don't turn because you want them to turn. People turn because you physically make them turn. And the way to do that is to make them physically uncomfortable laying on their stomach.
Russ could do that to people.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, another guy that did that, and you know, Russ knows this gentleman. Well, he's no longer with us, but is Ivan Urigan.
Pin and machine.
My early career onto the circuit, the freestyle circuit, we're wrestling a duel in Alaska. We're wrestling the Russians in Alaska, and Urigan, really jovial guy. Still, he's passed, but he's still, you know. He goes, he wanted to get on top of me. My God, for the first 5-10 minutes, I was almost in tears. That guy was hurt. I mean, I'm like, man, I got to wrestle your guy. I mean, I'm like, you trying to take me out? He goes, no, that's just the way he wrestles. He just physically.
Wow, that's awesome. He's practicing what he's preaching.
Oh, man.
You take the blunt of it, didn't you, Tom?
Yeah, no fun, but that just reinforce, you know, like Taylor. You know, make you hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
Give you a recap here over on mat number 1. You got Raymond Santiago from Ryder, who's out there trailing. Again, Kurt Moss from Northern Illinois. That's another one of the Schwabs doing a great job.
They are.
Tully Thompson sitting over there in the corner.
Big Tully.
Doing a great job with that Northern Iowa program. You know, they're not taking a back seat to Iowa State.
No,
you know, even Wartburg, you know, with Miller, you know, did a great job, and you know, they're out there doing a great job.
Yeah, they are. They're not far from each other. Waverly, Shell Rock, and Cedar Falls. For those who don't know Iowa geography, they're just down up around a couple curves. So.
Over here, getting ready to start on mat number 2, kind of trying to swing these guys around for you. Is Pierce Harger, the number 7 seed from Northern Illinois, shaking them up with Jake Davis from Eastern Michigan. They're getting ready.
A lot of Panthers out there
ready to go. Absolutely. And as we go back over there onto mat 3, he must have closed it out. I missed it. Sorry, guys. LeBlanc closed it out.
I saw he was ahead.
On Gilmore. So what we have over there now is Jackson Morse from Illinois, the number 4 seed, Jackson Morse versus Frank Cousins from Wisconsin. Nice little Big Ten clash. Morse got the takedown. And
it's riding time right now. 3-2, is that right?
He must have got actually, Cousins probably got the takedown. Morse got the escape, then the subsequent takedown, and he's working on a grinding out because he's got a 3-2 score over there as we go. Looking here on mat number 4. Is he great? Mat number 4, you got Cooper Moore from Northern Iowa. He's looking to expand a 5-1 lead over Nick Wanzek from Minnesota. We talk about the Golden Gophers, you know, coming in unattached, representing here. So he's got he's down 5-1 over here. Looking over here on mat number 5, you got Taylor Moss up 5-1. You know, kind of rustling out. Well, here's the thing about Taylor.
Against the Husky.
Taylor's going to close it out.
Yeah,
you know, we talk about Grahalis, you know, and stuff like that. You know, if you're going to look and pick at some things that you want to see these kids improve on, this is a chance. He's unattached. let's close out matches, Taylor. This is third period, 5-1. Let's get a major decision.
Got to finish what he starts.
You're not wrestling for us this year, but you know what? This is where you work on it. Let's take a chance at turning him so we can get an extra point.
It's right and tough, trying to get a standing cradle there, inside cradle there.
Looking down here on mat number 6, you got Kevin Bianca from Northwestern, sorry.
Match 110.
Yep, and then Zach Towers from Edinburgh, and Zach Towers up 6-0. He's in the middle of second. So
either one of them seeded, but this is important for both these colleges because either one of them can be point winners for their teams.
Absolutely.
Picking up team points.
You declare the 10. I know they got with Edinburgh, they got so many loaded guys in there. But Jackson Morris, they're back on their feet looking at mat number 3 over there to see where they're at. They're back up, and it's a 6-2 score. So Morris is putting it on Cousins a little bit, got the turn. Second period, got his escape, so he's doing okay. Cousins is a long-time guy. He wrestled when I was at Purdue, for Wisconsin. He's just a good, solid, hard-nosed, typical Big Ten. Look at his coach. Got Barry Davis.
Typical Barry kid.
A Dan Gable coached guy. What are you going to get? You're going to get some tough, intense
hard
guys.
Nose.
He's going to come at you and wrestle you hard.
Yep, straightforward wrestling.
That's you talk. There's some supposed big game in Chicagoland area tonight sometime. I don't know. The Packers and the Bears.
Packers and the Bears. It's in Lambeau. Is that correct?
No, it's here. It's here.
Is it? It's
here in
Soldiers.
Yeah.
Soldiers Field. Wow.
But I guess the point I'm kind of joking with is it's a Big Ten matchup. Is this like the North? Black and blue division.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
The Big Ten. It's a black and blue division.
Yeah, it is.
Dan Gable's
it does
stamp,
remind you of that.
Dan Gable's stamp is
that's a good analogy.
Completely across that whole division. You look at his coaches. Dwayne Goldman, good year, bad year, he's product of Iowa. Barry Davis, product of Iowa.
Yeah.
Iowa, obviously Iowa. These
the Brands, Zaleski.
Tim Sazesky. Went through the Hawkeye program, in terms of the club program.
Sure.
And, Jay Robinson, long time Hawkeye assistant coach, over there. So, got a stamp clearly across the conference. So, if you want to come to Big Ten, you better be able to punch somebody in the nose.
Big time.
And you understand why Gable thought the world of Vince Lombardi.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Makes great
famous
quote.
Sense. We could maybe adjust his famous football quote to wrestling. A wrestler never loses, he just runs out of time.
Yes.
Yeah, with his football game. We never lost a football game. We just ran out of time. But you got to keep track. That's a great thing about this sport. There's so many facets and so many different avenues of it. You got to keep track of your time. You got to keep track of time. You got to listen to your coaches. I got a feeling you hollered short time. A few incidents there. Big guy, Tom Erickson. I had the privilege of watching this guy wrestle, by the way. Remember when he came to Drake and wrestled in the tournament there?
Midwest Open?
The Midwest Open back there at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa. I got to watch him for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Boy, he was throwing guys around like bags of potatoes. He was a force, my friend.
They weren't trying to warm up because that bank track indoor at Drake Fieldhouse.
Drake Fieldhouse, the old Drake Fieldhouse, yeah. Tom, boy, he was powerful. He was a good guy.
Massa got his job done.
Finished it out.
Decision,
you like to see him close out like that. You know what? If I'm Joe McFarland, I'm happy.
Yeah.
He's learning.
Yeah.
It was pain.
That's why he's redshirting. He's learning. He's being physical. He's closing out matches. Look, it's not even about shape. These guys all train hard. It's not about conditioning. These guys are all in condition. It's mentally.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's about him wanting to push through it mentally. That's why Dan and now Lenny and then now Tom Brands. These guys believe they're in shape and they're going to wrestle accordingly.
Yeah, I've done a lot of radio with Dan Gable, a few shows, just 2 hours, just me and him, and he always told me, he said, Steve, when all things are equal, we're all just, you can only get so strong, you only get so fast, you only get so many lungs. Comes down to the brain, comes down to the mind.
Right up on here,
you got to believe.
Talking about, Dan Gable, Iowa program, mat number 5. You got number 2 seed Nick Moore over David Meza from Bakersfield here on mat number 5, and I think as we look at it, it's a 3-2 match. Looks like he gave up, Meza got an early takedown, got the escape. Moore got the escape and come back. If I'm Tom, I'm sitting there watching these guys. Like Jawa. I think it's Jawa. I know we kind of went back and forth on that. You wrestled Penn State and you got beat by Penn State. Oh, by the way, Penn State's the #1 team in the country.
Sure,
let's not forget that, guys.
Yeah,
exactly. We talk about the beatings and the history. I got some of the history in Carver Hawkeye. I love to wrestle there, but that's the #1 team in the country, fellas.
Right, yeah. It's about the rebound, too. These Hawks, they're going to have to come out here and make a statement. They're going to have to prove that they're down but not out.
Well, they're getting some first-period takedowns, which is maybe not what they're used to getting. They usually don't get shut out of those, and they're getting after it now.
This is Greg Zaffros back. I just returned from the Hinterland where we have mats 7 and 8 in the other room, the ones that we cannot see. But I have to say, it's an exciting tournament going on there. They do have bleachers in there 4 rows up, and they're just about packed. And the wrestling is exciting and close up. So the people in there are having a great time. We do have a really excellent crowd here today. And of course, one of the things you have to remember is that the Midlands has to earn its own money to put this program on. So the people who are here, we appreciate it very much that they're in attendance here, buying tickets to come in and help finance this. So I'm going to head on back to the other. I guess I'm going to be sitting here for a little bit and joining my good friend Steve and Tom, and see what's going on here. But the wrestling is fast-moving and exciting in the other room there.
Let's take everybody on a lap of what's going on right here. Over here on mat number 1, we have number 9 seeded Scott Legal from Wisconsin. Currently, they just started up versus Dan, I think it's Schiffer from UW Oshkosh. So that's a Division II kid that's out there wrestling.
We got the number 2 seed Nick Moore over here, and he just did a pushover on his opponent, got himself 2 more points, is up by a score of 7-3. He almost pushed him over on his back, and sorry for interrupting on that, but I thought we were going to have a pin there.
Just about had riding time for him too. Here he's riding some mounting too. And Tom, what else do you see?
Well, I'm just going to go around the mat. We got over on mat 1. They're 0-0-0-2. 0-0 right now, scoreless. Over on 2, Harger looks like he got nicked a little bit, but he's up 6-0 midway through the second period. Over on mat number 3, we have Landon Williams versus Nate Jackson from Indiana. Landon Williams, we were told to give Wartburg a little shout.
That's right.
Wartburg's up there 0-0 versus Nate Jackson over on mat number 3.
Okay, and I'll follow that one. Our good friend Orlando, who emailed me, wanted to get that, and so I'll try to give you an update on that, Orlando. Remember, if you want to pass a message along to us, the best way to do it, our OS is in Sam.
Give us the long version real quick.
Okay, Georgios Zafidopoulos.
That's what you were saying. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so Orlando, we're going to try to keep you updated on what's going on over on mat
2-1.
Number 3, that was the Wartburg wrestler.
Yep.
Here we go, mat number 4, 2 unseeded wrestlers with Matt Nora from Illinois, actually with the lead 2-1 going into the third period over Judd Ziegler from Princeton. Got to give those Princeton guys some credit when they're in here.
What a great job they're doing.
As we run down on mat number 5, you got Nate Moore with an 8-3 lead over David Meza from Bakersfield, and down over to our far left on match number 119, the number 1 seed from Iowa, Mike Evans, taking on Mike Kirby from Eastern Michigan with an early 2-0 lead in the first period, and actually we're about to close out the first period, the 2-0 lead, so kind of catch you up a little bit on what's going on and anything going. Over mat 2, Pierce Harger's back going again. I guess they cleaned him up a little bit off an injury time. Here down on mat number 4, young man from Princeton with a big takedown, crashed into the chair, Judd Ziegler. He's only trailing 4-3 now in the start of the third period. So
staging a little bit of a comeback.
Absolutely.
Big collar tie here. Good looking takedown too. I think it was off an ankle pick attempt, and kind of blocking off here now. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Nope.
Let's remember over on mat 3 where we've got Nate Jackson of Indiana going against Landon Williams of Wartburg. The score right now is 2-1 in favor of Jackson of Indiana. But Landon Williams is the number 8 seed, and Jackson is unseeded at this point. So 2 very competitive wrestlers here, an 8th seed and an unseeded wrestler from the Big Ten Division I. So
shows it on the scoreboard too. Right there.
Close match. We're going into the, what is this now? The second period.
Second period, yep.
And Williams of Wartburg chooses the down position. He's up and he's out right away. That's going to tie the score at 2-2. So Landon Williams ties it up. Landon Williams of Wartburg. Orlando, you asked for it. You got it.
Yes.
A little bit of surprise over here on mat number 1 where you got Dan Schifferl from Wisconsin Oshkosh with a 5-1 lead over Scott Legal, the number 9 seed from Wisconsin. So that's a D2 young man taking it to the Big Ten, a Big Ten school. So nice match. They're right there late in the second period. So not a huge upset, but definitely a little bit of respect to the guys from Oshkosh.
And you get something like that in your call, it kind of fires you up a little bit, you know. If you're the guy that pulls the upset off, it kind of gives you some momentum and helps you get going, and something you can feed off of. Your coaches can too.
Coming down to the wire here with Nora and Ziegler from Princeton. You know, they're trying to close it out here on mat number 4. Nora's got a 6-4 lead here. Young man from Princeton. Ziegler's got the 6-4 lead in the red. Nora's got to close it out here. He's trying to close it out, and he does.
He gets the win. Big win there for Princeton. Wow, the Fighting Illini goes down, is that right?
Yes, they're both unseated guys. You got to give Princeton credit, but Takedown would have won that match for Nora as he had the riding time. He had a 1:37 in the riding time. Young man from Princeton did a great job coming up.
It looks like that match for Wartburg is over in the far corner. We didn't see the end of it, but I see the Wartburg wrestler over there signing the sheet at the table, so it looks like we've got a win there.
It was 2-1 last I saw was the score 2-1.
That's over Nate Jackson.
Well, they did tie it up after that. It did end up 2-2, so it looks like the Landon Williams of Wartburg won that. So Orlando, I think you're probably happy with that.
They actually wear the Tom Erickson school colors, the Oklahoma State Cowboys. When Wartburg and Oklahoma State, they don't wrestle a lot of tournaments together, but sometimes you think it's a cowboy, but it's really a knight.
Yeah.
From Waverly Shell Rock, Iowa. But Moore's still leading, got 2 more takedown here for Nick Moore from Iowa over David Mazza of Cal State Bakersfield. 12-3 now. He's working on it. He's got the major. 2 minutes, 1 second riding time.
See, I look at that right there. 12-3. Riding time's locked in. You got that already.
Yeah,
let's kick him loose. Let's kick him loose and grind. Let's go take him down again.
Yeah, get the tap.
I'm surprised. I'm not sure. I can't really see who's in the corner. If Tom or Terry's in the corner.
Morningstar.
Ryan, that's okay too. Let's kick him loose. We're not working here, boys. Let's kick him loose. Let's seal the deal here.
Exactly.
19 seconds left. Let's see what they do right here.
It's mathematically locked up. So get the.
You can give up that takedown. You got the riding time point. You got that. Let's close the deal. That's a typical Iowa guy, though. I mean, let's close the deal, and see.
Yep. Evans up still down there. Did Evans finish it? Maybe Evans won that one by fall. He was on 6, correct?
Yes.
The number 1 seed for Iowa.
Switching it out, Bryce Hammond from Cal State Bakersfield is now up on 6 versus Ben Ralston from Michigan. So you got, young man from Bakersfield. Looks like they were pretty well represented. They went through some rough times.
Right.
After the Stephen Neal era, they kind of dropped off. I know TJ kind of. TJ kept that program along for
He
forever.
did, financially and then, everything.
Kind of stepped back a little bit, took a little bumps, and now they're coming back doing a great job.
They are doing a good job. Yep. So much wrestling in California. We need all the college programs out there we can. I mean,
absolutely.
I know they're strong in JUCO. They got a lot of JUCO teams, but we need more D1s out there.
Okay, with a last-minute takedown to go ahead, we've got a win there by the University of Wisconsin wrestler Ligo, going against the Wisconsin Oshkosh wrestler Dan Sharifi. Shafari, excuse me.
We talked about that. He was winning the whole match.
Yeah, and then just this takedown, it was
6-5.
6-5 win. It was 5-4 favor of the Oshkosh wrestler, and Ligo came up at the very last minute, just as time ran out, got the 2 points for the win.
Yeah, it's a little too close for comfort, but it goes down as a victory. So, and Moore did win for Iowa. He moves on. Nick Moore.
He was up by about 13-3 at one point.
Right.
We'll let Greg tell you who's up on mat number 1 right now.
Another one of our favorites, the Columbia wrestlers out there putting a good show on. And actually, I was when I was in the other room just about 5 or 8 minutes ago and stuff, there was a Columbia wrestler winning in that one as well.
So we'll get you
the specs on that one. Okay, it looks like Shane Hughes of Columbia going against Jay Residori
from
Southern Illinois.
Yep.
That would be Southern Illinois Edwardsville. In my younger days, the team was at Carbondale, Southern Illinois Carbondale, with great wrestlers out there.
Had some good heavyweights, some big guys down there.
Our Olympians were there.
Yeah, right.
Okay, it looks like we're going to get a takedown
Already
by the
Rizzadori.
No points on that one. There was a rollout. They didn't give it, did they?
Longtime assistant Jeremy Spates, longtime Cornell assistant Jeremy Spates took over that program last year. And you're talking about longtime Olympian stuff. Larry Kristoff.
That's who I was thinking of.
Larry Kristoff, the Olympian.
His name escaped me. That's
and the little guy, Terry Finn, from Southern Illinois as well. So
one of my great friends that we wrestled in Midlands together, Booker Benford, took over the program for a few years and wrestled there. But
I remember Booker.
Had the great, powerful Division II teams back in the 80s. When I was at the junior college, we felt pretty confident about ourselves in the junior college.
Sure.
And they had a pretty nice little Division II. That's when they were winning their titles. We used to always a little trash talk back in the day.
Yeah, I bet you did.
A lot of fun. But looking, we talked about teams representing here at the Midlands.
Yeah.
Look what we have here on mat number 4.
Got a Missouri?
Yes, unattached from Missouri. Parker Von Egedy from Missouri versus Zach Epperly from Virginia Tech. Epperly, number 12 seed, taking a red shirt this year. Russell, and we had Minnesota representing unattached. Got Missouri here representing unattached.
Yes,
so
we do.
You definitely like to see that.
Is Waters here for them at 133? I'll look that up.
I think he's at the other tournament.
I haven't seen the name yet.
No, he's at
he's down
he's
south.
the number 1 or 2 seed at down south.
Okay. Yep.
But you definitely like to see that. That's why it makes this tournament special. You got people coming home for Christmas. Let's get him wrestling. But
Missouri was here a couple years ago and won it. I remember they attended the tournament and won it. So we've had a lot of different champions over the year. And it's going to be
Brian's
fun.
doing a great job down there in Missouri. In Columbia.
Brian Smith, Oh, man, I remember we were there for the ribbon cutting on their practice room. The mayor of Columbia came and visited Scott and I, and then he was there for the presentation when they cut the ribbon on that huge. Got to be one of the nation's largest wrestling practice rooms down there.
Well, I'm going to put a little plug in here for the high school in my area.
Okay.
Greenbrier East High School just last year opened up their new wrestling facility. It was 100 feet long by 8 feet wide.
High school.
Has 4 40-foot mats in it, plus exercise equipment, training room, office room, and all that. And
high school.
Yes, high school. It was thanks to Coach Brian Millick, who used to be the assistant coach at St. Ed's for 10 years. He raised the money for it and worked on it. And actually, the parents, myself included, built the darn thing. I sat up there, 27 feet above the ground, setting the trusses on the darn thing. But it's a beautiful facility, and actually I have a video. I'm going to show it to you a little bit later.
Good job.
When the session's over.
Good job. Long live our sport of wrestling that we all love so much.
Okay, Bruce is back with us with an email. Let me check it out. Bruce Beardsley.
And Rizzadori, I think, got the takedown there against your Columbia wrestler, Hughes. I believe he's up 2-0 now. He's going to start on the bottom, though. Hughes did get the choice. He's got figure 4 on the leg, kind of a cross-body ride situation here, Hughes is. Rizzadora needs to get up and out. This Jake Rizzadora is the number 11 seed. And nice claw ride there. He's trying to get some back points maybe, but Rizzadora very wisely stayed. Big Granby roll there by Rizzadori. Still 2-0. Minute and 34 seconds go in the second period. So,
That's from Bruce Beardsley. Wants to focus in on the Riddick match. We're going to check that one out. We're going to see where it's going to be, and hopefully we'll have it here, and we'll give you some updates on it, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce, if you know what, we'd love that. We'll look and scout anything down that you guys shoot at us. Give us their name, weight, and school. Help us out a little bit here. We've got some incredibly knowledgeable people here, Steve and Greg. They know what's going on, but sometimes a name will get by us, or a school or something like that.
Even a weight in a school will be perfect, like Tom Erickson said. You got it. Help us out just a little bit. But Riddick, I've read his name before. He's a good wrestler.
He's one of the 3 wrestlers you guys don't know.
Yeah, one of the only 3, huh?
Hey,
there's a few names to keep track of.
To give you a little spin over there on mat 1, it's now 3-1. And
big escape there by Rizzadora, right?
Rizzadora's got escape. Over there on mat number 2, you got Cody Caldwell from Northern Iowa versus
a lot of Panthers here.
Brennan from Ryder. Yeah, they're all over the place.
There's a lot of Northern. They brought busloads of them.
As we spin down to net number 3, you got Tony Gardner, is that? Princeton.
I think so. Yep, Princeton.
Versus Princeton.
Yep.
And Brent Harner from Princeton and Tony Gardner from Maryland. That's not right, is it?
Match number 127. So, well, yeah, they wear white or dark, don't they?
Yeah, they had two different color singlets on. I was like, wait a minute.
I've seen
Maryland's got their blacks on today, I thought, and
he's got his white singlet on.
Tournament-wise, that's a warning. That's a team warning.
You're listening to Takedown Wrestling, and this is yours truly, Greg Zaffro, Steve Foster, and Tom Erickson, and our good friend Dan McCool is out doing something or other, and he'll be back shortly. So we hope you're enjoying this at least even half as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. It's always a great tournament. This is the 51st Ken Kraft Midlands tournament.
Who wrestled in the first match?
First, some weird kid.
Little skinny guy.
Forget his name. Little skinny guy.
First match, first tournament.
Really?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Exactly. He's been here ever since. He's never left the building.
That's it. 1960.
It wasn't here though, was it?
No, it was at the LaGrange YMCA, Southwest YMCA.
The Southwest YMCA.
Yeah, wrestling.
That proves he was there. Really happened.
As I said earlier today when we talked about it, it was my first college match. I was wrestling the #1 seed and the defending Big Ten champion. And I from Northwestern, and I beat him, and that was the end of my career. It was all downhill from there. I mean, when you peak in your first college match, that's not good, Yeah,
you're supposed to climb, right?
Yeah,
it's supposed to be an evolution of. You're supposed to evolve, aren't you?
Yeah, right. What can I say? Okay, we're in the third period over there with Columbia. 7-3 on that match there with Columbia.
And he was trailing, by the way, guys, 3-0 at one time. The Columbia wrestler Hughes.
That's the comeback man.
Shane Hughes.
Back. There's no lead safe over on mat number 1.
Wow.
Kind of spin you back up to speed here over here on mat number 5. We got Nick Mitchell from Edinburgh versus Jordan Wolfert from Michigan State, unattached. So there you go, another Big Ten school wrestling unattached. Jordan Wolfert from Michigan State, unattached. As we go down by 6, which they're just now closing up, you had Brian Ralston from Michigan versus Bryce Hammond from Bakersfield, and it looks like Hammond just closed that match out, can't quite get the score, but now we have coming up over there. So just that'll give you a quick spin on what we go back on. And on mat number 1, Rizadori is still up, 7-4 now? Is that where we got over there at 7-4?
Yeah.
Rizadori, Columbia?
Yeah, 7-4.
Doing a great job. Slide over to
trailing at 3-0 at one time.
Sliding over there to mat number 2, the number 2 seed from North Dakota State, Hayden Zimmer versus a kid from Iowa, Alex Meyer. They just kicked it off, and it's already 4-1 with 1 minute gone into the first period. So 4-2 now. He kicked him loose. So Hayden Zimmer from North Dakota State doing a good job. I'll tell you what, North Dakota State, you had Monk as the number 1 seed, and you got Zilmer as the number 2 seed.
Yeah, right. They got some good They graduated Sprinkle last year. That's unfortunate for them. Sprinkle, boy, good looking 125-pounders.
Okay, let's see if we can find out some things for Bruce on this Riddick Hammer match. It might not have been here. Going to try to find out the match
number 3. Up there, mat number 3. I think it's match 127, I believe.
Right, but I think that, remember that the match numbers are not correct, and that's a Lehigh wrestler going against Purdue.
No. That's not
Lehigh.
That's Hanner.
Is that Hammer?
That's Riddick, the number 3 seed Riddick from Lehigh versus Hanner from Princeton.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, that's it then.
At first, we might have thought it was Maryland, but I think it is Riddick, isn't it? Yeah,
yes,
Riddick.
It is Riddick. I don't know.
Elliot Riddick from Lehigh. Wow, amazing.
And you got
match.
Hanner from Princeton. I know we were talking about singlet colors and stuff, and yeah, I thought so because I remember watching Riddick wrestle the first match.
And he
wrestled Gardner from Michigan. Here we are in the second round. I picked that up from the first round.
So
match,
Maryland is wearing the red, right?
Yes, they're wearing a black with the red.
The
Lehigh's wearing white this round, and he
brown.
Trailing.
Yeah.
Riddick is trailing.
He is, 2-1.
2-1, and they are second period.
30 seconds into the, are we in rideout? Or?
No, are we in the tie breaks?
He's starting up on top.
It's saying period number 9.
Harner starting up on top. So
30
it's tied up 2-2.
30 seconds, so 20 seconds left. So we're in the tie breaks.
And Riddick got out.
Yeah, Harner's from Princeton. And Riddick from Lehigh.
Then he started on the bottom. He should be up 3-2.
Riddick, the number 3 seed.
Yeah, he is.
That's the number 3 seed right there going at it. So
if I accidentally say Riddex, forgive me. That's the name of my company. So Riddex and Riddick. So Riddick
But we don't want to get rid of anybody here.
Yeah, no, I won't do any exterminating today. No, I'm clocked out. Off for the closed for the holidays.
Yeah, if this is the extra inning game here that we're thinking it is, it is. They're actually going to period number 10.
All right, and right here you look at it. It's 2-2. You're in the second set of overtimes. You know, hopefully they take
there we go. We have a possible takedown by Riddick. He's in for a double leg. We got some funk over the back by Harner. Is it Harner or Hammer? Harner. Okay, and that he's going to defend that. He's sprawling back and getting out of it.
Riddick did this shooting. He shot in, but he got low and he's
okay. And there we got
stalemate.
Here's the thing to kind of get through this to kind of let people know. Riddick has 19 seconds on the riding time. Now, if they go through the second set of overtimes with the one and the two tie breaks, the winner, even if they both get an escape, will be the cumulative time on the riding time.
That's the feather in his cap.
So right now, he's got 19 seconds advantage and going into the second set of overtime. So he's kind of playing with house money a little bit here, you know. So he's still got to get away. They still got to score their points. You know, 22 seconds left here in the second set of overtimes.
Brent Harner's wrestled him good from Princeton.
Riddick was in on a deep shot. Probably should have finished it. Harder defended really, really well.
Yeah, he did. He's got long arms, long legs, and Zaffros referred to it as some funk. There's an outside shot again there by Riddick.
They called a stall call. He must have been hit stalling. They dinged him for stalling. Riddick took the shot. 6 seconds left in the second set of overtimes.
That's the difference maker then.
1 point scores it. Boom. 3-2.
The referee decides it.
3-2 Elliot Riddick over Harner.
And remember,
Riddick wins.
Yeah, remember that Riddick was the number 3 seed going against an unseeded wrestler, and they had to go into 8 overtimes, something of that sort. So we got to give some credit to Harner on that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For an absolutely great job out there. I mean, it's a feather in his cap to have a match like that against the number 3 seed.
He did do a good job. There's no question.
We have Mike Moyer of the National Wrestling Coaches Association walking by us now, giving us the thumbs up, or maybe it's the thumbs down. I don't know which.
It means your check's in the mail.
Yeah, right. So, Bruce, we hope you enjoyed our coverage on that. That was an exciting match. We didn't realize when we went into it that they were in the overtime, and it turned out to be really exciting. So thanks for letting us know.
Just to go get another spin around the match here. Just, you know, sorry, we get caught up in a match, and we'll stay with it. Bruce called in, man. We'll definitely follow for you. But up here on mat number 1, you're going to have Nikki Reyes wrestling unattached from Illinois, the number 9 seed, versus Jacob Abrams from Southern Oregon. You know, one of those programs way out there. Got to give him some love. And right now, Reyes is up 3-1 in the start of the second period. You look over on mat number 2, and you're going to have the number 2 seed, Hayden Zilmer from North Dakota State versus Alex Meyer from the University of Iowa, and that's a dogfight.
That is 5-3.
And Zilmer is only up 5-3. They're in the third period. Riding time definitely not a factor. There's only 9 seconds. So
good match.
You know, let's see what the Hawkeyes come back through here and grind it out. Starting up here on mat number 3. We'll have Gutches. We'll have Brock Gutches from Southern Oregon versus Ricky McDonald from Brown. Gutches is coming into that match, the number 7 seed. They're halfway through it. Just started out the period, but Gutches number 7 seed over here on mat number 2.
And he is related to Les, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, they are related.
Mat number 4, you're going to have Colin Zirp from Michigan versus. Let's see. Oh, this is
Zirp. This is right here. Match number 132 is going to be
Matt McCrary. He had that match
from Wheaton.
From Wheaton College, is it not? No, it's Grandview. I'm sorry, Grandview. Grandview won that match. So we have the kid from Grandview wrestling Colin Zirp from Michigan here on mat number 4, and it's 3-1 Zirp. And they're in the third period. Riding time again not a factor.
Let me give you an update. Let me give you an update on mat number 1. That's the mat there where we have Nicky Reyes of Illinois, and he is leading now by a score of 5-1 over Abrams of Southern Oregon. I hope we have some fans from Southern Oregon listening in here. That's in Ashland, Oregon. I've been there a number of times. My son actually lives there, and it's a wonderful place. And the Southern Oregon program is a top-notch small college team.
Right.
Good job by them.
So good for them to be here at the Midlands. I was excited to see that they're here. We're going into the third period with the Southern Oregon wrestler in the down position. The guy is really a brute in terms of the way he looks in that. Let's see what he can do, but he is down at this time. and he's behind 1 minute of riding time.
And the number 2 seed just got tied. We're going to go into sudden victory against Alex Moyer of Iowa. Iowa got the takedown, Moyer did, of the Hawkeyes, and tied it, and he's putting the number 2 seed in sudden victory up there on mat number 2, match number 134.
Yeah, Ryan and Terry in the corner over there, right?
Yeah, Terry yep. Morningstar and Brands. Terry and Tom, without seeing them up close, it's one of the two, right?
I get in trouble. I say the wrong name, and they kind of get mad at me. You should tell me I should know better.
Yeah, it's hard from a distance.
Spinning it back over here on mat number 5.
Here's Zilmer in on a shot, though, and he wins right off the bat. Deep double.
You know what?
Deep double.
If I'm watching that, and I watch that Penn State duel, I'm going back thinking, hey, we need to pull the trigger quicker, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to pull the trigger quicker. Look, it doesn't matter number 2 seed where they're at. You got to pull the trigger quicker.
Yep, exactly.
Taking us back over here on mat number 5, as we're kind of finishing out our spin, you're going to have Deshaun White from Southern Illinois. That's in Edwardsville. Wrestling unseeded from Wisconsin, Rick Robertson. And can't necessarily tell the score. Actually, he is winning. Deshaun is winning 2-1 here in the second period, but he is getting ridden pretty hard here.
Right, yep. The Wisconsin wrestler Robertson leads, doesn't he? He's in red. No, he trails, actually. Yeah, like you say.
Yeah, he's
2-1. Yep.
As we go finish it out down on number 6, we have match number 135.
135. That's
Lofthouse.
Ethan Lofthouse, the number 1 seed, going against Mark Fiala of Nebraska Kearney.
13-5.
13-5 at this point with a minute to go in the third period. So a nice job by Lofthouse.
Riding time.
Part of the Lofthouse dynasty.
Riding time, kicked it loose. Like I go back to that coaching point. Look, I want to see a guy that you got the riding time. You got the riding time here.
Right.
You got the right, and a major decision. Let's go get some bonus points. Let's push ourselves.
Yep.
Get some bonus points. And what's he do right off the boom? Takes him down. He's probably debating whether we're going to let him go, give him a shot to turn him, and then we go back to our feet.
And he's a senior, too, so I'm sure he's got some experience. And, of course, the coaching staff, that's important. That's one of their responsibilities, too, though, to bark out that stuff and let their athlete know that that's possible and they need to do it. But senior, one of the many loft houses.
Yeah,
there's been a few loft houses.
There were at least 3.
Out of Utah.
There are at least 3.
Oh, yeah, there's been plenty out of the great state of Utah. So,
then we got, looking back here, got over here on mat number 4, Zach Deco from Lehigh wearing the white singlet here, and Joe LeMaine from Illinois here on mat number 4. LeMaine's in early deep on the shot, so he's got a takedown. He's up 2-0 over here. So, then looking over on mat 1, is that Brunson? He just finished that matchup over there on mat number 1. It looks like.
Let's see, 6-1. One with the red anklet won. The athlete
I believe he signed a sheet. So he's up there in 6-1. So. I think we're kind of caught up on who's on the mats and stuff like that right now.
Yeah, got another Panther coming up here, another Northern Iowa Panther here.
Schwabe's just doing a great job with those guys.
Kyle Lux,
see Tully over there in the corner, wrestling somebody unattached, or I don't know.
Let's see here. They do or not. I know that
unattached Lehigh, Nate Brown.
Yeah, it is Nate Brown.
Unattached from Lehigh.
Yeah, number 2 seed, correct?
No, 3.
Number 3 seed, pardon me.
Number 3 seed, yeah.
Number 3 seed, so going up against Lux.
We just had a win over on the far side, I think, by a pin for the wrestler from Brown. That's Ofer Bernstein. And I can see that the new coach there, Todd Beckerman, is really excited about it. Bernstein goes over and signs in at the table on that one. A nice job. He was leading by a score of 2-0, but then the match ended, and I wasn't looking at it, but it obviously had to be a pin. So a nice job by the first-year coach there, and we're glad to see somebody of Todd Beckerman's stature in that, getting the head coaching job after a great career at the University of Maryland.
Oh, absolutely. Amato ran it for so long.
Yep.
Did a good job. But, sometimes you get coaches that stay there so long, they don't have that young fire and passion. Right. And I'm not even insulting what he did for it. He kept that program running.
Yeah. Right.
You know how tough it is to run a program at Brown? Yeah. And then you bring in Beckerman now with a nice new blood and energy and build on what Amato did. That's just, you'll love to see that.
Well, I've watched Beckerman wrestle since he was in grade school, and he's an outstanding wrestler.
The coach for Brown?
Yeah, the coach for Brown.
Yeah, he was just telling me the Dave Schultz movie. He was integral in being part of setting that stage for that movie coming up.
Yeah, a great guy. It's actually a good friend of my son Peter's, and they do a lot of things together. I won't explain why.
Said he lived at Team Foxcatcher for a while. So
yeah. He wrestled at the University of Nebraska. Did a great job there.
Replacing over there on mat number 2, you got Jimmy Sheptock, the number 2 seed
from Maryland,
versus Cameron Croy from Harvard coming up. So you got a couple East Coast people getting ready to get after it. And
Sheptock in on a hard single out there, switching to a double, maybe high crotch, and good fight in there by Croy to get out of that.
Nice try at a fireman's carry by Croy. These guys are going at it.
Cameron Croy and Jimmy Sheptock. Sheptock is a tough kid, good-looking 184-pounder. Remember mentioning his name many times in the Nationals last year at the Wells Fargo Arena in Des Moines, Iowa. Sheptock brings it.
Young man from Northwestern, but unattached Mitch Sliga. He's an Indiana native. Got to watch him many times wrestling at Fishers High School here down in Indiana versus the number 11 seed, Dominic Abondar from Michigan.
Match number. What match is that?
That's
again?
Bout number 145. Over there at mat number 3. They just got it going. They're in the third period. It's a 1-0. Sliga's down 1-0. A little scramble, flopping it out. So that could be a match worth kind of watching there a little bit. He's back up on his feet, and he got the 1. So we're tied 1-1, third period. So it looks like we got some business to take care of over there. Look down on mat number 6. Okay. We have bout number 142, Vic Avery from Edinburgh. Got another Edinburgh guy coming in there versus Keegan Mueller. He's a post-grad, D1 fit, the club he's wrestling from. Mueller, North Carolina?
Yeah, yep. There's a Mitch Mueller, too, for Iowa State for a while. Right. So there's been a couple Muellers out there. If you go back far enough, do you remember King Mueller, I think, from Iowa? Remember that was a Mueller. Yeah. King used to wrestle.
White hair, crazy hair.
Yeah, go King Mueller. He was king on the mat. Tough kid. So.
That's 3-3 first period. So some nice matches going on over here on mat number 5.
Okay.
We have Kepke from Illinois versus Anthony Abro from Eastern Michigan, and Abro's in actually on a shot over there on the edge, turning him back. Great job turning the guy back in. So got to pass the knee right now. See if he can't pass the knee on that high crotch and clear it through.
Drive into him, doesn't he? Need to, coach. Kind of get his hips over his opponent. And nice ankle grab there in defense.
Referee Joe Tauber blows him out.
A lot of bounds, and Sheptock in on a shot, and finally we do get some points there by the number 2 seed over Croy with a deep double leg there, 2-0, 35 seconds to go in the first period, just getting 8 seconds of riding time.
And let's remember that Jimmy Sheptock is the number 2 seed, and Cameron Croy from Harvard is unseeded. Took that whole, most of that first period to get that takedown. And in the beginning of that match, Croy came out like a ball of fire.
He actually took a couple shots.
Yeah,
so that fireman's carry.
Yeah, right. And so I think that's going to be a good match. I'm going to keep an eye on that one.
That'll be good. And Locke's up here. He had the initial shot for Northern Iowa on match number 143, but I believe he's trailing now. Brown, unattached from Lehigh's, got the upper hand here, 8-0. Is that right? Yeah, 8-0 in the first period still.
Yes.
I know Lux took some injury time there, so ate up some time. Now we have blood time, I think, on Brown. So.
Yeah,
that's a brutal match up there going on.
Mat number 4, you have Lamana from Illinois was 5-4, and Deco from Lehigh was trailing. He's got the takedown, home run, and maybe some. Nope, he's up 7-4. 7-4. Check that. My fault. Deco is now winning 7-4 over Lamana from Illinois, and they're in the third period with 45 seconds left.
Jimmy Sheptock just got started the second period. He took down and he got up and out in about 8 seconds or so. So Sheptock now leads Cameron Croy of Harvard by a score of 3-0.
Tough kids like that, Cameron Croy, sometimes just like workman fashion. You just got to stay on them and keep going after them to be successful and win the match. But Cameron Croy started tough. Big tussle down here on mat number 4. Wow, a lot of scrambling going on.
Lamana got his 2. Now he leads it 8-7 third. He rides out. He wins this thing.
Look at this.
Look down here on mat number 3. You got Sliga going into the overtime. 6 seconds left in the first period of overtime. Tied 1-1.
That sudden victory.
Lamana's going to pull it out. 8-7 with that single and
trailed right up to the end. Good.
Hanging on to the ankle.
Keeping his head in it. Wrestling smart. Attacking when he needed to.
Going to the tie breaks, number 11 seed Dominic from Michigan. Man, I'll tell you, Abanader.
Yeah.
From Michigan. I got to listen to Sandy.
At least we don't have an Absharak-Manovs in here. How about some more Absharak-Manovs?
He's over in the corner on Matt, too. The Harvard Russell. If you look over there to the right, on Matt, too. He's coaching over there for Harvard.
Absharak-Manov.
I was going to mention it, but since you said it,
Well, Tom, we just got their names whooped, and then they graduate. So it takes about a year or two to figure them out, and then they go and graduate.
You have to remember when he came.
There's two of them.
When
the brothers.
The brother who wrestled for Clarion.
Right.
And when Abdurakhmanov was first started in the junior college ranks.
Musafar.
Yeah, Musafar. There were about 4 or 5 Uzbeks who all came to this country. Actually, most of them before Musafar got here, and they were wrestling and wrestling a storm. And I remember.
Now they're at Citadel.
Yeah,
those guys are showing up.
Yeah, right. Well, I remember there was Ulubek Partakulov was here, and he almost got into a big fight with somebody. I think he didn't quite know the American rules on wrestling.
You can't punch.
There was no punching involved. But I forgot who it was against an Illinois wrestler. I'll remember who it was against, but everybody in the audience went, ooh, they were thinking a big brouhaha.
Drew some attention, did they? Nate Brown still up. Now he got some back points here on Lux against Northern Iowa. It's 11-0, 46 seconds to go. He's got a crossbody ride second period, 1 minute and 2 seconds of riding time. So Lux is really going to have to pull out a pretty good trick to get back in this match.
Roy, Sliga's going into the third period. Over there on mat number 3, Sliga's going into the second set of overtimes. Sliga's got a 1 second time advantage on the tiebreak clock. So, yeah, he got out. Young man from Michigan got out in 10 seconds. Sliga got out in 9 seconds. So,
wow.
Like I say, the tiebreaker in this situation, if they go through this 1 minute and they go through the tiebreakers and they both score their escape, is a cumulative time advantage. So, as of right now, he's got a 1 second time advantage going on for him.
That's crazy.
Over on mat number 2, Shepdock just is up by a score of 6-2. Just getting a takedown and escape out there by Croy. But it's one of those things that this Croy is such a sort of like excitable and exciting wrestler that if he can get a hold of you, he might be able to do something, even though the score is 6-1 at this point.
Oh, he got greedy, went for a cradle. He's in on a single, went for a cradle. Schliga's sitting there on the edge. Kid for young man from Michigan, Abanader. He's got the single, dove down on 2. He's fighting it. 10 seconds left in the second overtime.
Getting a standing cradle.
Oh my gosh! Nothing. He's trying to hit a standing cradle. Schliga dives back to try to reverse it in his own cradle, getting a scramble. Now we go into the second set of tie breaks.
That was amazing wrestling right there.
I believe Schliga's down first. Like I say, he's got a 1 second time advantage, so he's got, obviously he wants to get out as quick as he can. If at all, he gets out as quick as he can. So he's got 30 seconds here. Let's see how quick he gets out. What kind of number? Abanader. I definitely apologize if I'm killing your name. I'm sorry.
Abanader. Yeah, I don't know. Abanader.
So, let's see what we have here. He's out. Not out yet. Still grinding. He's got a little spiral ride, little power half going to spiral ride. I don't know if Schliga's getting out.
Abanader, maybe. I think it's Abanader.
I'm not sure he's getting out.
I know it. He's getting rid tough, that's for sure.
9 seconds
Schliga's
left.
tough on top.
That little scramble that we watched right at the end of that second overtime might have taken out of him.
It just might have.
But, let's see what happens here.
Schliga was the...
there should be only a 1 second difference. If I'm a coach, I'm going over, I'm begging for that 1 second because you never know. But he's got to ride him. Schliga's got to ride him right now. They're going to the second set of tie breaks. Abanader's
got a slam there.
Big 2-point takedown there by Illinois.
Don't know the stall situation here.
Yeah, right. If that's a fact or not, wasn't that last match?
They just dinged Schliga right there.
Did they really?
He didn't have a stall. Boy, 6 seconds too. They called him in 6 seconds.
Wow.
Because there's only 24 came off.
That happened in the last match with 3 seconds to go in the match.
Yeah.
Jimmy Shepdock just came off a victory, 6-1 on that match. A good match by him, but actually an impressive performance by his opponent.
Abanader's out. Abanader's out with 10 seconds left.
Wow, here he comes.
So 3-2.
Abanader now needs to get this takedown 3-2.
He's not going to do it. He's going to win it 3-2 and going through 2 overtimes.
Wow.
2 sets
impressive.
of overtimes.
That's impressive. Big win there. So that was the Northern Illinois,
Michigan.
Michigan wins it. The Wolverine.
The number 11 seed. over freshman. I think Sliga, Indiana, freshman from the state of Fishers, Indiana.
Tough kid.
Yes.
Really? Tough kid.
Triple crown winner last year, I think.
I believe
it. Freestyle Greco and then the folk style nationals, USA Wrestling.
We're going to be going into the 197-pound weight class. Actually, we're in it already. And
down here, match number 140.
Yeah, sorry,
I don't see the match number 151 if that's what the number is going to be.
And that's going to be 153 over here.
Yeah, that's going to be Mario Gonzalez going against Willie Miklas of Missouri. We have to see whether that's going to be here or in the other room. Just to mention, Mario Gonzalez of Illinois was the Big Ten champion, unexpected Big Ten champion 2 years ago.
Yes. Yeah, at Purdue. I think that was at West Lafayette.
Yeah, it was at our place.
Yeah,
that's right.
So, you know, he's no slouch at all. It's a pretty decent weight class this year.
It's tough.
We'll see what he's at. And Christian Boley, an outstanding wrestler for the University of Maryland, is the number 2 seed. So we'll see how that turns out. But that's actually sort of it's a good weight class in terms of the fact that it's very even, at least for, you know, this group of wrestlers. So we'll see how Mario Gonzalez does.
Abreu with a 5-4 or 6-4 decision over Jeff Kepke from Illinois over here on mat number 5. So nice little win over there for Eastern Michigan. Over here on mat number 4, we have bout number 149, and that's going to be Scott Gibbons from Princeton versus Jacob Berkowitz from Northwestern. And Berkowitz from Northwestern is winning 4-2. We're midway through the second period.
And you're listening to Takedown. This is Greg Zafros along with Tom Erickson and my good friend Steve Foster. And we want to mention to you that we have not updated the bracket sheet for about 15 minutes now. We're trying to do it about every 10 minutes.
Right.
So I'm going to do it now, but when the first round is complete, we'll definitely get the brackets updated, and you can see that, print that out if you'd like, and follow along with our broadcast, and you'll be able to understand these bout numbers, hoping that they've gotten the numbers corrected.
They are back on track.
Okay.
And I look over.
Well, they went on track, and then they went off again, and then they went on again.
So over there on mat number 1, we have bout number 152, which is Vince Pickett from Edinburgh versus Timmy McCall versus Wisconsin, and Pickett is putting a brutal ride on him. He's got 25 seconds. He's got over 2 minutes riding time. They're still in the first period.
Yeah. Up 2-0.
Let's remember, if you want to get those brackets, you'll just go to my website. That's gregzafros.com//brackets, plural, .pdf. So Greg Zafros, GregZafros.
Personal data file.
That's it. You can get my family history off of that too. It's very
the correct
short.
Pronunciation of his last name.
Yeah.
And the long version once again is?
No. I taught school, and every class they'd want me to explain that. They were just
every letter in the alphabet mixed up.
They were just stalling. That's all.
Okay. Match number 6, Tom, you got that one going. What do we got? Match number 151.
Mario Gonzalez versus Willie Miklas from Missouri. So another one of the Missouri guys. They probably from around the area. I'm not sure where Miklas is from, but it's a 2-1 match. Looks like Mario took him down first period, 14 seconds running before Miklas got his escape. But, we talked about Mario winning the Big Tens at Purdue. That was a decent weight back then, and he won it. But, he's had knee injuries. He's been banged up a little bit through his career, and you feel bad for a kid that's got that much potential. He's won a Big Ten title, and he gets, knee injuries. Last year he was banged up a lot, big knee pads and knee sleeves and stuff on him. So
Well, last year I talked to Coach Jim Heffernan before the season, and I mentioned about Mario kind of being the sleeper, if he could repeat as the Big Ten champion. And Jim was hoping for that, but didn't quite work out last year. So let's see if this is the breakout year for Mario Gonzalez. He certainly has the tools. Let's just see if he can do it.
From Lehigh, John Bullock right now leads 4-1 against Meadows of George Mason. Match number 2, match number 153. He's got 2 minutes and 27 seconds of riding time, so a lot of riding time there. I think the Badger still trails up here, Tom. Match number 152, mat 1.
Yes.
Is that right? I think the Wisconsin McCall.
Pickett
McCall. Yeah,
Pickett
McCall still
Edinburgh.
trails, doesn't he? 2-0, I think.
Yeah, he gave up a takedown, but Pickett rode hard the end of that first period. McCall didn't come out. Now it's McCall's turn to kind of grind on him a little bit.
Maybe get the riding time down and then.
Well, that's what you do. I mean, look.
You race it.
I'd put it right down, under 10 seconds, 50 seconds. Let's kick them loose. That way I've got another 50, I've got some time to get a takedown or you know, or just say, hey, I'm going to ride him out the second period. A little tough decision.
Boy, up and out though. His up and out is Pickett. Pickett gets the escape right off. Nice inside stand up there by Pickett of Edinburgh. So he's up now 3-0. Minute and 25 seconds riding time in favor of Pickett of Edinburgh. And match number 153, I think Bullock still leads there. 4-1. Shot there by Meadows. Nut comes up with nothing. So Bullock from Lehigh still leads. 3 minutes and 11 seconds of riding time for the Mountain Hawks.
Got to give a shout out over here, Matt Heschel from Augsburg. You know, Division Threes. We got to definitely give the Division Threes a shout out. Russell and the number 8 seed Joe Rao from the Minnesota Storm. Rao we're in the second period, just starting the second period. Rao kind of breaking open escape takedown. He's up 5-1 over Matt Heschel over here on mat number 5. So, you know, as a Division III kid, Russell the number 8 seed, but now he's looking for some backs. So
interesting little geographical twist on that. They're both coming down here from the state of Minnesota, Augsburg in Minnesota.
Yeah, and the weather still hasn't improved for them a bit, huh?
Yeah, no, showed up just in time for the cold front. Well, they'll feel at home that way.
Yeah.
We have a Northwestern wrestler right in front of us, you know, Jacob Berkowitz, and I just want to mention to you that we have a really good crowd here today, and we are in Evanston, you know, the home, and at Northwestern University, so I'm sure they're sort of wrestling against or in front of their home crowd here and that, so I know that they want to do a good job, and Northwestern has always kind of risen to the occasion over these last 4 or 5 years or so and done a nice job. Let's see, it's a close match there. The score is 8-5 in favor of the Northwestern wrestler, and he's wrestling against Gibbons from Princeton.
I think what's going to hamper them just a little bit, maybe. I don't think that McMullen show up for heavyweight. That's going to help. Well, just a little bit as far as team goes.
I talked to Coach Krzyzewski earlier, actually before the tournament started. Not only is McMillan out at heavyweight, but Lee Munster, who won this tournament 2 years ago, is out as well. So two
big point winners.
Point winners. Not we won't say that they're going to necessarily win, but possibly win
10 plus points each.
And they're both gone. So that shoots that.
That's tough.
But you know what?
It looks like the Northwestern wrestler is just going to pick up a victory out here. This looks like it's Jacob Berkowitz of
match number 149.
149 to 184 pounds. So they're picking up something there. Now we have to hope that he's one of the point getters. Remember that each team can pull out 10 point getters. You could have all 10 of them in one weight class, or you could have them spread out.
That'd be interesting.
So, and nobody knows that except Ken Kraft, Tim Krzyzewski, and I think it's
in a secret box.
It's Jeff Kreider, and they are under penalty of death for telling that, saying what that is.
John Bullich from Lehigh just closed out his match with Matt Meadows from George Mason.
So he was victorious.
5-1 over there on mat number 2. So
the number 9 seed.
Yeah, let's see who we got up. We've got 97 pounders up now, right?
Yeah, match number 159. So Nathan Burke from Iowa, is that right?
No, it's not Iowa. But over here on mat number 1, I have bout number 152, Pickett and McCall. That's a 1-0 man. Although Pickett's got the riding. He got 2:56 on the ride time. 16 seconds left. Got a 1-0. So he's just got to keep grinding. Man, he didn't get anything first period. Rode him out. Got his escape. Riding him out.
Is that match number 159? Do they have it right down there or not from Oregon and?
59 is Burke. Burke and Southern Oregon, Charles Johnson.
So it is Burke.
That's Burke's it is?
Yeah, that's what they say. Nathan,
he's on the text. He's on the text.
That's what the blue singlet's about.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, you see that. Well, I remember listening to Tom in the duel. I didn't talk to him personally about it, but they're not sure. They still may sit him.
Yeah, right. They can. They can this year. Yep. Nice headlock there by Burke. Right off the standing headlock. Takes Johnson right down to his back.
They still got some big Big Ten duels.
Right.
They're going to have a match with Oklahoma State later in the year.
Right.
So you got time to assess, and I'm not saying Tom's acquiescing to anything, but
you
know what? Why are you going to put somebody out there that you should?
Okay, we're getting close on that pin. I think it's going to come up. A minute and 45 seconds to go on that Burek of Iowa.
Tough bridge there by Johnson.
Had that throw with the headlock and put him right to his opponent, right to his back. He's taking him down. That's very close now. Oh, and Johnson they roll around and gets out.
So a big 5-point move to 5-1. Big throw there by Burke, one of the couple Burke brothers out of the state of Colorado, Colorado preps.
The thing you like about that, besides getting the points, you took a serious 1 minute and 20 seconds out of his gas tank. You squeezed him, and that guy had burned double the energy to get off his back. So you're liking that.
Yep. Okay, we're having a possible pin by the Northwestern wrestler right in front of us.
Figure 4, and he gets Alex Polizzi.
And he gets it. Polizzi gets the win. So this is the second win in a row for Northwestern right in front of us here. Well, and that's some good team points for the Northwestern team.
We were just talking about they need team points, and here they're getting them. So
yeah.
Two bonus points.
Drew Periano's over in the corner there jumping up and down, spilling his spaghetti and everything.
Yeah, and Jay Porchel.
Storniolo.
Yeah, Matt Storniolo as well. Nice job by Northwestern on these guys.
That was big.
And with
big win,
big pin. Christian Boley.
Yeah, with the pin, and he's going to get the extra team point. Yeah, this is a good one here with Christian Boley coming up the number 2 seed.
Is he a senior yet?
He's been around for a while.
I'd love to watch him wrestle. He's a great kid. We've interviewed him. It sure seems like like Tom Erickson. It seems like he's been around forever, doesn't it? Christian Boley. Maybe he's like Andrew Howe and Travis Rutt. They just don't graduate.
Gosh.
They just go to college and just finish your life in college. So they've been around for a long time, haven't they?
Well, take a peek down there on mat number 6.
Oh, man.
He just slicked one out, but, I don't know if he's going to get this or not. That's a 4-2 match. He's got a minute 32 riding time, which is locked up. But, he's in the third period for, essentially 5-2 and having to hang on against Willie Nicholas from Missouri.
Wow.
Which he got the 2 there at the end. Nicholas got the 2. Let's see how they call that.
Riding time was the difference.
Riding time would be the difference. It's a 5-4, but Mario had to hang on for sure.
Oh, man, I tell you what. Nicholas is good, and Gonzalez had a tough match there for the number 1 seed.
We got Drew Periano right in front of us, and he's still grinning for that pin that he just got there. These guys were all excited about that pin for the Northwestern wrestler.
Figure 4 at the head, a little unique. You don't necessarily see that.
One thing that you need to keep in mind on the mat right in front of us with Kristen Boley, the number 2 seed. He's the number 2 seed at 197, and Maryland also has the number 2 seed in Jimmy Sheptock at 184. So you got to imagine that these guys in the practice room are beating up on each other. So
got some good workout situations.
Yep.
Iron sharpens iron. So
got the number 4 over there on mat number 1. You got the number 4 seed, Braden Atwood, Russell Nate Robert, unattached for South Dakota State.
Atwood for Purdue Boilermakers.
Tough with legs. He gets on top. He'll grind with legs. Nice little duck under. I know he works with with Coach Fliegert and the Boiler Elite program and stuff. He got a nice little, what they call that little super duck. Does a great job.
Who was your 47-pounder?
49-pounder, Jake Pataxel.
Yeah, Pataxel. Yeah,
he was a champion here. He was in the finals a couple times.
Watching him wrestle.
Pataxel got better with age. It's like a good wine. That guy was tough. I'll tell you.
He was good.
His father, was an outstanding wrestler here in the state of Illinois. Although,
I believe it.
He went to Indiana to wrestle, but his father was a legend here as well. So
sure was, yeah.
And that, so we can kind of claim him as.
And then your Russian, that young Russian kid was fun to watch.
Lopachanski. He was my favorite.
He was unorthodox.
They just had they had a 100-year celebration at Purdue.
Yeah,
November.
Right.
And they had alumni match. Lopachanski wrestled Pataxel. Pataxel came back and wrestled because they wrestled Duke, and Jake is now assistant coach.
But that was a blast.
And they wrestled a match, and it was it was like a 1-0 match, and Ivan, I got to know he knows Jake or have heard the stories. Chose down third period.
Wow.
So he
wrote him.
He turned Pataxel, turned him like nobody's business.
Yeah. And that was his downfall then.
Yeah, he lost 7-1 or something like that. He got turned 2-3 times. Yeah.
Well, Ivan was fun. He was real unorthodox. I remember. Was it last year he pinned one of the Alton brothers?
Yes.
In the Big Tens. Remember that big pin?
11th place, and they're in a place match, the 5th place match, and needed that pin. Not only to win,
Ivan pinned the Alton kid.
He pinned him.
Yeah. Well, we ought to watch this match here because right out in front of us we have that match with Christian Boley against Brad Johnson from Oklahoma wrestling unattached. And at this point, Boley is losing by a score of 2-1.
2-1.
So and we have 30 seconds to go in the period. So we had a nice takedown there by Brad Johnson of Oklahoma, unattached from Oklahoma.
Of course, wrestling unattached, we might not know that much. I apologize about Brad Johnson, but just to hold your own against Mr. Boley. Boley's real tough. He's real strong. He's got big legs, a lot of power. He can lift you.
Melvin Douglas-esque.
Yeah,
short, explosive when he wants to go. I mean,
thunder thighs.
Well,
Melvin Douglas.
Being current kind of a miniature Kyvan Getz, and you know. And that,
Kyvan's that way too.
Yeah.
Yep, he is.
Guy's
big hips, big legs, and hard to score on.
Burke opens up over there on mat number 2. He's got an 8-1 lead now, kind of separating it a little bit.
Johnson from Southern Oregon, right?
Got clipped in the head over there. Down on mat number 3, we have Ayala from Princeton and Jared Butt, Northern Iowa again. Gosh, those guys.
Another Panther.
Man, those Panthers are everywhere.
They brought in more than one at each weight class. I can promise you. They brought a busload, probably a bus, and then the van full too. So
down there in mat number 6, got a nice little scrap going on. You know, bout number 63. That's Dwayne Goldman's son, Garrett Goldman.
Nice.
And Donald McNeil from Ryder.
And what mat's that, Tom?
That's down there at mat 6, far left.
Mat 6, wow. So, Goldman, wow.
Garrett Goldman.
Loved watching Dwayne wrestle back in that against Dan Chade. Wasn't that the
they wrestled
knockdown dragouts? Yeah. Chade and Goldman, those were some immovable object against the irresistible force type of matches. Boley finally ties her up here, 3-3.
Right.
With the takedown.
Okay, over on mat number 5, just want to mention that we've got Virginia Tech wrestler out there, Chris Penny, who's the number 6 seed. He's wrestling against Reuben Franklin of Cal State Bakersfield. And one of the things about Chris Penny, he was wrestling heavyweight for them a lot last year when their heavyweight got hurt. He's not even necessarily a big 197-pounder. And that he was wrestling heavyweight last year. So
who was their heavyweight? David Marone?
Marone was constantly hurt, unfortunately.
Sure.
Was a very good heavyweight wrestler.
Yep.
And so Chris Penny was pushed up to the heavyweight.
He would bump up and did a good job.
And Nick Vetteline was moved up to 197. Both those guys now are back down to their natural weight. And let's see if they can come through for Virginia Tech.
Got to be loving that. Boley with a real tough, tight waist right here against Johnson, unattached from Oklahoma.
Atwood over there on mat number 1. Got to escape. Third period. Grinding it out. Leg in. Grinding it out. Grinding it out. About to catch a riding time point here. So
it's neat to see these wrestlers' sons, you know, the Goldman young man, and then I got Riley Bannock was here. I got to talk to Riley Bannock.
You mentioned Greg mentioned Kyvan.
Willie.
Son, I mean,
Uncle Charlie. Uncle Charlie. Remember old Charlie?
We're talking about seeing their sons. I mean, I'm looking at the grandsons here. I'm waiting, you know, I'm going to check out when I start seeing the great-grandchildren wrestling.
That means we're in trouble, right, at that stage. It's like, okay, well.
Okay, Chris Penny from Virginia Tech is now leading by a score of 9-2 in the third period with a minute to go, so a fairly comfortable lead. But, of course, this is wrestling, so you never know. A shot in by Kristen Boley of Maryland. Nice job. He's down by a score of, he's just got 2 points. He's going to put him up 5-4.
He can get machinist. He can just become like a machine, you know, and that was just textbook.
And he needs to know he's got to ride for 5 more seconds, and he'll get his. That's the end of the second period.
So he's going to have to try to take advantage of that later.
Yeah, so he has 56 seconds of riding time. We're going to go into the third period. Let's see if he's on.
He's down. So he's got to, you know, he gets out and got to get takedown.
Yep.
That's the bottom line. You know, we talk coach speak. You know, get your escape, get your takedown, seal the deal.
Yeah, that's it.
You do it more the way you get your you get your point. You know, you're 6. You get a takedown. Now you're at 8. Then you get a riding time point. Now you're at 9-4. Now you seal the deal. I won. I mean, really hard to debate that. You know, you're sending a mess at the same time.
You got it, coach.
There, we talked about kids. You know, Goldman down there. They're 6-6 down in the second period.
Tied up. Wow.
6-6 riding time goes to the other side.
Nice job over here of the wrestler, Brad Johnson from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Let's watch this one here. Boley was up, started peeling the hands off, and Johnson dropped down, then came back up and pushed him out of bounds.
Johnson,
and stuff.
Tough kid.
Nice job to
That's right.
He's got a team overtime uniform on.
Might end up in overtime. It's 5-4 right now.
I didn't wrestle for that. I wrestled for Team Ovaltine.
Yeah,
Ovaltine.
I wrestled for a team Count the Lights.
Yeah,
that was my team.
Okay, Team Overtime in Illinois is the club in Illinois. It's the club in Illinois.
Nice.
And now you got Ed Giese that's sitting over there in the corner running. Your Sean Bormetz, John Kading, and they've had some phenomenal people.
Yeah, Giese is the ball wrestle for Minnesota.
Yes.
Minnesota back in the day. Yeah,
Fenton High School here in Illinois.
Wow.
So that's what we saw a lot in the initial years of the Midlands. As I mentioned earlier in previous shows, and when we talked with Coach Ken Kraft, who's founded this tournament, the tournament was really founded to give the Illinois wrestlers something to do over the Christmas holidays. When so many of them, guys like Olympians like Larry Christoph, Terry Finn, national champions and all that stuff, came back here and had nothing to do. So that's why they started this tournament.
And then Tom Erickson shows up and has how many records? 10 of them? A lot of them. Tom was a force, I know that
Everybody
much.
gets lucky, but there's always debate about post-grads coming in here. And the reason why the post-grads don't come here are the opportunities. USA Wrestling has grown so much that there's so many opportunities. When I was wrestling, I needed matches. The Shears, Baumgart. Bruce was wrestling here. Bruce wanted to stay in the United States. Let's be honest. Let's call it what it is. Bruce wanted to stay in the United States and get practice matches. And you can't simulate practice match without doing it. So he came live here action. And he got matches. Jim Shear, Bill Shear, Dave Schultz. I mean, all these guys came in here and you wrestled matches. And there was nowhere to wrestle elite level matches, so you had to come to the Midlands to get those elite level matches.
Exactly.
And now, look at the opportunities. We're going on tours. Matter of fact, I'm coaching a team going to Minsk in Belarus. Here
coming up here.
February. I'm going to training camp in January, and I'm going to be the head coach of a team that's going over there for a week and a half.
Fantastic.
Those opportunities weren't there, so that's why you had all those post-grads here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we miss them as fans. We do miss them, and I understand what's going on now. Boley up now, 8-4 guys.
Just what I talked about. He's got his escape, made it 6, got the takedown 8. Now he's got to get that riding time down.
You said 9-4, Coach.
He's sending a message now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving into the heavyweight bouts. Obviously, the end here.
Big guys.
And we just finished that match with a win by Chris Penny that I talked about, and now we've got in the heavyweights. We've got another Virginia Tech wrestler out at the same mat at bout number 168.
Bobby Telford up there, the number 1 seed against Steve Dwyer from BB.
Who was the number 1? I mean, Telford. The pre-seeds came out.
Telford,
was number 1.
McMullen, I think.
Well, McMullen was number 1.
Probably, wasn't he? I'm sure. And then he went out due to injury. Boley does win it. We end up being 9-4.
Yes.
You're a prophet. Good job, Tom. Called the match and told him what to do, but you predicted the score.
Yeah. Good job. Garrett Goldman dropped the match down there 11-9. That's kind of tough match.
Yeah.
He got ridden
6-6 for a while.
Yep. He ended up losing that 11-9 against McNeil from Ryder.
Okay, over at that heavyweight bout, we've got, as I mentioned, another Virginia Tech wrestler out there, Ty Walls from Virginia Tech, and he's wrestling Costa Karageorge, another Greek.
Yeah.
Okay, who's listed here as Ohio State, must be wrestling unattached. Let's see what he has on the back of his uniform.
It's Luther College. I kind of threw me off because that's in Iowa, but
it is.
Karageorge is.
Well, I guess we've gotten past that one. He's wrestling Connor Herman of Luther. That's what it is.
Oh, that's what it is. Match number 160.
168.
168 down.
Right.
Yeah.
That is Karageorge. So Waltz got beat. He kind of clipped Ty Waltz.
Okay, so we've got Connor Herman and Costa Karageorge. No, let's see. We've got. Ty Walls had to win because he's out there. It's the Virginia Tech wrestler. So he beat Costa Karageorge. So he's wrestling. He is wrestling Connor Herman.
Connor Herman, Luther.
From Luther College, which is a great Division III wrestling team.
Yes.
Yep.
In the Iowa Conference.
Yeah, right.
A good job. Telford still scoreless up there, the number 1 seed against Dwyer from BB. 0-0, 2:16 to go. First period. So
Bobby wrestles that way, he does a good job, but he's a really methodical
kind of reminds me of Matt Fields. Fields was that way. Big kid, strong as a horse, could push a semi uphill, but he just didn't take shots. He's so tall. People said it's hard for him to change his level, but
kid, I'm looking for a big thing. I like the way he wrestled. A couple years ago when he was redshirting, right here up on mat number 4, Connor Medberry from Wisconsin.
I was just going to say that we were so impressed with him last year.
Yeah.
Kind of a burly guy going out there and stuff. You wonder what he can do. But he does really well. Of course, you're the heavyweight. You would know. But Steve and I both made note of him last year, doing a great job, and I think he's just a sophomore this year.
Yes.
Right.
I think he's just a sophomore.
Redshirt sophomore. I remember coming out, he was, placed really high as a redshirt freshman here. I mean, I like him. Matter of fact, I see a couple matches where he's gotten clipped, and I'm like, really, that guy beat him?
Yeah,
that's a
little surprise you.
A little surprising,
Right.
I would have picked him to be on the stand, last year. I mean, it's new year and everything else, but we'll see. Year's young. Going down over here, Illinois wrestler and the young man from Lehigh, Doug Valero. That's Chris Lopez from Illinois, wrestled for Sandburg High School here in Illinois, versus Doug Valero from Florida. 2 years ago, Florida, he came out as the #1 heavyweight in the country.
Is that right?
Yeah,
wow. Isn't that something? He's all tied up, 27 seconds ago in the first period. So Telford got the takedown, so the #1 seed from Iowa Hawkeyes did score a takedown up 2-0.
Here's where Telford dominates. I mean, he's a great rider.
Yeah, he's tough on top.
Tony Nelson, he rides.
He was fortunate to win against Jimmy Larson. Don't you think, at Penn State? He was fortunate to win, I think.
Now here's Connor Medberry. We were just talking about in Wisconsin doing a tilt.
Look at that.
He was up to 6-0. He didn't get they did give it to him finally.
Yes.
They gave him 2 points on that last tilt. A beautiful job out there for a heavyweight.
Got a nice build.
Nice build, agile.
Big hips. Yeah.
Reminds me of Tucker from Nebraska. Do you remember that kid a couple years ago? Tucker from Nebraska.
Yeah.
He kind of reminds me of him. Same build, and just kind of.
Yeah. So Connor Medberry is the #5 seed, and doing a nice job out there. He's wrestling. A wrestler from South Dakota State, and they brought in a good team this year.
Yeah, the Bison. Yeah.
Right. So now Medberry chose the down position. They get up, go toward the edge. He peels the hands off and gets out. So that's a 9-0 lead.
Turn and face your opponent there for a second. I thought he was going to get snuck up on.
Telford over there on mat too, grinding away.
Another nice move by Medberry.
Well, he can move for heavyweight.
I like him. I'll tell you, I like him. Like I said, when I see losses on his record, I'm like, I don't see how that happens.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, another fun guy to watch at heavyweight. He's going to be bout number 173. I hope he wrestles in here. I don't see him out there. Is that JT Felix from
Boise State Broncos.
They had he and Adam Kuhn, the number 3-4 seeds, had a great bout in the finals of Las Vegas Invitational.
Did they really?
Yes, high crotches. I mean,
nice.
Kuhn's a true freshman.
Yeah, wow.
She's a true freshman.
He is tough freshman. He's looking good early in the season. He's had a great breakout. JT Felix, an interesting side note real quick, his brother plays for the New York Jets. His brother's a lineman for the New York Jets in the NFL, so Felix's brother is.
Now tell me, on Connor Medberry, if you've been watching it, is he smaller this year than he was last year? He looks trimmer than he was. He looks like he's about 20 pounds lighter than he was.
I don't want to insult one of my fellow heavyweights, but he definitely carried more weight last year.
Yeah.
He looks a lot trimmer and a lot you could say focus, whatever. He definitely looks a lot better.
Man, he scored points by the basketball.
He's going to tech fall this kid. We're only in second period. He's got 35
Here he goes.
Left.
Here he goes. He's just trying that tilt.
Trying to load him up.
Throws the legs, cross face, sets it up, traps the wrist, tilts him back.
Trying to load him up with that arm bar. Telford's now down below. He still leads as far as the score goes, 2-0. Telford starts on bottom.
Steve, you had talked about him almost losing that match to Lawson. He almost lost that. He threw the legs in. Lawson reversed him and re-reversed him.
He was fortunate to win that match.
Here goes the tilt for Connor Medberry.
Doesn't matter. He's got the 2.
They got the 2 points. That's a tech fall. Connor Medberry of the University of Wisconsin, really rising.
I'm with you, Greg. I like him. I liked him before.
Yeah, well, it's good. 15-0 on that win for Wisconsin.
It's a scoring machine.
Wisconsin's really improving the last couple of years. They took a big dip, and they're making the comeback now. So we'll have to see. Nice job.
Jordan, they got some people in line up. Here's where we talked about
and Graff. Don't forget
Tyler.
Tyler Graff. I want to give a quick shout out to Coach Brian Millick, former coach out at St. Ed's in Ohio, and now the coach at Greenbrier East High School in Lewisburg, West Virginia, where I just happen to live. And I hope he's listening in to us. He did email me, and he says good job, especially to Steve. I guess he didn't expect too much out of you, and he thinks you're doing a good job. So.
16th year doing the broadcast here at the Midlands, so we've called a couple matches.
There's JT Felix over there in 5.
Yeah,
he looks like he's going to run into a problem with a bigger heavyweight that can move like a Medberry, but that shot.
Well, big double, power double.
He's probably going around about 225.
That's a nice power double, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Remind me against Matt Brown and Evans in that Iowa Penn State duel. Brown had those great doubles, didn't he? Attacking right off.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of agile heavyweights out here. You know, the big guy down there in white, and then Telford out there, you know, in black, and that are two huge guys. But the rest of them are smaller and more agile.
Yeah.
Than that. So I think that's a trend that we're seeing.
Telford's opponent actually looks undersized. I mean, I know Telford probably pushes the weight limit, and he's tall, but that Steve Dwyer from BB, he can't be.
He reminds.
He looks like
He reminds me of what I told you before. Guys like Chris Penny from Virginia Tech who moved up, and they're trying to add some weight, but you can only add so much.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You know the good thing that Iowa did, too, if you look over in the corner, you see Terry over there.
Right.
And you see the other young man that's sitting right next to Terry. That's Ben Berhow from Minnesota.
Yes,
you know, Minnesota, you know, you talk about a program that's produced nothing but good heavyweights.
Think of the great ones come out of that.
Shelton Benjamin, Brock Lesnar.
Now Nelson.
Nelson's got the last two. Look at that, hopped right up for him.
Yeah, King Cole Conrad.
Yep.
Conrad, sorry.
King Cole Conrad, yep. So he's tough.
So they needed the heavyweight. You know, actually, I had talked to some folks over there about possibly coming over. You know.
Sure.
And they need a young body that's going to get in the room and bang with Bobby. You know, that's.
I remember Cole Conrad pinned Steve Mako at the Unidome. I've never forgot that moment.
National duels.
National duels. Mako walked by us. I told Scott, I said, don't say a word to him. Mako was frustrated.
Okay, we're coming to the end of the first round here. We're in the all heavyweight bouts here. We presume that's what it is in the next one.
Right.
And as usually is the case, they'll start with the next round. They have the first round here. They call it the first round. The second round is supposed to start at 7 o'clock. But with the wrestlebacks and that, this first round will run all the way through until 7 o'clock. So, Tom, if you think you're going to get time off to eat, forget it.
Yeah,
I think it's called technically the session, the first session.
There you go. There you go.
As we're talking, kind of wrapping it up here, a guy that's come a long way, and you got to love his coach. It's right here on mat number 4, Spencer Myers.
Yeah.
You got Kerry McCoy, Rusty. He looks just like he's another Connor Medbury out there.
He does.
Right. Last year he got hurt his knee. You know,
and he's the number 2 seed at heavyweight.
Maryland, Spencer Myers. Boy, I tell you, he's thick.
Down over there on mat number 3, Tully Thompson's cousin.
Yeah,
Eric Thompson just wins over there by fall.
He's a pinning machine. Eric Thompson is. He is. He can pin him. He'll put you on your back.
Lopez with a takedown in overtime to win that match. I think it goes 1-1 into the overtime, and Lopez from Illinois gets the takedown in overtime to beat Valero from Lehigh.
Wow.
Okay.
Big win for Illinois.
Coon's still grinding it out over here on mat number 1, 0-0, the number 3 seed.
The true freshman from Michigan for the Wolverine. Thompson's kind of my dark horse, by the way. I think if he could put this all together, Eric Thompson from Grandview could win this thing. He's going to have his work cut out for him.
Just like Greg said, they ain't giving you your breaks. Look what's over there on mat number 3.
Right, okay. As I mentioned, and Tom concurs with, we've ended this session here. We have all these big burly heavyweights out there, and over on mat number 3 we have the 125-pound consolation match, so that's going to...
Here comes the little speedy guys.
Right, so we're going to be shifting to that. I want to remind you that you're listening to Takedown, and this is Greg Zafros along with Tom, Tom and Steve.
Tom and Steve, Tom Erickson, the champ.
Tom, Greg, and Steve, and we're glad that you're listening in here. We're going to shift right into the next consolation rounds, but I'm going to ask you to check on the website and take a look at the brackets. There are going to be so many matches going now for the next several hours. It's going to be hard for us to keep up, and we do have to get ready for the session tonight. But as far as I know, we're going to keep broadcasting until things stop here. We don't know. We'll have to talk to the boss about
have
that.
in the past, so.
Yeah.
Look over here on mat number 1. He's off now.
Coon.
Talking about Matt Coon. Had the guy on his back, out of bounds, clearly out of bounds. If he would have pinned him, it counts.
It counts.
He was 3 feet outside the circle.
Yeah. It's a
Only
nice
thing that was in the
rule.
bounds was where feet were in bounds, and he could have pinned that guy.
You like the rule, don't you, Tom?
Yeah, I love
you say?
it.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I do too. Yeah. Anything to bring more excitement, action, and potential for pins. Look at Coon, the true freshman.
Boom, fall.
Got him. There you go, true freshman.
I talked to Coach Joe McFarland earlier today before this tournament started, and he was just real high on Coons. Why not? One of the top high school wrestlers to come out of the country, and he just proved it to me. This is the first time I watched one of his high school matches on the internet, but this is the first time I've seen him wrestle at the college level, and I have to say I'm impressed.
Wrestle out in Fargo, he's jumped another notch from that last year.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
He gets some of these kids. You get them in those college practice rooms, and they accelerate fast. You know, and we got the heckler behind us, so that's not grunting screaming.
I asked about that. Robin Ficker, the Maryland Screamer.
He's here in the house. Huh?
Let's see where he is. I got to say hello to him. There he is. Good. Let's wave up to Robin. I'll give him a Maryland salute.
3-0 now. Spencer Myers leads for Maryland. 2 minutes and 10 seconds of riding time. 1:36 to go in the second period for Spencer Meyer. Telford won. Last I thought he was up 5-0, I believe.
Yeah.
So he beats Steve Dwyer from BB, who looked like he gave up 100 pounds maybe.
Over on Mat 2, like I said, we had somebody email us in. Definitely got to give it a little shot. We got another Augsburg wrestler. Mat 2, I'm not sure who we got over there at.
Match number 178.
78. Oh, that's Chad Johnson.
Oh, Chad Johnson from Augsburg.
Number 7 seed versus Blaze Cabell from. Oh my gosh, what's that school again? Northern Iowa?
Oh, another Panther. Yeah, he's had a lot of them. So Panther against the Augsburg wrestler out of the state of Minnesota, Chad Johnson. Keep track of him for our listeners out there. Scoreless, obviously, just getting going first period, 2:36 to go in that period. Felix leads down here for the Broncos, is that right? 5-1, I believe?
Yes, 53 seconds riding time.
One of the things that I think is going to help us now is that, as we mentioned earlier, if you tuned in late, we've always had 8 mats here in the past. Now we only have 6 due to NCAA regulations on the spacing between mats. So they've moved 2 mats over into the building next door. And that's made it difficult for us to follow certain matches and breaks up the continuity.
You have to follow those online or electronically.
Right, but the advantage now is that we go into these next rounds and the championship rounds. I'm sure that all of those will start to be held here, or I'm hoping that they'll be held here.
Yeah, it'd be nice. No offense for losers bracket, championship matches out on the main form and the console bracket in the backside.
Yeah. Now, we'll have to see about this next round, whether it's it, but as it whittles down, I'm sure that the quarterfinals, semifinals, and obviously the finals are going to be solely in this arena itself. So that's going to make it a lot easier. As I mentioned, if you were listening earlier, I did go over to the other building. It was pretty exciting. The bleachers there were darn near full. They weren't that large, but they were darn near full, and people were really whooping it up for their favorite wrestlers out there. So they had a whole separate tournament going on over there. It was pretty exciting.
And right now, Spencer Meyer picked up 2 more back points. He starts on top third period, and he starts on top as far as the score goes as well, 7-1, 2 minutes, 35 seconds of riding time here for the Maryland Terp heavyweight, the number 2 seed.
So now let's add up. We've got 3 Maryland wrestlers at the upper weights who can all be practicing with each other.
Right.
You know, we talked about Jimmy Sheptock, you know, at 184, and then Kristen Boley at 197, and here we've got their heavyweight, Meyer. All 3 of them are the number 2 seeds here at this tournament. So what a showing for the University of Maryland.
More back points here for Spencer Meyer. Tom Erickson, you were an elite wrestler, extremely successful, and it's important to have good workout partners. Somebody can push you in the room.
Yeah, you have to. You know, I mean, you got to have the body pushing you. You just have to.
Yep.
You know, I've had some times where it was tough. Give an example, Bruce Baumgartner. I used to train with Bruce. You know, we used to train with each other. You have to train with somebody.
He gave you a ton of credit, by the way. One of the greatest ever. Bruce said if it wasn't for Tom Erickson, man. He said many times he said, my finals match at Worlds or Olympics was easier than wrestling Tom. He said there's been a lot of tournaments, Steve Foster. It should have been me and Tom going for the world title, but since we're both from the same country, it couldn't happen that way.
I took some early beatings from Bruce.
You learned fast.
You know what? I
caught up with him.
I argue with people all the time, you know, and they ask me about wrestlers, and you know, I feel bad. You know, the greatest wrestler. I said, look, it's John Smith, number 1, Bruce, number 1A.
Yeah, exactly.
I give the 6 straight world titles.
Right, yeah.
A little precedence over the 12 or 13.
Right.
I mean.
Right, but Gardner was phenomenal.
You know, you couldn't pick a better guy. You know,
Right. Even as a human being.
He was tough to wrestle. And
oh, yeah.
Mindset-wise, you kind of set your mind. You want to make bad things about the guy.
Sure.
That was a good guy.
Yeah, it was hard to. It's hard to probably get fastidious about it.
Okay, we just had a pin here by Spencer Meyer of Maryland.
No, he tech-falled him.
Excuse me, the tech fall with 29 seconds to go. As we just mentioned, a nice job by Myers and a great showing by the University of Maryland. So let's see how far they can go with it. I just checked with the official scores, people running the computers and that. We will very shortly have the complete first round brackets for you. And let me remind you how you get those brackets. We've tried to make it as easy as possible. Unfortunately, I have to use my own personal website, but that's okay. If you want to get our brackets, simply go to my website, which is gregzafros.com. I'm sorry for the weird name. G-R-E-G, Z as in zebra, A, F as in Frank, R-O-S as in Sam.com, then /brackets, that's plural, .pdf, and you should be able to get that. If you want to contact us with any special requests, you want Steve to sing you a song or something like that, or
way down upon the Swanee River,
or Tom to throw a couple logs or something like that, just get in touch with me through my email, and that is simply greg@gregzafros. So it's G-R-E-G @gregzafros.com, just like we had for the brackets. We want to hear from you, and we've enjoyed the fact that we have had several people email us and contact us already. You're listening to Takedown. This is Greg Zafros along with Steve Foster, Tom Erickson.
It's 2-2, guys, up there with the Augsburg wrestler. Augsburg and Cabell from Northern Iowa. So good match there. 30 seconds to go in the second period. Just 21 seconds of riding time in favor of Northern Iowa.
Look like they're doing. They're going to run consoles. This is console matches.
Right.
85. So they're starting about 25. Going to run probably going to run a console round, then to come back with the championship bracket.
These are the consolation rounds for sometimes for the pigtail matches.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So. Okay, and it was Orlando who called and requested us to follow the Augsburg matches, and we've tried to do our best on that, Orlando.
Tied up, 2-2. They go out of bounds. Northern Iowa, Blaze is going to start on the bottom, and Johnson from, he was a little bit. Johnson, pardon me, from Augsburg starts on top. So tight waist, ankle grab there. Far ankle, trying to come over the top of the shoulders, Johnson. Trying to get a leg in.
Probably going to have to come off the ankle eventually.
Yeah, right, yeah. Switches over there to a tight waist. And,
wow, he's on the ankle. He's been on the ankle 15 seconds. They didn't call it.
Yep, go out of bounds. Going to have a fresh start here. Johnson starts on top. Blaze, I'm going to call it Cabell, I believe, for Northern Iowa. Yeah. A lot of Panthers in the house.
If I were Schwab, I'd be saying, hey, get him off your ankle. I wouldn't even tell the ref he's on my ankle. I said, get him off your ankle. Get him off your ankle.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to it again. He kind of saved himself coming up to the elbow grab.
If they're going to call me, I'm going to work it.
Yep. Figure four in the far leg there. Tough on top. Trying to work the arm here of Cabell is Johnson from Augsburg. Minute and 26 seconds to go in third period.
Columbia with the win down there in mat number 3.
Mm-hmm. Big
the Lions from Columbia. And they're going to put another Columbia wrestler right on behind him.
Wow.
I don't have the number and who they are, but one of them's got to be Penn Gottfried. I don't know if that was Penn right there, the first one from Columbia up or not.
Up and out now is Northern Iowa, so now he leads
3-2.
3-2, 37 seconds of riding time in favor of Augsburg. Wrestler there, Johnson.
And we're going to try to get you the team score for after the first round in just a few moments, see what we can do on that. A lot of teams, just like we were talking about, the University of Maryland, are picking up a lot of good points here.
Yeah, they did, especially the upper weights.
Yeah, so...
then again, we don't know who the point scorers are either. So
but I have to presume these 3 Maryland wrestlers are down there.
Spencer, Sheptock, yes, absolutely.
Yep, no question about 3 number 2 seeds all in a row.
So big underhooks here by Johnson. Really powerful guy.
Oh, a headbutt there.
Well, that's in the NFL, that's a penalty.
Yeah.
That's a targeting.
Tolly Thompson's calling it. He's over there looking at the ref like, hey, come on, man. What's that all about? So I don't know if he sheared his head or went right in, kind of skull to skull, but.
Well, took a shot. That's going to buy you some time.
Yeah, that helped him a lot. 15 seconds to go. 3-2. Johnson, big shot there by Johnson. Body locked him. He's got him body locked. 7 seconds to go. Northern Iowa might win this one, guys.
That's the number 7 seed. Johnson's the number 7 seed.
Wow, could be a big win there for Northern Iowa. Rolling around with Tolly Thompson doesn't hurt, does it?
Yeah. Okay, so straight in front of him. He beat him.
So we've got a win for the Augsburg wrestler.
No.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, for the other wrestler. And
Blaze Cabell.
Blaze Cabell. And that's the last of the heavyweight bouts here. There could be 1 or 2 still going in the other room. We don't know that for sure. But what I'm going to try to do is go over and get the team score for you and read it off. I don't know whether I'll be able to post it to my website or not, but I'll try to get that score for you and we'll read it off. So it might take them a couple minutes to get that, but I'll let Steve and Tom take over for a little bit. I'm going to head over there. Then I think we're going to rotate out a little bit because it is about lunchtime here. And so I think we'll rotate out a little bit and we'll be coming back and forth and filling in on the rest of it. As we mentioned, we've got the pigtail matches. We got the consolation rounds for the pigtail matches coming up or going on right now.
Right in front of us, yeah.
Right.
It's going to be hard for us to keep track of it, really.
We really won't.
Pretty tough, so.
This might be a good time for a couple of interviews and a recap of some of the matches that are going on. We've got Mike Moyer right next to us right now, head of the Coaches Association, several other people coming by.
We want to tell our listeners it's not that these matches aren't important to us or the athletes. We know they're working hard. We like to give them attention, but without the brackets filled in, and they aren't yet until we get them printed out, it's difficult for us to
hard
really
to match
call
up
them.
matches and match bouts and stuff like that. But, in the same token, too, a guy like Mike Moyer is very instrumental to the grand scheme of the wrestling.
Right. Yeah, we'll get him in here.
Out there starting new programs and things like that.
Okay, well, I'm going to head on over, see if I can get that team score. So stay tuned. I'm hoping to get it within about 5 minutes or so, and then you'll find out what's going on in this first period. This is Greg Zaffros for Takedown Radio.
And we're ready.
You're listening to the broadcast of the 51st Annual Ken Kraft Midlands Tournament.
Well, after we're done with Mike Moyer, can you be interviewed? Can you come up here or not? Okay. We'll do Mike first, then we'll have you on, okay, Nick? All right, good.
As we're rolling around, it's nice to see, got a good crowd in the stands today. Man, good attendance by some folks today. I mean, everybody kind of says the Midlands ups, down, or anything else, but we have a great crowd in here. Well, look who just stopped by. How you doing, sir?
Doing well. Good to see you.
Doing good. You're a busy man. How did we catch you here at the Midlands?
Well, we're out doing a little fundraising, and actually the last time I was here, I was still coaching at George Mason University in 1995, so it was a great opportunity to come back and see some great wrestling.
Talking about some George Mason, Coach Russell's got some guys seated. Yep. He's got with numbers up to 30, 40 individuals. I know he was down there a couple years. I talked to him a couple years ago, and trouble with numbers, yep. And it wasn't about quality. It's just numbers. Give me numbers, and things are going to work out. And how many did you end up? What was the most kids you had in the room at one time when you were at George Mason?
Well, we typically had 30 to 35. I mean, back when I was coaching, we had about 3.5 scholarships. So you had to bring numbers in.
Hustling.
And but we had three guys that collectively won we had 4 All-Americans.
Right.
3 wrestlers and took plenty of guys to the NCAAs. And when you have 270,000 high school wrestlers and only 77 Division I programs, there's a lot of really, really good wrestlers out there, and there's more parity than ever.
Joe's done a great job. I think he's taken a lot of, obviously, your lead. I mean, getting in there, you used to run the program and stuff like that, but clearly, in the new programs, as we've talked before about different things in new programs, and one of the important things is about starting a program and running programs the right way, with a solid leadership base, and you guys and with John Licata have run the coaching academy and things like that. How's that kind of worked out? How many people do you have the numbers offhand? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but through your coaching academy.
Well, we've provided up till now, we've provided full scholarships for 270 head and assistant college coaches to go through that leadership training program, and we have funds allocated to provide 60 to 90 full scholarships each year. Currently, we have 2 academies. We have one for coaches that want to go the faith-based college route. We have another one for the non-faith-based colleges, and we're just getting ready to start a 3rd one for coaches that want to be at women's intercollegiate teams.
Right. So it's a new trend that's coming out, a big trend.
It's a new trend.
The faith-based, which you guys have covered with Carl Perry, I believe.
Yep.
Went with the FCA. I think the president of the FCA and the wrestling and stuff like that. And then with the women's base, I know with Oklahoma City doing really well. I mean, they've won the last, 3 of the last 4 or 4 of the last 5 national titles and stuff. Missouri Baptist with Brian Jackson. Yep. Another one that's doing really well.
We have 4 new women's teams coming online just for next year. Warner Pacific University in Oregon, an NAIA program. Ottawa College in Kansas, Lyon College in Arkansas, Life University down in Georgia.
That's fantastic.
We're up to 23 intercollegiate women's wrestling teams. The truth of the matter is, though, we need more coaches.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've really been challenged.
Wow.
Finding coaches out there, those programs, and so we're going to have a leadership academy specifically for coaches that want to coach women's intercollegiate teams this summer. We want to get 20 to 25 coaches in to start building this pool up so we don't, so we have good quality coaches.
Are we searching for women's coaches as well for the women's team? I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag, It's probably going to be more male at the time, but I would imagine the women can communicate with them. I mean, I know they can be successful either way, obviously, but
we've had females go through our CEO Leadership Academy.
Sure.
Where we're looking for prospects would be women who are graduating from their intercollegiate teams. We're looking for assistant coaches of existing women's intercollegiate teams. And then we're looking for, there's a lot of really good high school coaches out there in states like Texas, California, that are coaching boys and girls that are looking to make that transition to college. So we just need to grow the pool. So as we get these new programs started, we have really solid coaching candidates to be at the helm.
How many of those programs are doubling up? I know we got some stuff. How many of those are doubling up men's and women's teams, or just
all of them?
All of them are.
Warner Pacific is adding men and women. Lyon College in Arkansas is men and women. Ottawa College is men and women. And Life University already has a men's program.
Now that helps us with the Title IX situation, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Kind of nullifies that issue, or gets rid of it, really.
Yeah. The thing that's
the quotient's even. Men's and women's, your quotient's even, your push.
Exactly.
Right.
So
the growth of women's wrestling at all levels is absolutely critical to the growth of the future growth of men's wrestling at all levels. And
keeping it gender equal.
Yeah, but what's challenging is you got to make sure that the participation numbers at the grassroots level are in concert with the development of coaches, which is in concert with the development of new teams. Because if that ever gets out of balance, it doesn't help us if we have more college teams and not enough prospects, recruits, to fill those rosters.
Kind of like we talked, you want the right person, like Joe Russell. You want the right administrator. You want the program started. We're not just trying to start programs. We're trying to start programs and maintain and push them into the future.
Exactly.
It's anybody. I shouldn't say anybody can start a program, but
sure.
A program is relatively easy to start, so to speak.
Yep.
But it's the maintaining that program and taking that program to 5 years, 10 years, and showing the worthiness and connecting to the alumni. I saw you talking to Scott Hinkle, who does a phenomenal job connecting with his alumni and building up their base, and that's the type of people that you're going to have to put in those positions and stuff like that.
It creates longevity, and the longevity proves that it's real.
Well, as much energy that goes into starting a new college program, if the wrong coach is put at the helm and it fails, you can never recover.
Yeah,
you got to make sure that it's somebody that really has those CEO skills. And most of the new programs we're getting started are schools that are looking to bolster enrollment. They're looking for a coach that can maintain a roster of 30 to 40 men and women. And so there's a lot to it, and it really requires a pretty solid set of CEO skills. And but it's we've had great candidates in our leadership academy in the past, and we're looking forward to another great group this coming year.
It's like anything you build worthwhile, you got to have a good foundation. From building, construction to pro wrestling programs to any sport, you got to have a good foundation. You don't set up that foundation, the rest, the roof and the walls are all going to come tumbling in. You got to get that set up.
How much work did you guys have to do over at NEO, Northeast Oklahoma, up in Miami, Oklahoma? Because not only did they restart the program after they dropped it, they've and you know where I'm going with this, they've dumped a lot of money, brand new facility, brand new coaching, standalone facilities, full spaces and things like that. I mean, were you guys kind of instrumental in that? And
yeah, essentially what we do is every October we send a letter out to every university president and athletic director in America, thanking those that sponsor wrestling and encouraging those that don't to please consider doing so for a laundry list of compelling reasons. And it's amazing, but we typically get minimally a dozen inquiries just off of that letter that goes out. And in the Northeast Oklahoma situation, actually Leroy Smith and John Smith are very good friends with the president there.
Yes.
And so we were in more of an assisting role. We put the PowerPoint together that gives all the facts and the numbers, but Leroy and John really deserve a lot of credit for
that's real instrumental,
getting that off the ground. Yeah,
that's
well, at one time, this is years ago when I was still in the state of Oklahoma. At one time, the #1 Division I team was Oklahoma State, the #1 Division II team was Central Oklahoma, and the #1 junior college team was NEO. At the one time, they had a span where 3 of the top teams in the tiers of wrestling held the #1 right now. I don't believe they finished that way, but they held those.
I remember AWN, the Amateur Wrestling News, doing a whole article on that, and me reading that article in AWN about that. So
it's only gonna help. I only ask that because I follow. I'm very partial to the state of Oklahoma, but you see all the new facilities. I mean, stand-off facilities, and
that's fantastic.
My son was going to go down there, had a little heart condition, couldn't go, but went down there and saw their facilities, and their facilities were okay. But then they were building these standalone for wrestling, which means the president that emphasis was there.
That's fantastic. Yeah, right.
One of the most important roles of our intercollegiate programs in the past has been training future generations of high school, middle school, and elementary level coaches. And just in the last 5 or 6 years, we now have brought wrestling back in a variety of states where college wrestling was previously extinct. And we now have a college program in New Mexico. We have one in Texas. We have 5 in Arkansas. We have 1 in Alabama. We got 4 in Georgia. So and we just were contacted by a college president in Florida, which would be our first college program down there. So
that'd be exciting.
There's a lot of work to be done, but certainly there's a lot of very positive momentum.
I think all these names that come through my mind: Brandon Slay, just every state, Chris Bono, Florida. All these states that Kish. I mean, all these states that produce all these great wrestlers that us hardcore or even casual wrestling fans get to enjoy over the years. They come from those states, and they could go down there and be a part of those teams.
Yeah, well, why a state like Texas would want to export someone like Brandon Slay to some other state?
Yes,
in many instances, knowing they're not going to come back after graduation. That's one of the most important commodities that any state has, is its best and brightest students.
Absolutely.
And so.
And think of the participation numbers at the high school level in Texas, and then, of course, the population base. I think it's the second most populated state in the nation, Texas, is only to California.
What's one of the big skills, and I kind of know the answer, it's a softball to you, but the big skills as far as CEO fundraising, you're here fundraising. Now let's face it, where we're at, I mean, you could probably emphasize this more, kind of giving it to you, but what's one of the bigger skills that for our young coaches, people listening to us and things like that, not to feel offended by if one of these young coaches come up to you, is going to be what?
It's really fundraising. I mean, at the end of the day, academic institutions, whether it's at the college level, the high school level, the middle school level, they're all squeezed financially. And so the future of all sports, regardless of the level, is going to be on the ability of us getting community support and community funding. And it's just a skill that coaches have to have. And our work at the NWCA, we have a $1.5 million budget annually, and we have to raise about $1 million of that a year. Wow. So it doesn't matter, where you're at. If you're a college dean, one of the primary roles of college deans is fundraising. If you're a college professor, it's fundraising. It goes with the territory today, and the advice I would give to any coach at any level is you got to make sure you're proficient in that skill, or you surround yourself with assistants who are proficient with that
the society we live in. It's moved by the almighty dollar. Right. I mean, it's just part of the world we live in. Exactly. So you're always going to have bills to pay, and when the lights go out, then you're in trouble. Right. So you got to keep the lights on and stuff flowing in the right direction.
How much have you guys used social media now? And that's the big cutting edge thing now in terms of obviously fundraising, but social media has got to play a big part. Twitter, where we can actually put faces out there. I know I've talked to Pat and Dr. Cooper about that in terms of coaches. Man, get 10 and your guys get 10. It's just small little tidbits that when you go into, it's a leverage play, is it not? I mean, where you can use social media as a leverage point?
Well, sure. What we've done is we've partnered with Dr. Coit Cooper, a professor of sports marketing at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. They have one of the top graduate sports marketing programs in the country. And he's developed a turnkey marketing kit, which primarily uses social marketing, social media. And we've made it available for free for every college coach across the country to just equip them with the tools and resources they need to be more efficient at doing that sort of thing.
You guys have done such a great job. You're so active in your role and what you do, and I think that's so important. You show up at the tournaments, you're out there, you make yourself so available, and that's so important because you have the resources that a lot of these guys will embrace and take upon themselves to run with the ball, but they just don't know which direction to go, or maybe they don't know which way the end zone is. And you're a great director saying, hey, here's some ammunition, here's some stuff you can work with. And you got any other questions? I know you've been to Des Moines just not too long ago. We were talking about the program there in downtown Des Moines at the Capitol Square Center. Sure. And you got a lot of irons on the fire, and you guys are out there and you do a good job. You're very active in what you do.
Well, thank you. It's such a privilege and an honor to be able to serve the coaches at all levels across the country. And I really enjoy just getting out to events like this. And, we exist to help them. We're here to serve them. And you brought up a really good point I wanted to elaborate on. One of our new initiatives is we're starting a Wrestlers in Business Network across the country. Currently, we have a chapter in Washington, D.C. We have a chapter in Cleveland, Ohio. The goal is to have 10 chapters in place by this next spring. And what we want to do is to build a corporate infrastructure in every major city across the country. And the idea is to get wrestlers to do business with wrestlers, to get wrestlers to hire wrestlers. And as wrestler-owned businesses prosper by being part of this network, they will have more discretionary revenue to invest back into our sport.
It's a big fraternity, isn't it?
It sure is.
It's a real strong fraternity for wrestlers. And owning a business, started mine with a little prayer and a blessing, and $98.50, I think. Right. I started Rid-X Termite Pest Control with, and now we're not huge, but I got employees, and we've had some success, and we give our one up above the glory. But it's all about getting out there in the community, and you never catch a fish if you never throw the bait in the water. Exactly. And you guys are doing that. Well, you're doing that from the ground level, and I see it. That meeting, by the way, was so inspirational. That day I went out, and I think I just made a couple sales just because I felt inspired from what you guys said that day. Out there. I got a few new clients, just maybe all on my own, but It was just very inspirational. So.
Well, Des Moines is a great place to have a wrestlers in business. Wrestling is so indigenous to that region.
Oh, it is.
There's so many business owners, and I would just say if there's anyone out there listening today that's interested in getting a chapter started in their city or in their region, just give us a call. And again, we have a turnkey manual that just could help any chapter get off the ground.
That's important. And Mike, we want to thank you for being part of the show today. You hop in anytime you need to. We love having you on because you're out there you're a front liner. Well, you're out there. I mean, you know the latest and the greatest stuff going on. You're out there on the front line. And
Mike's not only the front line, and sometimes he's the only line and still in the fight.
That's right, man. I've been impressed with what he's done
for a long time. And Mike is the line. He's the front, the back, the side. He carries the line.
He's good.
I'll say this: there's no one out there I could beat. So I appreciate you keeping me as far from the mat as possible.
Well, time has a way of doing that, doesn't it? None of us are getting any younger. Somebody recently told me what's something everybody's doing in the world right now at the exact same time. It's getting older. So.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for all you do.
Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Yep. Mike Moyer there, President NWCA, doing a great job for the sport of wrestling. And, Tom, it's amazing. Every time I talk to Mike, the stuff that he informs me of. And it impresses me the progress that our great sport that we love so much is making, the new programs. And
a lot of people don't know.
A lot of great strategies, too.
A lot of people don't know it. I mean, this is, we've talked about getting together on different programs and things, and I've worked with them, and I've gone through the Leadership Academy, and he's out there. A lot of people don't realize. There's a lot of people, this program dropped, this goes on, and there's a lot that people don't understand that goes on behind the scenes to, one, either prevent that, or two, to start up these new programs
from scratch.
From scratch, Life College. I mean, these schools, are starting. He's instrumental. That's why I asked him about NEL. I'm really partial to Oklahoma, but these guys, he's starting programs. These people are starting programs, and
good strategy by doing the men's and women's together. I mean, that just that's going to eliminate and neutralize the Title IX is very great, and it helps women get involved with wrestling.
Yes,
we're not partial. I'm glad the women are wrestling. I think it's great. There's nothing wrong with it. It's good wrestling. We love wrestling at any level,
Right, and I know. I think that a lot of our hardcore fans are like, well, where's all the Division I programs? Well, that's not really not our grassroots programs. Our grassroots programs are the Division III, the junior college, Division II, the Division IIIs, a little bit of the NAI as well, but those are our grassroots programs, and those are the ones that you got to get up a groundswell, and when you see these people the numbers.
Yeah.
He's got a great approach, a numbers game approach. It's a numbers. They're generating numbers from revenue and things like that, and getting kids on campuses. And by the way, and that's why I even asked him, I said, the managerial skills, the fundraising skills, just to throw the mat down and blow a whistle, that's not what it is anymore.
No, you got to be able to multitask.
You got to be able to have I hate to say Twitter account or Facebook or something, and promote that and get the word out there and get people to see what's going on.
You got to be able to multitask. You got to be able to get out there in the community and talk to the people and let them know that your wrestling program's in town, and it's an honor to have them come watch, and you're going to perform for them. And then you get the wrestling going on the mat. Then you perform the fans, and they keep coming back because of the excitement of the sport, but they also come back because they know exactly what you stand for and how important the wrestling is to the community, to the families that are involved, the moms and dads, the grandparents, the kids, the siblings that come and cheer for their brothers or their sisters in the sport of wrestling. It's just so important for all of us.
I see Scott Hinkle, at Purdue, like I was there, and obviously, and you see a lot of grassroots. Let's get ingratiated into the community so they don't forget you. So now when you're going to ask for them to come out and wrestle.
Yep, Hinkle does a good job. Real good head.
Okay, we're back into the championship round. We have the #1 seed out there.
Sounds good.
Jesse Delgado of the University of Illinois is out.
Returning national champion.
Right, so
this should be a little easier, a little bit more fun. Numbers will match up.
Yeah.
Brackets and numbers and everything will match up. Looking forward to this.
Okay, so we got Jesse Delgado out there. It's match 211 if you did the bracket sheets before, and he's going against Penn Gottfried of Columbia. And right now the score is 12-2, and I have to presume that's in favor of Jesse Delgado. Yes, it is. So that's in the first period, and already actually now it's a 12-3 lead. So Jesse Delgado, the #1 seed, with a big lead going on. Let's check the other matches and see if all the championship round matches are going on in the mats in this room.
Match number 212
is on 5.
All right, 5. Okay, and that's
we've got
Nipko
and Yahtzee, Connor Yahtzee from Michigan.
Yeah, see, I give you all the difficult names.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then what else do we have? We have
213 on 6.
That's Peters against Furlinger. Peters of Northern Iowa. And, Orlando, we've got Mike Fainfinger of Augsburg. And so he's out there right now at 13 on, mat number 6. Right now there's no score in that one, Orlando. Okay, match 214.
Matt, I don't see it out there unless we have we're missing one on 2. No, that's not. But what we got over there is we get a fall from, on 215, Corey Clark from Iowa, just racking up the fall over there on mat number 3. So he's done. So he was up there. 213. It looks like we got another Illinois gentleman from Illinois, so I'm not sure.
Corey Clark from Southeast Polk High School there, metropolitan area of Des Moines, Iowa, just outside of the Des Moines area there, just to the east of town. Multiple state champ. Got to watch Corey win some of his titles. Good-looking freshman there for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Right in front of us, we have Gerard Garnett, who's wrestled for Virginia Tech before. He's graduated, now wrestling unattached. He's the #2 seed.
Defeated Corey Clark, I think, last year in a real good match.
Yes. Yeah, right. And
tough match.
He's wrestling Darian Cruz from Lehigh, and right now Garnett is leading by a score of 4-1.
I'm going to go get my latest bracket here too. I'll let you guys continue, okay?
Okay.
Oh, you got another one. Good. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Yep, got one from the champ. Mr. Tom Erickson. So good job. And
are we mixing in both, it looks like?
Might be. Sometimes they use the outer ones or inner mats for consolations as well. But
they're probably still wrapping up pigtails there.
Right.
And then 220, I don't know what 220 is. Bout number 220. It doesn't
be here. 220 is going to bring us up to.
It jumps 222 right into that bout.
Unless it does.
Unless
it skips over.
That's a
okay. We're going to need
leftover.
We're going to need a little remedial math here, but that's the way it goes. It's always kind of funny.
That's 204.
We get this, but one of these years we'll get it worked out. Right now we still have a 4-1 lead for Gerard Garnett, and that'll be pretty good if there's a match between Garnett and Delgado. Oh, Garnett's going to get more back points. Oh, time runs out. He's not going to get it. Oh, he had a tilt on his opponent, Cruz from Lehigh, and but time ran out. The referee didn't give him to it. It was close to getting 2. Garnett, an outstanding wrestler, a past winner of this Midlands tournament and doing a great job.
All-American last year.
Oh yeah, no question about it.
All-American last year in Des Moines,
I think for one short period of time he was actually ranked #1 in the nation.
Yeah, he was. Yep, sure was. Yep.
There's Gilman up on mat number 2.
Yep.
Gilman and Watterson, Billy Watterson.
Gilman and
from Brown, unattached from Brown. God, you like that? Unattached from Brown.
Tough.
An Ivy League school sending somebody unattached.
Yep, and Gilman not leading, trying to get a takedown there, trying to pull Watterson back on the mat. Watterson real wisely stands right up and faces off Gilman, so there's still no score there. They're kind of wrestling for the varsity spot, by the way. Most people know that, maybe not, but Thomas Gilman and Corey Clark, they haven't quite solidified, but this tournament could be the...
we talked about it, Greg and I talked about it earlier, that the duel, Tom made mention of it, the hour weigh-in, you got 2 hours, a day progresses type of thing.
A little tougher for Clark.
Let's see who functions.
Yep.
Tournament format, dual meet format, let's see who functions. That's a pretty... It's a plus that you got 2 quality guys like you do have, but it's
those are good problems to have.
Yeah, we've got a 19-4 win, a technical fall for Jesse Delgado. He was up something like 12-2 at the end of the
big win for the #1 seed.
Yeah, so nice job by the #1 seed there. The #2 seed right in front of us again is Gerard Garnett, and he's leading 5-1 in the second period, so not quite as much of a blowout. Of course, he's wrestling a wrestler from Lehigh, a well-established program.
Yeah, Lehigh's been around for many years. The Engineers for years, I believe, before the Mountain Hawks. Weren't they called the Engineers back in the day? So.
I guess the Engineers is a discriminatory name, so they had to.
Oh, is that what it is?
Disrespectful name, so they had to change that.
That's back with the Darrell Burley days and Pete Yozo.
Oh, right.
Boy, they've had some great ones over the years.
Yeah. Wow,
Colin Kilrain.
Yeah.
So
we're still in the 125-pound weight class. We have 6 mats here. There are 8 matches in this round. So the question is whether those other 2 remaining matches are going into the other room, which they probably or very possibly might. We'll know that.
Listen, 16 and 17. And this is a console match right here because the young man Eppert lost, I believe he did.
Up on match number 221.
Yes, that's a console match.
Okay.
Yeah, so 220 is a consolation match, and 221 is a consolation match.
Yeah, they are, because that's why the numbers don't exist on here.
We don't have those. We didn't pay a big enough bill to get those.
We didn't, did we?
Right. Okay. Garnett now up by a score of 7-1 over Cruz of Lehigh.
Cruz in on a shot, a low ankle pick attempt.
I think that's a smart move on Cruz's part. You get it on his legs.
Tie up some time and then hope for you score.
How do you take away a kid's athleticism and explosiveness?
We're getting some back points for Garnett there. There was a shot in there by Cruz, and Garnett just laid on top of it. Pushed him down, makes it, it's going to be 9 or is it 10? No, it's 12.
12, he got the 2 takedown. It was 7-1, 2 takedown, and the three backs.
Okay, so nice job by
5-point move.
He probably saw the fact that Jesse Delgado won big with a tech fall on the other side, wants to show that he's just as good.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of time to do it. He's got a minute to go to rack up a couple more points, 3 more points for that tech fall. He does have
tough leg rides here by Garnett.
Oh, he's got him on his back. He might put him down now. He's got a minute to put him down. Garnett on top. He's just laying across Cruz, kind of a Turk, a spread out Turk.
He's got the leg hook, but nothing else really. Just hold.
Well, he's got to lift the head, and he's starting to do it right now. You lift that head up, and get those shoulders down.
He's got to get off to the side. Maybe it's kind of almost chest to chest here, basically.
Right. Yeah, he's gonna have to change it completely. Now he's got a regular Turk going right there. Let's see if he can bring him down.
I think Gilman leads Watterson now 6-2, I believe. Gilman starts down, Watterson on top. Just starting the be starting the second period, I would imagine.
Okay, here's the
Yahtzee from Michigan comes through on mat number 5.
Okay.
Here's the technical fall now. It should be. He gave 3 points on it.
No, 12 and 3, 15,
yeah.
15-1.
Yeah,
and the match riding time point gets you the tech
it
fall.
only comes at the end of the match.
Yeah, they can't give that.
Yep.
Frustrating.
Okay, so they're gonna have to wrestle the last 2 seconds, and there's the buzzer, and a nice win by Gerard Garnett.
TF, tech fall, right?
Tech fall there by him, and a tech fall by Jesse Delgado for the number 1 seed.
Tit for tat.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
nice way to answer.
I'm not exactly sure here who else in this bracket is going to upset either one of those 2 guys, so we might see them in the finals, but it's wrestling, you never know. So we should be switching off to some other consolation matches, and so the start of the 132-pound weight class. Remember that the number 1 seed is A.J. Schopp of Edinburgh. The number 2 seed is Tony Ramos of Iowa.
And they've met this year with Schopp winning the match, I believe.
Yes. That was a big upset. That's the one that moved Schopp up to number 1.
Right.
It is, from Edinburgh. 7-2 now. Gilman leads Watterson. They're back up on their feet. 1:24 to go in the second period. 29 seconds of riding time in favor of Thomas Gilman of Iowa. Watterson, as Tom Erickson mentioned earlier, wrestling unattached, right, for Brown? Is that correct? I think Billy Watterson.
Yes.
Wrestling unattached.
And we have to make an admission, folks. If you hear any munching or slurping like that, we're trying to eat our lunch and do this broadcast.
Greg's trying to eat his lunch.
Same time. Well, yeah, I'm not going to share here. Although when I was talking to you, I saw Tom snitch some of my cookie back there.
Oh yeah,
and all that stuff. So
he's a heavyweight.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't get this big by not eating. That's
right. Okay,
he had some workouts too.
For our Virginia fans, we've got Schopp out there is wrestling. They got the wrestler from Virginia Tech, Dennis Gustafson, who is unseeded at this point. There's no score with about 30 seconds gone in the first period.
That's 2:22.
Right, and we don't have the updated brackets yet. We hope to get them soon, and we haven't gotten the team score yet.
The consolation side.
So we'll have to just wait, but stick with us. You'll eventually get it. I have to say that Iowa's done okay, and certainly the University of Maryland has done real well today.
I think Edinburgh's has been well represented as well. They got those 2 number 1s, a couple of 3s and 4s.
Right. Okay, there's a nice try in there by Schopp. Spins around, but I'll tell you, Gustafson takes him out of bounds. This Gustafson is a short, stocky wrestler.
Very much so.
And that I thought that. I was talking to Coach Kevin Dresser today, and unfortunately, Joey Dance is not wrestling for them today because he's recovering from an injury. Joey Dance was the top-rated wrestler in high school in his weight class last year. Was an All-American high school everything last year.
Right.
And is doing a great job. Coach told me he had a couple of losses earlier in the year due primarily to just not having adjusted to the college level yet. But here's another young wrestler, Dennis Gustafson for Virginia Tech, and I'm sure those 2 guys bang heads all the time in the practice.
He looks physically strong,
very good, and he's built
very strong looking,
very much like Joey Dance, short and stocky.
Gilman gets 2 more for the Iowa Hawkeyes, and 11-3 now, and I don't know if they'd have both of them as score
little surprise here, sorry.
Look at this.
Schopp got taken down.
Wow.
Yep, by
Gustafson, he tried to kind of force a little whip over or throw by or something like that, and Gustafson just horsed him, and he's going to get nip near fall.
Yeah, trying to get it. Is he going to get one? He's got a 1. There's a 2 count. He's going to get 2 points.
But did he give up a headlock?
He's got to get out of that. Boy, he's in trouble now, maybe. No, he recovered.
2 back, and there's probably 2 back points. It makes it 4-0 now for the unranked, unseeded wrestler. We're going to get a reversal here by Schopp.
Good series wrestling there. Just going from one move right into the other, A.J. Schopp. The number 1 seed and number 1 ranked wrestler in the nation.
And there's the 2-point reversals. So that makes it 4-2, but
Schopp seems, Tom, he can really keep those moves going. You know, he just goes from one right in, the other right in. A lot of times, these young kids, they get lost in that action. It's hard for them to keep up. They run out of counters, basically, is what happens. They run out of counter moves, and Big reversal there now, 4-2, starting the second period. 27 seconds riding time, though, for Gustafson from Virginia Tech for the Hokies. So he gets choice. A.J. Shop takes top, so he will take top, and Gustafson will start on the bottom.
And we'll check and see if the number 2 seed, Tony Ramos, is going to be in this room here. He's match number 229. We just can't tell until they walk out on the mat.
Shop starts on top, Gustafson on the bottom. Gustafson had the early lead. Caution on Shop. Gilman picking up some more points down there, 13-4, mat number 2 for the Iowa Hawkeyes against Watterson from Wrestling Unattached. Mr. Billy Watterson for Brown, Wrestling Unattached.
13, they're still grinding away down there.
Yeah.
Peters and Fuffinger from Augsburg.
Yes.
Down there wrestling.
Another Augsburg wrestler.
Yep.
Fuffinger. And Gilman, I believe, was victorious. Is that right? So both the 125-pounder. I wonder if they're both point winners maybe for the Hawks. I'm not sure for Iowa. Could be. Might want to do that. Oh, looky here. A.J. Shop has Gustafson in trouble with the cradle.
Yeah, he's going to get the 3 back points at a minimum if he doesn't get the pin. He's got that far side cradle in tight. He's just rolling it over now, and Gustafson is down, and there's a minute to go. I think this could be over. Shop is an excellent wrestler. He's done a great job, but the experience of Shop just put him out.
He's long and lean. He just really knows how to keep his balance in those situations. And Gustafson having a hard time bridging out of this.
I had a conversation with Shop at the All-Star meet last year, and nice young fellow. There's the pin. I think the referee wanted to put Gustafson out of his misery. There.
Ironically enough, he's only and Shop was trailing 4-2 at the time.
You're right. Yeah. And the point is that this is could be a rising star for Virginia Tech. A nice job there by Dennis Gustafson of Virginia Tech, going against the number 1 seed. So I don't think he should complain about anything there. He's physically very imposing.
Exactly.
Just as Joey Dance is. So a nice job there. We're going to be moving to 133 pounds in just a moment too. And as we mentioned before, we've got Shop here. I mean, we're going to be moving down it. Tyler Graff coming up. As I've mentioned before, he's the number 5 seed, which indicates to you how tough this weight class is for somebody as good as Tyler Graff to be the number 5 seed. So we're going to check on his. He's wrestling a fellow by the name of Cruz. That's Randy Cruz from Lehigh, who we saw earlier.
Over there on mat number 3.
Yep.
They've already started. He's up 2-0.
And I think we do have Alan Waters here. He is wrestling mat number 2, match number 227. I think he leads, is that correct, over to Bakersfield wrestler Mendoza.
Mendoza, right.
Jose Mendoza from Bakersfield, who got a major coming into this match, by the way. Mendoza won 15-2. Waters was victorious over Fisher, George Fisher from Michigan.
And you may know that
Alan
Waters was with the University of Missouri, but he's redshirting this year. He had an outstanding year last year. I mean, and that outstanding wrestler.
I remember watching him here as a freshman.
We did. Yeah,
coming in as freshman as 25-pounder.
Yeah.
Now he's up to 33 for this tournament. I don't know if that's his future or not. I don't know.
I don't know. It's he was at 125 last year.
His career.
One of the toughest 125-pound weight classes in a few years, and did a really nice job. In fact, he was ranked number 1 at one point during the year last year too.
Yeah, made it to the semis last year. Now he is he's redshirting like Greg Zaffro says, and he leads right now 5-0. So over Mendoza, Bakersfield.
Okay, and over right in front of us in mat number 4, for our Northwestern fans who can't make it here today, we've got Pat Greco at 141 pounds. He's wrestling a Columbia wrestler, Matt Bystol, B-Y-S-T-O-L. And so you've got the hometown favorite up here, the Northwestern wrestler. And again, this Columbia team is doing a great job here. They've got another one in the championship round still. So
Bystol's a number 5 seed, Greco's a number 12 seed.
Yep. So what can we say? No score yet, minute 25 to go in the first period on that one. We'll keep you abreast of the goings-on.
Over there looking at number 3 seed, Mason Beckman from Lehigh, scores 0-0 versus Kyle Nordstrom from Virginia Tech, unattached. So Beckman has got 0-0 halfway through the first period over there on mat number 1, no score.
Tony Ramos in his stare down here against his Utah Valley opponent down here on mat number 5, match number 229, the number 2 ranked wrestler in the nation. I'm not sure if he's ranked number 2 right now, but he is seeded number 2 in this particular tournament, so stand to be corrected there.
You kind of have to be, since the guy that beat you is here.
Yeah, exactly.
This year.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Still no score on that match between Northwestern's Pat Greco and Bystol. Matt, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, B-Y-S-T-O-L, Bystol of Columbia.
The number 1 seed at number 141, Mitchell Port is wrestling on 6 and no score. They just started off there 30 seconds in. He's wrestling Nick Lawrence from Purdue.
One of the Boilermakers, Tom.
Yes,
you
sir.
know the Boilermakers well, my friend.
Nick Lawrence from Ohio.
Yep. Power to Boilermakers. That's where I took my entomology courses, by the way, back in the day.
Really?
Yeah, just mostly correspondence stuff, but I've been on the campus a few times. So, yep, at the time, that's all I could afford. It's worked out good for me, and they're one of the best entomology schools in the world.
Yes.
For insect control and things of that nature. So, yep, had some pretty good professors. Spent a lot of time on postage back then. Now you just email all that stuff, you know, so you can go online and... So.
Okay, end of the first period in that match between Bystol of Columbia and Pat Greco of Northwestern. Bystol chooses the down position, immediately stands up, and Greco does a nice job of lifting him up, throwing it to the mat, but back up again is Bystol. He's pulling the arms off, and he's out. 1-0 for the Columbia wrestler Bystol. Oh, and a nice shot in by Bystol and a nice snap down by Greco.
Yeah, Greco did a great job coming at him. When he got out, he came right at him.
Yeah, it was.
Didn't let him breathe.
Yeah, these guys are really going to it. A lot of fast twitch going on out there. They're in the neutral position. What do we have here? Okay, there was the 1-point escape. Okay, there's a nice shot in there. A single leg pickup by Greco. He's trying to lift it up high and do a trip on it. He can't lift it up. He's trying to pull it back. A nice counter there by Bystol. He's reaching around, grabbing the leg. They're going to be in a neutral position, probably going to go to a stalemate. So what looked like almost an assured takedown by Greco, probably going to turn into, and there it is. Okay, a stalemate, and they go back to the center. Nice move. These guys have not stopped since the first whistle blew.
Anytime there's a scramble, the other one comes right back at you. Greco gets out, boom, he comes right back in on a leg attack. I mean, these guys are going at it.
Yeah, we got a lot of action here. Ramos up already 10-5. So
yeah, you know what?
A lot of points being scored.
Well, I'll tell you something that's frustrating about that 10, and I think Tony's going to be okay right here in this match. But what's frustrating about that he's got 5 takedowns and he gave him 5 escapes.
Yeah.
This young man gets 1 takedown. Now it's a 10-7 match.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's what's, Tony's out wrestling. Like I say, I'm sure he's fine here, but
it would
wrestle that hard.
It look a lot closer than what it really is, wouldn't it? I mean,
just as I say that, Tony gets a takedown, 12-5, goes in the second period at 12-5.
He likes that head control with the cow catcher, doesn't he? He loves those underhooks. He likes to take that, stuff that head and underhook you and show you the light. So
looking back over there, and Port closes Lawrence out with a fall.
Mitchell Port?
Yep. 9 seconds left in the first period.
Wow. Tough kid. Another one for Edinburgh. Good job. Gotta believe him and Shop wrestling in the practice room. There you go. Iron sharpening iron against Mitchell Port and AJ Shop.
Let's remember at 141 we had a request for following Rick Durso from F&M. So let's just keep that in mind. It'll be coming up in a little bit. But still a lot of action going on right in front of us in that match between Columbia and Northwestern. The score is 1-0 by virtue of an escape for the Northwestern wrestler at the beginning of the second period. But they have been going at it tooth and nail, even though no points have been scored. So that's the end of the second period, 1-0 with only 7 seconds of riding time showing on the scoreboard, but a lot of activity out there. And in fact, a little bit of fatigue is showing by both wrestlers, especially the Columbia wrestler.
Yep.
Tony wants that arm.
Boy, he's working the upper body, isn't he? He's not afraid to get out there and really crank on people from up top. So, what's the best defense for that, Coach? Is try to get up to your base, or do you want to actually, or just belly out like that?
Well, you want to put weight on your hand. You want to put weight on your hand. You want to push weight off your hand, because as soon as you're trying to roll with it, he's going to pull it away, or you have some guys trying to grab your body. You got to push weight down on it.
That upper body, push it down and get out.
Okay, look at this. We got a stand up by Greco and then a trip by Bystall.
Wow.
And they're trying to get out of there.
Greco trying to get a kick out. But
Bystall is the top wrestler there. They go out of bounds, but
good cover by Bystall.
I
good
know.
cover.
And
I thought Greco get a kick out there.
Yeah, well, it's the good old mule kick, and he was doing it just right, but nice counter moving by Bystall. And these guys have just not stopped, as I mentioned before. We go back to a minute and 30 seconds to go in the third period. The score is only 1-0. That's in favor of Bystall, so there's no riding time. And there's the escape by Greco. That ties the score at 1-1 with a minute and 20 to go in the third period. And now these guys are going to get desperate. If they weren't working fast enough and hard enough before, they're going to crank it up even more now.
It's one of those matches that it's 1-1, but there's been a lot more action than the score tells.
It easily could have been 8-7.
Or 10-9
They've
or
both
something.
been deep on shots where probably could have, would have, should have scored. Type
A lot of scoring opportunities, and nobody really sees the moment.
And it's not that the offensive wrestler wasn't doing it right to complete the move. It's just wonderful countering as well. This is the kind of thing you could use as a training video. It's really good. And there's a shot, and they go out of bounds again. They're not completely out of bounds. Okay, now they're out of bounds. The backing out by Greco of Northwestern, and Bristol just grabbed onto him, kind of held tight, kept his feet in, but finally stepped out. Now they go back to the center. There's 42 seconds to go. In the third period, the score is tied 1-1, and I have the feeling we may go into the overtime here. These are important matches for both teams. Northwestern wants to make a good show on this one. They have a couple wrestlers out, and they need to win every match they're in.
Yeah, without Munster in there and McMullen, they need to score to the points where they get the opportunity.
Oh, here's a shot in by Greco.
17 seconds.
Got him in tight. Are they going to go out of bounds? They're out of bounds. They were out of bounds. The referee didn't call it.
Yeah.
In
theory, on that rule, there's a cylinder on that line.
Yeah, but when he swung around,
I agree with you. I'm just trying to give.
Yeah, I know what it is.
I'm trying to give the referee the benefit of the doubt here. You know, that coaching speak. I got to be politically correct.
Yeah. And we have to.
You're in media now, Tom. You can say what you think.
Okay, here's a shot.
See, now that
there's the
that might have been cause to ding him for a stall, because he went there first, then he went there again. That, you know, as a coach, I'll go the other way. I would have looked for a call there.
Sure.
You can't keep going back to the same spot.
Yep. Like the ankle ride that happened up there on mat number 2 for a while. You know?
Okay, here we go. In 1 minute overtime, there was a shot in by the Columbia.
That'll score.
Okay, and there's a takedown by Greco. It wasn't a great takedown, but it was a takedown.
Underhook throw by to an ankle pick.
Got it in 7 seconds. And I'll tell you, folks, there's not going to be any asterisks after that win saying it wasn't a great takedown. They're going to take the points on it. Northwestern's very happy. A nice job by both wrestlers. That's the kind of wrestling we love to see. Both wrestlers going at it from start to finish.
Ramos over right next door in mat number 5. He closed out his opponent with a 23-8 win with a tech fall. So Ramos comes out there and big arms him.
Yeah, he does. Picks up some bonus points there for Iowa, who I'm sure they're one of the teams I would think that would be in a team race. You know, nobody's this stage, obviously, nobody's got anything locked up. But these points back here at this early stage help. They're beneficial at the end. They're just because it's not coming down to heavyweight and it's your match. These things are important right now.
Okay, I want to give a little credit to the match going on in front of us. We have the number 3 seed Adam Kropp of Princeton, another one of those fine Princeton wrestlers who are here this year. He's going against Saheed Cardbo of George Mason University, probably or very possibly the best wrestler on the George Mason team.
That's saying something.
Yeah, it is. And Kropp, like I say, is the number 3 seed. Cardbo, C-A-R-G-B-O, Cardbo, Saheed Cardbo, outstanding wrestler from Hayfield High School. Was coached by Roy Hill, one of the most outstanding high school coaches in the United States. And we'll see. Cargbo is going after him right now.
Still 0-0, 2:19 to go in the first period. Match number 242 and mat number 4.
I had the opportunity to watch Cargbo last year at George Mason when Scott Casper and I broadcast that meet between them and Navy. Cargbo is a real potential talent. Low score, that's the end of, that was the end of the first minute. We've got 2 minutes to go. So nothing going on right there at the moment. We'll get back to it in just a second. What else we got going?
Over at mat number 1, you got Gustavo Martinez from Grand Valley versus Steven Rodriguez from Illinois. Rodriguez had that first round upset over Lake Gardner from Lehigh.
Rodriguez, tough wrestler. Oh, big takedown, Greg Zaffros. What do you see?
By Cargbo is just a throw by, a beautiful fast move. This is an unseeded wrestler going against the number 3 seed. He gets the takedown, and then there's finally the escape for Kropp, so that makes it 2-1, but a beautiful move by Saeed Cargbo of George Mason. You all know the story that Joe Russell took over that program. It had a long way to go to move up to true Division I level, but you can see the progress with young wrestlers like this fellow.
Yep. Yeah. Ironically enough, right before you had stepped away, we had Mike Moyer.
Yeah, talking about George Mason. Yeah.
George Mason in there.
I watched him for years when he was the coach there.
Yeah. So it's been the George Mason day, hasn't it, guys?
And Columbia, gotta like what out of Columbia so far as well. Yeah. They've done a great job.
They sure have done a good job, yeah.
Gustavo didn't score against Rodriguez in that first period.
Now, did you say Gustavo was from Illinois?
No, he's wrestling a guy from Gustavo's from Grand Valley.
Oh, no, but I mean...
Grandview. I apologize, Grandview.
Okay.
And Rodriguez is from Illinois, Steven Rodriguez.
Okay, now we have a takedown by Kropp on Cargbo. Gets the 2-point takedown, takes a lead 3-2 with 30 seconds to go in the first period. And he's starting to try to crank over to get some back points. Nothing
yet. Leg hooked. He's got that turkey.
Oh, now he's getting the back points.
Yeah, he got leg hooked.
There, he's going to get 3 points for Kropp. Again, the number 3 seed. Nice to see a high seed there by Princeton University.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see Princeton with some high seeds. You know, this is kind of the melting pot, the Midlands. It's just great because you get kids from clear out from California, Bakersfield. Remember, we've had San Francisco State here in the past. The brothers that participate.
Yeah, right.
There for
the one
years.
who beat Travis Lee that year.
Yeah, it goes back.
Biggest upset of the year.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, end of the second period on this match here between Cargbo and Kropp. It's now 6-2, so Kropp's starting to take advantage of things. But, you know, you never know. It's wrestling.
He's getting rid of some riding time, too, that had mounted against him a little bit. So I think it's Dawaja over here. Is that right? 4-2 up for Iowa. Match number 244 against Preston. Todd Preston of Harvard.
Oh, no. Kropp with a nice switch, inside switch.
Wow. Oh, and he's got the arm tied up, too. And stacking him. Ooh, tough half there. He gave it up.
Yeah, they go out of bounds, which is lucky for Cargbo.
Yeah, he had that deep.
Yeah.
He was going to go to his back.
Yep. So it's 8-2 with 1:30 to go in the second period.
Then on mat number 5, we have Josh Jawa versus Todd Preston from Harvard. With Jawa's out front 4-2, second period. No riding time.
Preston from Harvard to start on the top, or bottom, pardon me. Preston starts on the bottom there. Todd Preston. Got 57 seconds to go in the second period. 9 seconds of riding time there for Dawaja. What do we got down here? George Mason, Princeton, what do you see?
Well, it's still about the same, 8-2, but I have to say that Kropp is starting to dominate in this one, and of course that's why he's the 3rd seed. He's going to crank over and maybe get some more. He tried to crank over and get himself a tilt on this thing, but Cargbo just rolled all the way across with him, got an escape.
Yeah, he forced an arm bar a little bit. Went too fast.
Makes it 8-3, and it is only the second period, but I have to say that Cargbo has a long way to go to make a comeback on this one, but you got to start somewhere.
255, 149 pounds, Alex Griffin of Purdue.
And Dawaja really riding tough here, getting 26 seconds of riding time. Todd Preston, Harvard, needs to get out. Nice hips there by Preston. Oh, almost able to clear his hips. But the ankle control, tight waist there by DeWaza is the difference maker. Breaking Preston down. We got 2 points scored here down on match number 242 between Princeton and George Mason.
Right, and that brings it up to 8-5 now.
8-5, staging a little bit of a comeback here.
I mean, we're only talking a 3-point difference. We've got 12 seconds to go in the second period, so we still have another period to go.
And change real fast.
Look at Rodriguez over there on mat number 1. He's having himself a nice little tournament. First round, eclipsed the number 6 seed. This one now, he's working on beating Gustavo Martinez from Grandview.
Martinez is tough.
He's up 3-0, so he's having a nice little tournament. Unseeded, this will be the second seeded person eclipse. 50 seconds left. He's got a minute. He's got riding time locked. 3-0 score. So essentially, he's looking at a 4-0 lead. So he's
Rodriguez is tough too. He's the NAIA national. Martinez. NAIA national champ, by the way.
Is
Gustavo.
he really?
Yes, he is. Yep. Yep.
Okay, back on mat number 4. Interestingly, we've just started the third period. Cargbo had the choice on it. He took the standing position. Of course, if he was down, he knows he's been cranked over a couple of times already, so it's probably a good move on his part. And if he can get that takedown and then desperately do something, or rather, he might be able to pull this thing off. So we got a little strategy going in this match. We'll just have to see what happens. Is this Riddick going past us over here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a shot in. It was a shot in by Cargbo.
Big whizzer.
He almost had it, but the whizzer came in by Kropp and almost basically threw Cargbo off the mat.
Yeah, almost in the scores table.
Yeah, but they went off the mat enough that there were no points given to Kropp for that. So they're back to the center, a minute and 13 to go, and if Cargbo wants to try to pull this thing out, he better try to get a takedown pretty soon.
Yeah, he's running out of time.
Yeah.
Got to get a little more urgent here.
Yeah. But he has fought back. He has fought back. Now we have a warning, stalling, and a possible takedown by Cargbo.
Well, that'd be big.
If he got that and he had the stalling warning, a nice job by Kropp to grab the ankles and come around. He may
Kropp may score with this.
Yeah. It might be, or they might end up both going out.
I got to believe Rodriguez won his match. Not to distract from the action in front of us, because this is some good action, guys.
Right. This is a great match.
This is.
Yes.
Oh, cradle.
Rodriguez did win that match.
They're off.
Yep.
They're off the mat anyway, so it's not going to do any good. And there's a possible step over by Cargbo, and they go off the mat. So 28
kind of
seconds
shoelace
to go.
to shoelace. Both wrestlers heading different directions there. So.
And Cargbo was in 97% of the way, and it was due to a nice counter by Kropp that he got out of it. But Cargbo is the aggressor here. And let's see if he can do something with 22 seconds to go. Remember that there's a stall warning already on Kropp. And he is backing up. There's a shot in by Cargbo. He gets the single leg. Kropp goes to a little over-the-back funk wrestling. He's trying to do a throw over. And here's a spin around by Cargbo. If he can come around, he's going to bring it. There's only 2 seconds left. And that is it. A nice job by both wrestlers, and we have to give a lot of credit to the unseeded wrestler, Zahid Cargbo of George Mason. We want to root for that team, making itself a comeback.
8-5.
Here's a wrestler for the future for that team.
Yep, no question about it. 33 seconds riding time, so that wasn't a difference maker. I think DeWaza did defeat Preston, I believe.
Yes, I was just going to say that, 5-2.
And Rodriguez beat Martinez, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, I didn't catch the score on that. That's why I said he beat the number 6 seed,
wow.
and the number 11 seed.
I've talked to Mark Perry. He's been in our Takedown studios there at KXNO in Des Moines, Iowa, about this Rodriguez, and Mark Perry said, he's got a great future, Steve. He's going to be tough. And with Mark Perry recognizes you got something going for you. You're going the right direction. So
I'm seeing Jesse Thelke.
Thelke from Wisconsin.
I thought he was redshirting this year.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember he having a good tournament. Calling his matches last year.
Right.
But Thelke,
I guess I was wrong. I kept thinking that he was
I thought he was as well.
Yeah, I thought they were bringing Graff back and putting Thelke down, but it's not showing it here on the...
Apparently Graff staying at 33, so...
Yep.
He's a big 33-pounder.
Yeah, he is, and he's been around a long time, too, kind of like Boley, Rutt, and Howe. Seems like Tyler Graff has been... I remember his matches back with Hochstrasser back in the day, calling a lot of those Hochstrasser Tyler Graff matches, and Tyler Graff, Daniel Dennis matches. I mean, Is he a senior yet, guys? Wisconsin fans, please help us. Is Tyler Graff an official senior yet?
That's like, are we going to have a forfeit here?
Yeah.
Okay, the Maryland Terps in a match. Let's see what the deal is.
Pick up some team points here.
I don't know who that was. They don't have the bracket number up there on top. The bout number.
Yeah, they didn't change it, did they, from 242?
No.
Kropp and Cargbo.
Okay, we're going to check on that and see what it is. I'm going to ask the runner. Hey. Yo.
Hey, buddy.
I want to get the name because we didn't get a bout number. What is it?
About 258.
Okay, it's about, what the heck is that, 238? Is that what it is?
Yeah, 238. So.
Okay, that's Schweitzer. Let's see, that's Cheyenne Brown from Maryland with the win on that by default. Thank you very much. We had to shag down this guy here.
Track down the runner. He's probably like, what? I didn't do it.
Am I in trouble? 3-3 up there, match number 249, so really hotly contested match up there.
So did we actually put that score out for that match there? What was the number on that one?
You said 230 something, but that couldn't have been it because that would have involved the number 1 seed, yeah.
Yeah, it was the Maryland wrestler. Could that have been a consolation match?
That was a consolation match.
Okay.
Must have been, yeah.
Okay.
Could have been the reason for the forfeit.
Yeah. Okay.
Possibly. Match 249. I'm trying to follow down there. I got a 4-3 score.
And remember, we're going to look for about 245 because that's Rick Durso and
against Thelke.
Yep, and
Thelke and Durso.
And we had the request to try to cover that match. Remember, you asked for it, and you'll get it as best we can.
Thelke, Durso, and Durso from Oakland Marshall, so that'll be a good match. Yeah, and Thelke, I remember him having a good tournament last year, Mr. Zaffros, here at the Midlands for
we got your friend Habat out there.
So
coming up on mat number 4, Habat and Sorensen.
Right, Habat from Edinburgh. Another team that's got a good showing going on here today.
Yeah.
Habat, I remember doing some good calls for him at the Nationals. So
Sorensen wrestling unattached.
Yeah, Sorensen's tough. He's out of Creston, Iowa. Wrestled and worked out with my good friend Matt Long, Andrew's dad, many times. And Sorensen's tough kid, multiple state champ, red shirt for the Iowa Hawkeyes. So this could be fun. Here, match number 258. Brett Metcalf in the corner there coaching. I think some of us heard of him maybe a couple times.
Well, it looks like we might not have that Durso match. We'll just have to wait and see. There is one.
Unless it's all or no, Jim.
Right. One match that
could be.
One mat that he could be on, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Trying to find when Darian Caldwell comes out again. His first match, you ready for this? 53 seconds.
Yeah.
So
well, we saw that.
He didn't mess around too much, did he?
I'm surprised it took him that long, the way he was moving out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great job. We'll be giving you that one. Of course, if we have it in here, obviously he could possibly, being the number 2 seed, and that he could possibly end up in the other building. After this round, folks, in terms of the championship matches and that, they should all be in this room from this point on. And that'll be.
I haven't been to the mysterious room. Which way is it again?
It's right
up this hall, down to the right.
And I have to say, I mentioned it earlier. I had made a trip down there, and there's really it's quite nice. It's like a separate tournament out there. They've got their own fans in the stands, and they're cheering, and the matches are good, and you're close. You can see it really well, and see the fire in everybody's eyes. So it's really quite good. And I'd suggest that both of you fellas take a little trip over there at some point to see that, so you get an idea what's going on.
You can take breaks if you want. Yeah. Anybody want to? I'll head down there. Tom, want to? Tom?
Yep, I got to step out for real quick.
As we said, we're going to try to take a little break. We've been going since early this morning. And,
since the get-go.
We need to get a little something to eat. And
Habat, is that how we're pronouncing it?
Habat? Well, any way you want to.
Habat.
Habat
gets another 2, so Habat is leading right now. 4-1. So Sorensen starts down, Habat on top. Jeff Murphy and I had a lot of fun with Habat.
Yeah.
Habat. Hobbit really riding Sorensen tough. Sorensen, nice inside stand-up right now. Gets the escape, 4-2 now. So basically it's been 2 takedowns to 2 escapes in favor of Hobbit from Edinburgh against the redshirt freshman being coached by Britt Metcalf. And Matt McDonough's in the corner down there too. That's Matt McDonough down there, coaching for the Iowa Hawkeyes in red shirt. And
what's funny about that,
Tim Flynn over there for Edinburgh.
Matt McDonough is larger than Brett Metcalf, even though Metcalf wrestled taller. 2 or 3 weight classes above him.
That's right, man. So, Matt McDonough obviously did some weight control. In on a shot, Sorensen, but how about what do you want to go with?
Anything.
How about now fighting it off?
The guy in orange.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, or red.
Yeah.
If you're not colorful.
I am. You know that.
I remember that. Yes, I remember.
Okay,
so he's in red. Edinburgh gets the choice. He defers. Or no, Sorensen got the choice. He defers. Now Habat will start on the bottom. Sorensen on top. 16 seconds of riding time in favor of Habat from Edinburgh. Sorensen will cover. Second period. Nice tight waist ankle grab there by Sorensen. Clearing his hands is Habat. Habat doing a good job. Nice ride here, though, following hip to hip here, Sorensen. Nice little hip heist there by Habat. He gets out. Inside stand-up, gets escape. Now his leads by 3, 5-2. Sorensen wisely takes the shot. So Sorensen in there on a shot against Habat. So
right now it looks like we have one championship match going on, and the rest
is that this one in front of us.
This one in front of us.
Yeah. So
you know,
we'll have to call that one.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to try to figure out what's going on here.
Right.
Fortunately, it looks like they have the match numbers finally straightened out in this new set of.
Sorensen gets a takedown. 2 points now. 5-4. 1 point lead for the number. What is about three seed?
Yeah, I believe so.
Intentional release by Sorensen. Another shot here by Sorensen. In there in a scramble situation between these two.
Yes, Habat is the number 3 seed.
And Sorensen not seeded, but
Eric Grajales just finished wrestling over there. I believe
he's got Habat stacked up. Nice recovery there by Habat. Thought Sorensen was going to get the takedown maybe.
I want to let everybody know that I'm going to be updating those brackets as we speak. All I have to do is hit a button here if I can find the right button. So let's try it again.
231, 133 pounds.
Sorensen doing a good job trying to fight away from the scoring opportunity by Habat. 6-4 now is the score. 2 point lead for Edinburgh. Match number 258 between the number 3 seed of Habat against the unseeded Sorensen wrestling unattached. Hoping to represent the Iowa Hawkeyes someday, I'm sure, when he comes out of his red shirt at 149 pounds. Habat really fighting for this takedown, and Sorensen doing a good job, just drooping over him, not giving up the takedown. So ready, it's a 2 point lead here by Habat. So
over on mat number 5, we've got, is it Grothus from Iowa?
Yeah.
Grothus from Iowa. He's going against Zach Niebert of Virginia Tech. Zach Niebert, continually improving wrestler for Virginia Tech. He's up in the rankings now and doing a very good job. I've watched him over the last couple of years, and this could be his year. So we've got Iowa going against Virginia Tech. Remember, we mentioned to you that Virginia Tech placed second last year, only 1 point behind Illinois, which was the winner.
Man, and Zach's the number 4 seed, so we got the number 3 and number 4 seed here going. Number 4 seed scoreless, and right now, Sorensen, you ready for this? 1 point trails the number 3 seed. I got to watch this kid win multiple state championships in the state of Iowa out of Creston High School, and he's going to bring it. Well, he's got a bright future.
Tell me a little bit about Grothus from Iowa.
Grothus, he's in and out of the lineup, really. So, you know, Brody Grothus, tough kid. He's got a good high crotch. He turns it into fireman's carry. You ready for this? Sorensen just takes the lead here against Habat, the number 3 seed. So Sorensen's tough. Metcalf says keep him down.
I didn't hear. I was looking at something else before when you were talking about Sorensen. And,
tough kid.
Sorensen from, is he on the Iowa program? I thought there was a Sorensen on Iowa State.
Andrew Sorensen he graduated now. He was a senior. Yep, okay. And now he's coaching with Chris Bono up at South Dakota State for the Jackrabbits. Okay. So he went from a Cyclone to a Jackrabbit.
Oh, boy.
It's okay. And now, ready for this, Sorensen leads 7-6 by 1.59 seconds to go over the number 3 seed. So Habat's really going to have to bring it. Got his coach, Tim Flynn, on the edge of his chair there. Habat up to his feet. Sorensen doing a good job covering. Escape tied up 7-7, 51 seconds to go. Good match down here. Good-looking redshirt freshman here for the Iowa Hawkeyes and Sorensen.
Zach Niebert just got an escape to get a point and go ahead 1-0. As he got the escape, he rolled in a somersault kind of against Grothus, and actually had Grothus on his back for a little bit, but the referee, it was a judgment call. It could have gone either way. The referee didn't give the back points, but it was that close. He might have gotten it under another situation. So it's a good move. It puts Zach Niebert up by score 1-0 with 1:25 to go in the second period.
Good tussle there, like you say, 1-0. Here we got 7-7. We could be sudden victory here, Greg. Zafros.
Okay, and Zebra is in for, he gets a 2-point takedown with a minute to go in the second period. He goes up 3-0.
Sorensen in on a shot here, might get the takedown on the number 3 seed or not. He doesn't. Boy, it's close. We're into sudden victory, guys.
Oh, boy.
7-7. Yeah, this Sorensen kid, I hadn't been able to watch him since Brandon Sorensen since high school, but he's picking up where he left off, and Habat in there on a takedown, and he wins it. Sudden victory.
Oh, boy, what a job by Sorensen.
For the number 3 seed, but gave a big, tight, tough tussle, didn't he?
That was
good-looking redshirt freshman.
Doesn't look like a freshman to me. No. I can tell you that right now.
Because Habat's Habat's an excellent wrestler. He's a tough kid. So Edinburgh comes out with a big win there for the Fighting Scots. So
now we have to look for we have about 260 out there, about 261 as the Darian Caldwell. Lubeck.
Oh yeah, Lubeck.
That'd be Ryan Lubeck of Wisconsin.
Yeah,
but I don't see that here, and I think the chances are diminishing rather rapidly that we're going to see that match here.
Yeah, well, shouldn't be happening maybe, but Sursus had match 254. It's going to be coming up here, I got to believe. Now we're match, what is this, number 232, I believe. Welcome back, Tom Erickson from checking out the arena. He was up there running steps, still dreaming about those awesome matches with Bruce Baumgartner. Those were some of the greatest heavyweight matches I've ever witnessed.
They were good for him, not necessarily good for me. But
well, I'll tell you what.
I was involved in them, but they were definitely good for him.
They were, as a fan, I was enjoying them because I wasn't out there doing all the work like you were. But you too, the all-time great heavyweights, locked it up many times. And
I have to say, I was in so many highlight films as being for some of the greatest wrestlers. You know,
right. In the stands, cheering, right?
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that 12-point throw. Who is that guy? That he
down below, huh?
Yeah. So that was me.
I'm the guy back there talking about it in the background. But
how's Nybert doing from Tech over here? That's your guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nybert right over here, right. He's up, it's 3-2 now. Minute and 30 to go in the period.
Number 3 seed or 4? Number 4 seed, correct?
Yeah.
Zach is,
Zach Niebert.
We saw a sudden victory there with Habat and Sorensen, the redshirt freshman from Iowa, Tom.
Yeah. How'd they come out?
Yeah, Habat got it in sudden victory with the takedown, but that Sorensen, boy, he was like a leech. He was tough on top, and good-looking redshirt freshman there.
Okay, here we go. 1 minute to go in the third period in this match between Zach Niebert of
look at this.
Of Virginia Tech.
Big inside trip.
And they go out of bounds. That was actually
nice.
Niebert had both of his feet in bounds.
Yeah, right.
But again, these mats are close together, and there's a question about it.
Good reactionary wrestling there by Niebert.
Okay, 48 seconds to go now. It's 3-2 in favor of Niebert.
Almost looked like he had a body lock situation going on there, but
there's a shot in by Grothus. He's in a little bit. We're trying to get a sprawl out of Niebert there.
Niebert trying to get the cradle locked up, but underhook, over and underhook. Nice hips there by Grothus.
Yeah, a bit of a lateral drop try there. And now we get an ankle pick by Zach Niebert. He can just hold on to that for 20 seconds, but he may be able to walk it up to get the takedown. If he brings his arm up and gets around the waist instead of grabbing the knee, he should get the 2-point takedown. There he goes with it. If he can drive it, he'll get the 2 points. This is Zach Niebert.
Grothus needs the sprawl. He's got to get He's got to get out of the scramble situation.
Now Grothus is trying to get around. Oh boy, this is really funk wrestling.
He's going to make it out of that. 3 seconds left. He'll make it.
And there's the end of it.
Man.
Whoa, what a crazy ending.
Wins.
Great
Niebert comes out victorious, and he wins the match 3-2.
Niebert was standing up, holding the ankles of Grothus, who was laying on his back with his feet straight up in the air, if you can envision that, folks.
Good sportsmanship by him not to injure a knee or something there. You know, he had the hold of the foot.
Yeah. So a nice match by the number 4 seed, Zach Niebert of Virginia Tech. In a very, very close match with the fine young wrestler from Iowa. Grothus.
Kind of been in out of the lineup for Iowa this year.
Got number 7 seed Mike Kelly over there wrestling.
From Iowa,
Rollo from George Mason. Rollo from George Mason. They're 2-2 middle, late second period.
Wow.
Good matches there, Rollo and
nice little pick by Kelly. Throw by pick.
Kelly's kind of been the guy really this year over Grothus, but Grothus is knocking on the door trying to get in that starting lineup for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Do we have to assume that Joe Russell is not here? I have not seen him today. He's the coach of, many of you know, the coach, the recently new coach of George Mason University.
George Mason,
And we're glad to see them here, a chance to expose their wrestlers to some really high-quality wrestling and to show what they've got.
It's been a George Mason day, guys.
It is. Exciting matches.
Lehigh, Menotti over there on mat number 2 over Brandon Nelson. 2-0 midway through the first.
Menotti, the number 6 seed.
Yeah.
Nelson, the number 11. Purdue Boilermaker, right?
Yes.
West Lafayette, Indiana, where XXX burgers are the best, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that where you eat up on the hill there? You get your XXX burger.
Actually, I'm a Five Guys type of guy.
Oh, you like the Five Guys, huh? Yeah. Well, you could probably eat 5 burgers, can't you, Tom, or not? Huh?
Man, I shouldn't.
Okay, we're going to wait and see if Darian Caldwell shows up here. If not, obviously he's going to be in the other room. We'd like to see that match, but on the other hand, we sort of expect that we're going to see him in the next round anyway. But it's, you know, you never know. This is wrestling. We've got a wrestler for Columbia out there in the center mat, and make the point that I don't know who that is at the moment, but Columbia is doing a fine showing this year, just like they did last year. Last year they had that fellow Santos. Did he graduate? I wonder, but he was an outstanding wrestler.
Yeah, he was. He won a lot of matches for him over the years.
Probably one of the strongest wrestlers I've seen. Did a great job last year.
Well, not a big occurrence, but Kelly just got hit for stalling for kind of running the guy out of bounds.
An Iowa wrestler hit for stalling. Now, you talk about getting yelled at practice.
That's...
What was that? The old thing that Gable would do, the lasso, that means a lap around Carver Hawkeye. Every time he kind of waved the arm, he'd throw it, that's a lap.
Yeah.
Carrying gunny sacks full of whatever up and down the stairs. Ed Bannock tells me those stories. Ed and Lou Bannock's told me some of those stories, and how the punishments was some type of grain or feed or something. You had to put them on your shoulders and run Carver Hawkeye Arena. So
okay, we still have Menotti and Nelson out there over on mat number 2. The score now is in favor of
4-1 Menotti.
4-4 here. Kelly in his match. He's in on a leg here, really trying to be tenacious.
And a question
we
question we want to answer for ourselves is Menotti related to Dustin Menotti? And we'll try to find that out to satisfy our own curiosity.
Yes. And Kelly gets in on the takedown. He now leads 6-4. 1 minute and 3 seconds go in the third period. 50 seconds of riding time for Kelly of Iowa against Rollo.
I want to remember everybody that I did update the bracket sheets about 5 minutes ago, and so they should be updated through the first round. So if you want to take a look at that, remember, if you're just tuning in, you can see those brackets by going to my website. That's gregzafros.com, and then putting /brackets.pdf. So again, it's Greg Zafros, GregZafros.com/brackets, plural, .pdf. Don't write in plural, okay? I just
Minotti trying to slide out the
write
back
in
door.
personal data file.
And he does slide out the back door. Minotti, the possible relative of Dustin Minotti over there from Lehigh.
Well, Dustin Minotti
Spelt
was a
the
great
same,
one.
is or not?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah. Yeah, Dustin was fun to watch. He really brought it. Brought a lot of action, scored a lot of points.
You know, we talked about Princeton, you know, the wrestlers from Princeton, and all you got to do is look over in that corner right now. Young man's getting kind of patched up, but you look over in the corner and look who's over in the corner.
Yeah.
Helping those guys out, and that's Joey Dubuque, two-time national champion from Indiana.
Yeah, Joey Dubuque.
You're talking about what, you know, iron sharpens iron. We use all these cliches and talk about all those things. You got a guy like that in the room that's been there and done that, a couple times. Definitely going to help.
And it was always, after he'd win his championship or a lot of his matches, he'd get up there and he'd make, bend his arm and make a muscle, flex his muscles and stuff, and these biceps would just bulge out of there, and you knew why he won those championships.
Joe Dubuque was a good one. He was fun to watch.
The first year, he was not the #1 seed. He kind of came out, not out of nowhere, but he wasn't expected to win it, and then he did.
After he won it, he got in the driver's seat and stayed there. Kelly, right? Oh, Rollo, look at this. Trying to get 2 for Kelly. He did. Look at this, guys.
2, and he won.
Is that it? Should be 7.
No. Right. He got the riding time.
He's got the riding time. It's in
6-6. Riding time would have made it 7-6. He got the takedown for 2. It's 8-7.
8-7. So Rollo beats Kelly, right?
Oh boy!
Wow. Last second takedown.
Unattached for George Mason. Is that right? Or
let's check it and see.
Yes, he's unattached
for George Mason, right?
Unattached.
Wow, Rollo goes on. The number 10 seed beats the number 7 seed, so big win there by Rollo.
I think that makes it even bigger from just because of where he's from.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
A 10-7, it's nice, but it's not a big tearjerker. But
exactly.
You got a guy from the 10's from George Mason clipping a 7
from Iowa. Hawkeye. Yep, a starter. Kelly's been their varsity guy, so. Yep, so big win there for Mr. Rollo.
Yeah, I'd have to say at this point we're not going to see Darian Caldwell, so just you'll have to wait until the next round. And again, if you want to get a note to us, tell us how good a job Tom Erickson is doing.
Yeah, right. Don't comment on me, please.
Okay.
Just no profanity on the internet.
You can send your comments to Greg@GregZafros.com, and I'll receive them.
It looked like a pin, didn't it, Tom?
Yeah,
it really did. That looked like a pin. So.
You know what? There's some referees that won't call that. They just won't call it defensive or a pin like that.
Right. Yeah. They don't realize it's legal. You can be pinned defensively. It happens often. So this is a wrestle back too, maybe 232. So trying to find another championship one.
Well,
6 seconds.
We're going to be looking for Alex Surtzis here pretty soon.
Yeah, from Northwestern.
Alex.
Jason.
Excuse me, Jason. Did I say Alex?
No, I'm with you, though.
Okay.
I think I said it earlier today.
Well, it would have been nice to have Alex out there, too, and maybe they could have wrestled each other.
Yes.
It wouldn't surprise me if he's not in the gym, someplace here. I mean,
Greg, we talked about that earlier. We saw that again. A young man from Princeton. He just lets a guy go.
Yeah.
Why do we do that? Just stay behind the hips.
Yeah, exactly.
Just, if you're going to go in
hip to hip.
the neutral, just ride him behind the hips.
Yeah.
And just stay there, pick up his ankles and ride it like a wheelbarrow. I don't understand giving him the one and let him turn to get 2. I know there's 5, 6. It doesn't matter. I've seen it.
Doesn't need to happen.
2 seconds. He blows out. You let him up. He turns and dives, catches an ankle, and boom, 2.
I think Joe Dubuque's over there telling him exact same thing right now, Coach. So.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like I said, I'm just curious about that.
Okay, let's go around and find out what championship matches we have going on right here. Let's see, 266. Let's see where we are on that. No.
60s are consos.
Okay, so 265, 231. That's way back.
Need some 50s.
Okay, we got 259.
Minotti, major decisions. Nelson over there on 2.
Nelson from Purdue. So Minotti moves on. We got St. John's, I believe, up there coming up on mat number 2, maybe. Can pick that out. He's such a tall 157-pounder. Martinez, maybe. Is that his opponent, I believe? Isaiah Martinez. That could be fun, actually. This Martinez is tough from Illinois.
Yeah.
Rodriguez and Martinez. Now
he was one of the top 5 recruits in the United States.
Yeah, right.
Last year.
Yeah, Perry talks about him a lot. So St. John Martinez, match number 270. So this could be a good one here, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see what Martinez does. I've had 2 or 3 conversations with Coach Jim Heffernan about Martinez, and he's kind of banking his team, over the next few years on a couple of guys just like him.
Rodriguez, Martinez.
You mentioned Coach Heffernan. I just talked to him as I walked out. I was grabbing something to drink, walked out, talked to him a little bit. Kind of congratulated him, a couple guys. We talked. He signed Brooks Black.
Here's that possible.
That's huge.
There's a shot in there by Martinez. He goes in on St. John.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Remember, St. John is not only the #1 seed in this tournament, but he's the defending national champion.
Sure is. Won it against Jason Welch of Northwestern Wildcat.
Right.
Controversial, but he won it.
Right. He was standing right over there a few minutes ago.
Welch was, yeah. Welch to this day still. He said it with Scott Casper and myself on Takedown Radio. He still feels he had those back points.
Yeah.
He said, I haven't quite let that match go yet with St. John's. I really feel I had those back points, and that would have been the difference maker. But St. John's won it fair and square, and he's your champ, and he's a senior now, wanting to finish strong. But he's got a young Isaiah Martinez here from Illinois that's probably going to give him a pretty good scrap, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Well, he's lasted a minute already without being scored on, so hooray for Martinez.
And had the real good shot, really. Yeah. Martinez had the shot. So
Derek's methodical.
Yeah.
Really, he's going to come at you. He's got an Iowa-type pace, but it's methodical.
Right, exactly.
I don't want to say selective, but he's going to come at you.
He's not pulling the trigger constantly.
Right.
He's not just constantly shooting.
Counter wrestler and stuff like that. If he gets a major decision, it's late in the match and stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. It's late in the match. Yeah, he's not going to do that first right off the bat. He did that with John Nicholson from Iowa State in that duel. That was a lot closer than it looked. But Nicholson really did most of the shooting, but St. John's came out on top. So,
well, I'll tell you, in this match right here, Martinez is not backing down at all.
No, I love his fire.
Yeah, he's not wrestling like a freshman or
against the national champion
and stuff like that. He's going right after him. He looks like he's wrestling his own way.
Yeah, that's a great situation to be in as a man. How could you not love that?
Big underhook here situation. St. John's really trying to back out of there, almost a stall call.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the referee's probably looking at that. Next time he backs up, he ought to get called. And Martinez does not step back at all.
Right. Martinez probably, I'm sure he rolls around with Mark Perry, so he gets some good workouts there with a national champ from Iowa.
Okay, shot in by Martinez, then a shot in by St. John, then a shot in by Martinez, nothing coming of it. They're both back up again, 0-0 with 15 seconds to go in the first period.
It's a reach by St. John.
Yeah. If nothing else, you'd have to consider it a moral victory for Martinez to make it through the first period.
Really?
Right, without giving them scores, yes.
And from this point on, it's all gravy. I'll tell you.
And he's really been about 4 shots to 1, really, as far as committed shots.
If you had to score this like you did a boxing match, where you do for a very
Martinez is leading right now.
Definitely be Martinez, no question about it.
And technically he can't coach him, but look who's right in this corner, back to the left.
Yeah.
Behind the score clock.
Yeah, he's just kind of keeping an eye on
stuff. First row of the stands. He's sitting in the first row. You drew up Mark Perry, sitting right there in that first row of stands, talking about him.
He brought up Rodriguez, he brought up Martinez when we talked to him in the studio, and he was glad when Isaiah committed to Illinois. So, but St. John's won't go away voluntarily.
Okay.
You're going to have to earn it.
St. John takes the down position to start the second period. He stands up immediately. Let's see if we keep the fire going with Martinez. Martinez is not going to let him go. Now he does.
No, he does, intentionally.
Okay. They go to the edge of the mat. Martinez just let him go.
Another shot.
On the other hand, Martinez has had the edge on the takedown, so there's nothing wrong with that strategy.
Another shot there by Isaiah. So bumped heads. We've got a little injury time out there by St. John. He kind of got forehead to the eye or nose. And so
look over on mat number 3. Isaac Jordan stepped out on mat number 3 in the far corner.
Oh, yeah.
Far left.
Yes, mat number 3, match number 273.
Here's a possible takedown by Martinez. Counter with the whizzer by
big
St.
body
John.
lock here by Isaiah Martinez.
Yeah, he's got that whizzer hard.
Let's see who's going to trip who. There he goes. A throw.
Had St. John in trouble. St. John came out on top. Boy, he had St. John going to his back. Good reactionary wrestling there by St. John.
That's what happens when you're about 6 feet tall.
It was an Olympic type 5-point throw that I have to say that Martinez got it about 92%. He didn't quite have it high enough.
Yep.
And the nice work by St. John to take advantage of that, come around, and get the
lateral drop. He's just gonna.
You got to admire Martinez. He doesn't care.
He threw it.
Yes.
You know, he pulled the trigger. I mean, that's impressive. He pulled the trigger. A lot of guys would have got in there and backed out or hesitated or.
Well, the other thing that hurt a little bit on that one is that Martinez is about 3 inches shorter than St. John's, and he was was not able to get the lift that he really needed to make that throw.
St. John's tough on top. Yeah, and he's so tall and long, and Tom Erickson was bringing that up just earlier that it's that height difference that really came up to his advantage there in that throw situation.
Like I said,
tight waist.
We had Colton Salazar wrestle him years ago, and he said it's like snake arms.
Yeah.
Arms and legs. He's so long.
Yeah.
It's hard to get in a nice double leg. You just can't finish. He's just so long.
Yeah. Kind of like Isaiah Martinez's coach, Mark Perry.
Yes.
He was that same way. Tall and lean. And
Jordan jumps out 2-0 over there on mat number 3.
There was times I swear Mark Perry was going to get his arms broke off, but he ended up winning the match.
Yeah.
But sometime during the match, it just looked like his arms were going to get ripped off, you know. So I still haven't gotten over when Johnny Hendricks and him wrestled in the UNO Open, and Johnny was on top, had both hands collapsed, and had his arms behind him, and I thought his rotator cuffs were going to pop up.
Okay, we're having a mule kick by
Martinez. Stall warning against St. John for hanging on the ankles, right, Coach?
That's right.
You know what? I respect Tom. I love watching Tom. I love listening to his interviews and stuff like that. But I will say this. I haven't seen Iowa get hit with the amount of stall calls I have. Now, maybe I'm paying more attention to them since I'm not coaching against them. But in the duel against Penn State, they got hit 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
We've seen here alone, they've got hit a couple of times, themselves.
Yeah. Right.
Look, I've seen Iowa guys lose matches. I've seen, but I haven't seen
too much stalling.
Guys hanging out.
Yep.
Okay, a great job by the young freshman, the true freshman, Isaiah Martinez from the University of Illinois, wrestling unattached today, going against the #1 seed, the defending national champion, and the #1 ranked wrestler this year, Derek St. John of Iowa. They're in the third period now. The score is 3-0 in favor of St. John's, and we get a
nice move there by Martinez.
Yeah, somersault trying to get out, but St. John, just like we said before, a little bit long enough to keep his reach out there and hold him in
that
tight.
leverage is the difference, guys. It really is.
The point is that Martinez is not backing down. He's taking the offense on this thing.
3-0.
He's moving with it.
And the 2 points really were off his move. So, St. John's.
If you look at the score on the clock, it doesn't match the action that we're watching on the mat.
Yeah, I like what Mr. Zaffra said earlier. If you were doing boxing only, I think Martinez might be left. When they don't call the points as the boxing match goes, Martinez could be leading right now. But St. John, he does just enough. Like Tom Erickson mentioned earlier, just hangs out, makes it difficult for you, and then waits for that golden opportunity, sees the moment, and takes the advantage and scores the points.
Yeah,
we've got 1 minute.
Riding time locked in.
Yeah. A lot of riding time.
Yeah, one minute to go in the match. 3-0 lead for St. John's, the national champion, with actually has over 2 minutes of riding time at this point. But Martinez hasn't stopped. He's down on the bottom there, and he's been trying to get up, but I have to say that Derek St. John is really impressing me. Every time I watch him, he impresses me more of using his body the right way, using his length the way he should. Oh, we have we have a possible reversal, probably at least at one point. That should be one.
It is.
And it is. So
3-1.
The escape.
Well, the riding time is going to be 4-1.
Right, so even if we get a takedown by Martinez there, it's not going to be enough. But there is 42 seconds left to go.
He's going to have to take down with back points. He's got to get some back points.
I'll tell you what, don't look too far away, because look right next door to him. That's a semifinal match, and Isaac Jordan, who's up 9-1 right there in the second period.
But remember, if he can get a stalling call against St. John, that's going to give him the extra point he needs. Oh, a nice takedown by Derek St. John.
You like it.
Really his first and best shot of the match, and it was beautiful.
And he wants to close it out with another one. That's exactly what you want to do.
And then we're going to possible takedown by Martinez.
Tom, you brought up that he closes so strong at the end. You brought it up earlier. He said a lot of times his bonus points comes right at the end of the match. That's where he really picks it up.
Well, there's 3 seconds left, no matter how this turns out, although we know.
5-2, 6-2.
1, that's
with
it.
With riding time, 2:32 riding time.
A nice job by the number 1 seed national champion, Derek St. John, and a really sporting try by the young freshman, Isaiah Martinez, from the University of Illinois, who gave it his all. And I'll tell you, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the next year if he can wrestle that way. Yeah, I'll tell you.
For Heffernan and company.
Yeah, Illinois got some good quality kids in the wings.
And they have more coming in next year as well.
Yeah, they just signed Brooks Black. It'll come online at heavyweight for him.
Wow.
Okay, we have Jordan out there still. Yep. Score is what, 11-1, something like that.
I think Jordan, the number 4 seed right now. He's up, by 10.
11-1. Yeah.
3:16 of riding time, so a lot of riding time. 53 seconds to go in the third and final period. So.
Okay, we've got an interesting match coming up here. Okay, what we've got here on match number 5 is the number 2 seed, Nick Bracetta, who wrestles at Virginia Tech, but it's his redshirt year, and he's going against Staudenmeier, and that's Justin Staudenmeier from Brown, and we mentioned earlier that is Todd Beckerman's team. So I don't know who to root for here. I have some connections with both teams, so you guys will
play it neutral, I guess.
Well, since I'm for both, I have to be. What can I say? Just to be nonpartisan.
And what match is that? What number again?
277.
277, right out here in front of us. Yep.
Tell you what slipped by our radar just a little bit right here on mat number 4. Taylor Walsh from Indiana just pinned Gingerich, the number 3 seed. You know, Taylor's pinned a lot of people.
The number 3 seed got pinned?
No, he pinned Taylor Walsh from Indiana.
There you go.
Pinned
Taylor Walsh. He's been dangerous this year. He's been good, hasn't he?
Likes to wrestle. He'll put you on your back. A little funky, but he'll put you on your back for sure.
Okay, over on mat number 5, we already have a takedown by the number 2 seed, Nick Bracetta, unattached from Virginia Tech, wrestling Staudenmeier of Brown. And we just had Coach Kevin Dresser walk past and walk out of the gym. Maybe he just doesn't want to see what happens here. Remember last year they missed out on the championship by 1 point, and they had Devin Carter wrestling here unattached, who placed 3rd, who would have given them a comfortable victory.
They would have won the Midlands last year.
They would have.
The Hokies would have been the champs.
I don't think Kevin Dresser wants that to happen again.
Exactly. No.
Okay, there's an escape there now for Staudenmeier. And so the score is now 2-1 in favor of Nick Bracetta. Now remember, the Bracetta was the winner here 2 years. Was it 2 years ago or last year?
Bracetta 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Yeah, it was 2 years ago. That's what I thought. And so he's no slouch. He was like the lowest seed to win the championship that year, but he did a great job. And he's doing a good job. He's up 4-1 now with a minute 25 to go.
Right tough. Staudenmeier just flat on his stomach. Staudenmeier needs to get up and out. It's not happening right now. Bracetta looking good here. The number 2 seed wrestling unattached for Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech seems like they always have a lot of unattached guys score a lot of points.
I know.
They just got to keep them in the wings. And unfortunately for Devin Carter, you brought up him. He's out with a hamstring injury. Is that right? For the
and Joey Dance.
That's tough. Yeah, Joey Dance too.
Definite point getters.
That's tough.
Well, 2 years ago was Gerard Garnett, then it was Devin Carter. This year it's Nick Bracetta.
And Devin again.
Yep. So
Devin Carter injured
and being out, but I'm talking about redshirting.
Right,
so whatever. Okay, so 4-1 for Nick Bracetta. At this point, he's wrestling rather comfortably at this point, in control. Let's see how we're doing in some of the other matches. We have 176 out there. That one is Scheidel against Zurip. Zurip from Michigan. Brendan Zurip, that's Zurip, from Eastern Michigan, not Michigan, but Eastern Michigan.
2-1's that score.
Scheidel in favor of, let's see.
Red. So.
Is it red? No, it's green, isn't it?
Yeah, Scheidel. Scheidel leads Zurip. Zurip trails for Michigan right now.
Yeah.
He did win his last match 10-2, so he got a major decision there for the for Eastern Michigan.
For Orlando, was that his name? We have an Augsburg wrestler right in front of us now. That's about 283. Let's see if we can. Yeah, consolation round. Let's see if we can see which one that is. And they're just in the first period, tied 2-2. We'll try to bring up to date with who that is.
Out of the great state of Minnesota, Augsburg.
Boy, they had a nice run.
They've had some great runs, haven't they? Them and Wartburg over the years.
Yeah.
They were had some real Donnybrooks, Augsburg, Wartburg, and doing a great job still. They're both running for team titles and in the running. Jim Miller did retire this year for Wartburg. First year without Jim Miller. I hear he's still living in Waverly. Very instrumental in fundraising or just helping the program in many ways. Jim Miller is, and won a lot of titles for him. His son even got to wrestle for him.
Number 7 seed Scheidel over Zurip from Eastern Michigan. 2-1. Yeah, we're in the second period, a little early.
Okay, we still have a lead of 4-2 for Nick Bracetta, but that's pretty close. We've got a minute and a half to go in the second period, so it's not a breakaway at this point.
So he's riding. He's got 2 minutes riding time on it right now.
Right. Remember, we have to contrast this with the match we just saw before with Derek St. John going against Isaiah Martinez. So both the number 1 and the number 2 seeds are having a real kind of go at it with their opponents there. They're not, they're not getting a pass on this one.
No, people aren't just saying, "Hey, guess what? You're supposed to be better than me on paper. I guess I'll just let you win." They're making them earn it. And that's the beauty of the sport of wrestling.
Yeah, and we just had an escape by Staudenmeyer to get a point. So it's 4-3 with 1:22 to go in the second period.
Staudenmeyer from Brown's tough. It's making Bracetta really work for it here, wrestling unattached for Virginia Tech. And I think Zurip and Scheidel's all tied up maybe down there. Is that right? 2-2, 54 seconds of riding time in favor of Scheidel, I believe.
Oh, here's a takedown attempt by
big one for
Bracetta. Takes him down nicely. Goes up with 1 minute to go in the second period. Goes up by a score of 6-3.
Kind of just a duck under throw by.
Yeah, just a beautiful move. Got completely underneath. If you wanted to ever show a picture of changing levels, that was it.
Yes, that was. You're right. That is a good. Big upper body throw situations here.
And they gave it to him. That was a bit close, but they gave it to him.
So Scheidel got that takedown on a power move. Just kind of almost looked Greco-Roman wrestling up there.
Yeah, body locked him and pulled him over.
Greco-Roman, good body lock there by.
Get a chance to build on his riding time now.
Yeah, right. Yep, the number 7 against the number 10's the Eastern Michigan Zurip. Okay. Number 10 seed, and Scheidel from Columbia is the Marcus Scheidel is the number 7 seed. What do you got?
Another one. We got another duck under by Bracetta. Another level change. Beautiful move out there.
He does those little duck unders with a throw by.
Yeah.
And then grabs his opponent, Staudenmeyer, and just takes him to the mat. So.
Okay, we had him with a takedown before, and we didn't get back to it to tell you that there was an escape by Staudenmeyer, and that's what set up this takedown again by Bracetta. He now goes up by a score of 8-4 at the end of the second period.
Augsburg wrestler had a bow and arrow going here a second ago. You don't see many bow and arrows too often.
And for Orlando, we don't know who that is at the moment, but the Augsburg wrestler is winning by a score of 4-3. And we'll try to look up Orlando if you've got the.
That's actually 3-3 because it's tied with the riding time. It's got 3:16
riding time. Right.
Yeah, riding time.
Oh, here's the takedown by Augsburg.
Oh,
a beautiful job. Really just pushed him over, got his opponent off balance.
How about Staudenmeyer trying to take Bracetta down? Look at this.
Well, there was a takedown.
Take him back down. Okay, he was back on top. Yep.
I don't know if he scored it. He must have scored that already.
He was on top. Now Bracetta trying to get out. Scramble on the edge of the mat. Zurip and Scheidel, they still same 4-3. No, Zurip got the escape, right? So 4-3 now. Scheidel leads, number 7 seed. Marcus Scheidel still leads Columbia. Tough on top with tight waist and underhook. There is Zurip. Riding tough on top. Trying to do the arm chop. Ankle grab there by And out is a nice little inside stand up there by Scheidel.
Saved himself 11 seconds on the ride time.
Yep. In on a nice outside single, low ankle shot there is Zurup.
They both have each other's ankle.
Yeah,
roll a little bit. They'll still make this.
Shoelace to shoelace here, so sometimes this ends up to stalemate. Maybe not nice. Oh, nice.
He gave him the 2.
Yeah, gave him the 2. Wow, good. But looky here, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if he had it secured because of the leg situation there.
Yeah.
With the legs, I think Scheidel still had a leg.
And then he flipped the 2 reversal, which they're still tangled up.
Yeah, so what do you think? Payback incorporated, maybe?
Yeah, but the only thing in the payback is the riding time clock's running.
Yeah, that's true, too. It neutralizes, it takes that out of the,
okay, back to,
trying to be fair.
Back to mat number 5, Nick Bracetta. Really some fantastic, this is a takedown clinic here in terms of changing levels. There was an escape for Studenmeyer, and that, and came in with just another level change move. He dropped all the way down. It was sort of a duck under, but not a scoot and shoot like we had with Lincoln McElravy or whatever.
Yeah, the old boot scoot.
Boot scoot, yeah. And that, but a nice move by, by Bracetta. Like I said earlier, this would be a perfect video to show how to make takedowns with changes of level.
Got a cradle, going to get some near fall over here against Scheidel.
Look at that, Scheidel's on his back. Zurup's got him in trouble.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
That's especially with 26 seconds to go. That's going to be the difference.
That's 3 near fall. It's 11-7. He can take off the riding time point, so he's going to
the number 10 seed.
I wouldn't let go, yeah.
You're eating up time, and Scheidel does a good job getting up, but yeah, it's going to be too little too late, my friends. I think 11-8. Riding time's not a factor right now, so what you see is what you get. So 4 seconds to go.
Both matches here are going to end at about the same time.
No such thing as a 3-point move. But
okay, we're going to have a win for Nick.
Your feet.
Major decision, 12-4.
That's it. Number 10 seed wins.
Okay, we're going to have a major decision for Nick Bracetta. Unattached, but wrestles at Virginia Tech, the number 2 seed. Wins is 12-4.
12-4 for Bracetta?
For Bracetta. So,
right? Okay.
A couple of good matches out there going on at the same time.
Right.
Bracetta, of course, is the number 2 seed, so
and take on the number 10.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be wrestling Zurup, who ended up winning his match. Was it 12-8? Is that right, Tom? I think 12-8 there against Scheidel. Marcus Scheidel of Columbia. So, boy, we're having fun bringing it here. Steve Foster today with Greg Zaffros, and then a special guest here, world-renowned Tom Erickson. So, yep, so who fought once in Japan in front of how many people? Maybe it's a couple of people there, wasn't there?
About 60, 70,000.
60, 70,000 people.
Dome.
Yeah, in the Tokyo Dome. Packed it out. Wow, man, I tell you, that's pretty cool, my friend.
Anytime you compete in front of a crowd like that, it's pretty exciting.
And they came to see the big guy, Tom Erickson. So that was sharp, man.
Yeah.
Okay, how many years has that been? A couple years ago? How many years was that, though?
Been a while.
Has it? Yeah, been a little while.
Okay, we're going to let Steve take over on mat number 2 because that's his buddy, Stephen Monk of North Dakota State. And I'll tell you, Steve converted me into a fan last year. That guy Monk, he can pin you from just about anywhere.
He's a pinner.
Well, what's great about it is that we've really lost the art of pinning because of the tech fall rule and tilts.
Sure.
When I wrestled in the Stone Age,
here you go.
Oh, here goes Monk's got his opponent already on his back.
He pins more people than he beats, and he wins 98% of his matches.
Yeah.
So he's a pinning machine.
Oh, I think he's going to get it right there.
Boy, I tell you, near falls that helped him beat Mike Marino last week in the duel. So that made the difference maker. He's got his opponent on his back, the number 1 seed, wrestling McMahon from Connor. McMahon from Southern Illinois. So
he's got a minute and a half to go to get him on his back, so he'll just wear him down.
It's one tough Bison.
He was able to turn over. Okay, so McMahon gets out of that, but that's going to be a 5-point move total. Then he does a somersault.
Granby roll. Gets a leg control there of Monk. Good hips there by Monk. Monk's tough on top.
Just adjusting back, sliding back, got a good feel. Gets in trouble, he slides back.
Oh, we got a potentially dangerous hold. I was starting to say before that you guys don't remember the old days when I used to wrestle, but the point is that back then you only had, in like a dual meet, you had 3 points for a decision and 6 points for a pin.
Yeah, that was it.
So if you got ahead by 2 or 3 points, the only way you could get more team points was by pinning. It wasn't in any of this tilt and trying to get a major decision,
tech falls,
trying to get all that kind of stuff.
We had superiors for a while too.
Right.
Remember superiors?
Yeah. But we had none of that back then. So the point was, you had to go, if you wanted to be a team player, you had to go for the pin.
He did.
We've lost that complete art to do that, and pins happen more by chance or by uneven quality of wrestling rather than the moving toward
Good observation by you. Look at this pin here by Monk, maybe, possibly, sinking in a half.
He's had that guy on his back or in a pinning combination the whole match. Oh, he's got him
McMahon's on his back, and he's got him in trouble.
15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Monk's tough on top.
Oh, he has him tight. Oh, he
has him tight. Tough on top. This North Dakota State Bison gets the pin. Number 1 seed's trying to pin his way to the finals.
Well, that's Steve called it last year. He said this guy is just a pinning machine.
Yeah.
After watching Monk last year, I have to absolutely agree with him.
As much as we're praising his hype, I'm surprised he didn't All-American. He was within 1 match, but this year, I think he's ranked as high as 4th, or depends on your ranking, 3rd to 5th in the nation right now, so something like that. But
Okay, let's see who else we're going to get. 177, we talked about that. Let's see what else we've got. 186.
He actually pinned Marino in the duel, and then Marino All-American, and he didn't. And then they got revenge match last week. Marino led till 7 seconds to go. Monk got near falls and ended up winning again. So,
okay, over on mat number 4, we have Cooper Moore of Northern Iowa. The number 5 seed. It's nice to see Northern Iowa have some seeded, high-seeded wrestlers here.
Yeah.
And he's gone against Chad Welsh of Purdue. So
it's up 9-0. Yeah. Right here.
Yeah.
Right in front of us.
Right. So good match. Both of them unseeded wrestlers.
Right.
Oh no, excuse me. What do we have?
Northern Iowa.
Yeah. Northern Iowa is the number 5 seed.
Yeah.
Caught myself on that. Sorry for the mistake. I made one last year too.
Jackson Morse from Illinois.
Right. I actually
was on the other side of the bracket of this bout right here. Just one over there in the corner. I'm at number 3. So Jackson Morse, the number 4 seed, moves across.
Remember, you can see the consolation brackets, all the brackets, by going to my website to get it. Simply gregzafros.com/brackets.pdf. And periodically I will tell you how to spell that, but you're just going to have to do the best that you can.
You're listening to Takedown Wrestling. We appreciate you joining us here today. We're having a lot of fun bringing the action, and myself and Scott Casper has been at this for what, 16, 17 years, I think. I started with Scott. It was Saturday Night Slam back in the day. We were doing a Saturday Night Slam show and had people like Dan Hodge and other people on there. And
gotta love Dan Hodge.
Yeah, I ended up doing Takedown Wrestling Radio. Now it's Takedown Wrestling, and we're having a fun just traveling the nation, border to border, coast to coast, and then some, and bringing you this wrestling action. Speaking of action, Nick Moore for Iowa trying to score his 2nd takedown down there on mat number 2. Match number 293 there, 1:56 to go in the first period.
He's wrestling Ziegler, Judd Ziegler of Princeton.
Brought him back into the mat, Moore did, and gets the takedown there for Ziegler. So, against Ziegler, pardon me. So the Iowa Hawkeyes the number 2 seed here.
Now to follow up on what you were saying, I do this even if I didn't get paid,
Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here.
That's the way we are.
All the pay I get is just a fringe benefit.
That's it. It's the icing.
I was coming anyway. Scott's like, you want to talk? I'm like, heck yeah.
It's the icing.
Bring the big guy and bring
the
champ in.
Okay, we're going to continue on here. Do we have about 288? No, let's see.
287. I'm at number 6 is the 8-9 seed.
Did we just end up with a pin right here? No, it's a tech fall. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for Northern Iowa. For the Panthers. Your seeded wrestler, in fact.
The number 5. So the number 5 and 4 seed will meet right there in the quarters.
That'd be fun.
That Jackson Morse from Illinois versus Cooper Moore from Northern Iowa. A nice little match.
Yeah, that will be
like
good.
I said, we got Columbia down there. Holdsworth from Columbia, Russell LeBlanc from Indiana. Nice scrap. No score first period down there at mat number 6.
Okay, Nick Moore is now up by a score of 4-1, 55 seconds to go in the first period.
Gonna kick him loose, grind him. Gotta like that.
Yes, and Moore still leads up there 4-2 against his opponent Ziegler. Ziegler wrestling for Princeton. Judd Ziegler, unseeded. Moore's the number 2 seed. We already saw the number 1 seed, Steve Monk, get his second fall in just that many matches too. So
over on mat number 4, just starting up now, we've got Taylor Massa of Michigan, who's wrestling unattached today. He's going against Pat Robertson of Purdue. These guys are going to meet each other another 3 or 4 times this season.
Yeah, Pat Robinson's a sophomore. I think Massa's what, freshman, sophomore, will be a sophomore.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and there's a nice takedown by Massa. Wearing a light blue uniform this time, since he's wrestling unattached. I believe they're not allowed to wear their
school colors,
their school color, or their school uniforms.
Rules-wise, they're not supposed to wear anything or quote-unquote be coached by a staff member.
Yeah, I think we had some issues with that a few years back with a particular school. So here at the tournament.
Yeah, ironic. You can stand at the side of the mat and yell at them, but not in the corner.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
officially in the corner.
In certain circumstances, you could be even closer if you're on the edge of them when they go out of bounds, north-south or east-west. So up to his feet, Moore. He gets out against Ziegler from Princeton. Judd Ziegler now leads 7-2. 1:46 to go in the second period. Minute and 51 seconds of riding time there in favor of Moore.
Yeah, good, solid, steady pressure. Got it 151 on the ride time. Grinding away. Look down there on mat number 6.
Okay.
Holdsworth and LeBlanc still scoreless. Holdsworth got a serious ride on LeBlanc. LeBlanc started out slow last match, too.
I often wonder if LeBlanc from Indiana was related to Joe LeBlanc from Wyoming. I don't know, but and even the Wyoming Joe LeBlanc ended up coaching Indiana
and left.
So, yeah,
a month into the season or something like that to go to Brown.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll have to ask somebody. It's spelt
the same.
I did. Yeah, Joe LeBlanc and Ryan LeBlanc. So
okay, Nick
Joey
Moore
was a great one for Wyoming Cowboys.
Nick Moore up by a score of 9-2 now with a minute to go in the second period. He's pretty much on his way to a tech fall there. That's the way we're going here.
He's racking up the points at will, I guess you'd say. Really.
Okay, 291, we got the Snook and Santiago. Let's just check that one out. That's Josh Snook of Maryland, who at the moment is winning, by a score of 2-0 in the first period.
But Santiago's got a little scramble.
Right, and that's Ramon Santiago from Ryder.
Yeah, Santiago.
Oh, and Santiago just gets a reversal, ties the score up at 2-2 with 1:18 to go in the first period. So a nice reversal.
That was a nice reversal.
Pat Robinson get pinned here?
I'm not sure. Boy, I didn't see it.
Massa. That was that Taylor Massa and Robinson.
Massa was really, he was kind of scoring when he needed to.
Yeah.
At the time. So tough on top is Santiago right now against Snook of Maryland Terps. So they're all tied up 2-2, 42 seconds to go in the first period. Greg Zaffros.
Okay, so we still have 2 matches going in the championship round. We've got Snook against Santiago, and then we've got Ziegler against Moore. At this point, it's 11-3, for Moore with over 2 minutes of riding time. So basically 12-3.
It's been a major so far. If it ended like this, you get the major decision.
And we're still in the second period. Over on the far side, that score is tied 2-2 between Snook and Santiago. Snook is unseeded at this point, but Ramon Santiago of Ryder is the number 6 seed. But it is all tied up, but still in the first period.
Well, 4-2 now.
Well, now it's just 4-2.
Yeah,
we just got it.
Look, just got the reversal. He got a reversal. He's got a reversal.
Right in front of us here on mat 4 is Cody Caldwell from one of the Panthers, Northern Iowa.
Yep.
Versus Zach Epperly from Virginia Tech, who's wrestling unattached. And Epperly's up 2-0 on him, so
they're going to have pretty good seed. Northern Iowa's going to have pretty good motel bill to pay, I think, here.
Yeah, they are.
Housing these guys. And they got to eat a little bit. I mean, I know someone probably cutting weight, but they've dished it out. Schwab's brought a good group, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And Randy Pugh, you've done a good job, man. Real good job. Out of Cedar Falls, Iowa.
Can't forget Tully Thompson.
Tully, the big guy. Yeah, world silver medalist, correct?
Bronze
medalist. Yep, Tully won a bronze a couple days ago, and big guy. Yeah, I'm sure you've rolled with him a few times.
Actually, Tully was my last international loss.
Is that right?
Open loss in the 2000 Olympic trials.
And that was where at? That was in Dallas, Texas. Yep, I was there down Dallas, Texas. Yeah.
Backing on the shot, pulling them back in.
Okay.
Some good matches down there. That's when Van Arsdale beat Sanderson, I think.
Yeah. Nice. They gave it. Well, that was clearly two, but they gave him with one foot, kind of. That situation, they probably don't let him keep wrestling if those mats were tight in here. If we have 8 mats in here,
exactly.
They don't let him keep wrestling.
That's a good example.
He'd been clearly on the other mat the way they touched.
Yeah. Yep.
Nick Moore continuing to dominate over on mat number 2. He's just shooting in again. They were in the standing position. A nice shot in with a minute to go in the third period. He doesn't have it yet, but if he can get his head pulled out, he's going to get it. And he's kind of inching his way up. There it is, and he's got it. So he's now up 13-3, a 10-point lead there. Plus he'll get a point for our riding time. He's got almost 3 minutes of riding time now.
Trying to pick up some bonus points there for the Iowa Hawkeyes is Nick Moore, who's ranked in the top 4 or 5 in the nation.
Yeah. A dominating performance here by Nick Moore.
He's looked good. He's looked tough. Santiago still 4-3 with Snook, I believe. Yeah.
Rolling down about 30-35 seconds left in that match on mat number 1.
Snook needs to do something because I believe he trails, right? Santiago's up, I believe. 4-3 by 1. So Snooky, and nice in on a shot there, but good scramble, good sprawl there by Santiago. Kind of an inside shot. He's going for that left single leg there. Gonna go out of bounds maybe. Boy, Snook, you need to take this out of bounds to get a fresh restart, but it's just second period, so we got another period to go.
Yeah, they still burn gas in there.
Yeah, if you could get that out of bounds and get another opportunity, but we're gonna have a fresh restart.
I should say that in this match here with Zach Epperly of Virginia Tech, Epperly, a freshman, was actually seeded number 12 in the seedings. He's with Virginia Tech, but he's wrestling unattached in this one. But he, along with Joey Dance, are 2 of the outstanding recruits that Kevin Dresser has gotten for Virginia Tech, and they'll be the future of this team.
Dresser does a good job. Kevin does a real good job.
Well, I'll tell you, he's
Humboldt, Iowa, I believe it is.
Yep.
Humboldt, Iowa.
NCAA champion, I think at 142 pounds.
Yeah,
and outstanding. The story about that, and of course you look at it from the other end of the stick on this thing, but when Brands went from Virginia Tech back to Iowa, everybody said, well, gee, Virginia Tech's just going to go down the tube.
Yeah.
But once they got Kevin Dresser in there, I said, hey, you just give Kevin Dresser a couple of years. He's an outstanding
He's proved
coach,
himself. He's been awesome.
He's done it.
People don't realize what he did at Christianburg.
Yeah,
well,
what Christianburg didn't have and what he did, promotion-wise, auxiliary facilities and things like that.
Well, the thing that you have to remember, too, is that before he was at Christiansburg, he was at Grundy, which was the other, even smaller school, national wrestling power. So, I mean, his background is absolutely phenomenal, and there was no question in my mind when they hired him. In fact, I mean, I lobbied, you can say, talked to the people that I knew about getting him, because I dealt with him, when I was running Virginia Mat, the high school wrestling website, and I realized how fantastic a person he was.
He's tough.
You didn't put Frank Lapoli on that?
No, I didn't put Frank on there.
Tom Erickson knows everybody, man. He does. He's got some connections, guys. Up on his feet.
I can't talk like Frank Lapoli can. Okay? I think I came from New Jersey or something like that.
Voice impersonation there by Mr. Zaffros.
Okay.
Snook's up to his feet, but they go out of bounds, so we got a fresh start. Santiago start
Frank.
on the bottom.
I like Frank.
Start on the bottom is Snook. He's trying to get out here from Santiago. 4-3, Santiago leads. Raymond Santiago trying to get some, no back calls here yet. Trying to get a tilt there. He's getting a little high here. Snook needs to just do a set out reversal. Get his hips out here. Can he get the escape? Tie it up, ready. Oh, he's still getting riding time though. Minute 5 seconds riding time for
there it is. They
Santiago. Did he get the reversal?
Yep.
6-3 now.
Yeah, riding time's going down.
Oh, Santiago's in trouble now. All of a sudden. Well, no. Oh, I see. Yeah, they gave it to They give it to the Maryland wrestler, so right now Snook's up, right? 6-3?
Yes.
Okay, we
Snook's
have
up 6-3, 26 seconds to go. Greg Zaffros.
Okay, well, we've got match 303 here. I've got a message here for match number 305 from Bruce, and he wants to know about that match, so we're going to check on that 305, and that's another one. That's Riddick against, we'll have to see who he's going to be wrestling. I don't know for sure.
We don't see it yet here, and we're at 302, so I appreciate you keep bringing it up to our attention. It's coming around the corner here pretty quick. We got a 301, 302, and a 308.
Okay, so Bruce, we're going to try to zoom in on them when we get to them.
Big move there at the end for Santiago, 6-5, 7 seconds to go. Big takedown there, but he's going to come up short, guys. Snook's going to pull this off, I believe.
6-5.
6-5 by a point. Maryland turned.
Killed him. And then you got Mike Evans over there on mat number 3. Number 1 seeded Mike Evans from Iowa over there on mat number 3.
Okay.
Opening up with a really mid-level takedown, 18 seconds riding time.
Sure. Yep. 40 seconds to go in the first period there.
Yep.
For Evans. Riding tough on top.
And then the man who lived dangerously from Wisconsin, legal from Wisconsin, he won that last match.
Which one?
6-5, pulling one out right late in the match.
No, we didn't. But that's approximate.
So
over on 2. So legal's up 2-1, starting the second period. And they start neutral. Somebody doesn't want to go down.
Yeah, somebody chose neutral on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
They might defer, but they didn't defer.
I didn't hear everything you said, but we've kind of focused on Wartburg for a Division III school, and now we have Wartburg out there.
Yeah.
So the two historically major powers in Division III wrestling have sent wrestlers here and represented themselves well.
Wartburg and Augsburg doing a good job here. The wrestlers.
One of my favorite wrestlers from Wartburg was Jamaisi. What was it? Alain Jamaisi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Went on to wrestle internationally for Cameroon, I think it was.
I believe so.
And that I broadcast the Division III National Championships when he was wrestling for Wartburg. Enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, he did a good job. He's strong. Boy, he's a physical specimen, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Ooh, man.
Yeah.
I like to see how many chin-ups that kid could do.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let you guys pick.
305, match 303, pardon me, down here. Caldwell from Northern Iowa. He's trailing 8-4 to Brenna. Brenna from Riders winning down here against Northern Iowa's Caldwell. Caldwell's the number 5 seed too here for Northern Iowa, so trails 8-4. Brenna doing a good job on top. Just a lot of riding time, guys. 3 minutes and 14 seconds of riding time here. Of course, he wrestles for Ryder. So
Hammond and Wolford are kicking off. Hammond from Bakersfield, and the number 4 seed in Wolford, unattached from Michigan State. Jordan Wolford, unattached from Michigan State, kicking it off over there on mat number 1. Early in the first period, no score.
So we got a Spartan in the house.
Yeah, you gotta love that. Like I said, we talked to her. They come in. You look over here to our left, we got a young man from Columbia on deck on 5.
Yep.
Let's see, we never did get the team score.
No.
Let me go check that out because
sounds good. Appreciate it.
I'd be kind of curious.
Hold on just a second.
Getting to the point where you can kind of cut the wheat from the chaff a little bit, right?
Yeah, they started getting some separation going on. You're right, Tom Erickson. Yep. 9-4 with a lot of riding time for your wrestler from Ryder. So I guess if you wrestle for Ryder, you should be a good rider. And he was. He got a lot of riding time. Almost 3 minutes, 50 seconds of riding time there for Brenna. So Brenna upsets and defeats in Northern Iowa Cody Caldwell, the number 5 seed.
Well, here's that match. They're looking at match 305 with Riddick.
Okay, yep, 305.
From Lehigh.
Right in front of us, good, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, Riddick's in there.
Russell and Matt Mon from Northern Illinois, and he's in on a shot right away. Nice little low level. Trying to peek out underneath, sit back, peek out. Mon's locked in the crotch.
Riddick doing a good job
back
there.
Here. Instead of kind of turning through it, got to sit back. Don't reach back, just lean back. Actually, he could put his right leg out and push back into him to kind of force that grip to pop loose.
That would have been the difference maker, wouldn't it, Coach? Right there. That would have been the difference maker.
Yeah, he kind of figured out he dropped to a knee. He's not going to give up that easy shot right away.
Riddick did take the initial shot. There's a nice ankle pick by Riddick. In tough again on a shot against Harner. Harner from Princeton.
And right next door, you got Hughes from Columbia.
Who's doing a good job in this tournament.
They just keep popping up. They just keep popping up against Prasma from Missouri. Unattached Prasma from Missouri.
Yep. Riddick in here deep, but he can't finish it again. It's going to be a stalemate, I think, again. Gave him 2.
I think it might be that Jordan Oliver rule.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, as long as it looks good, it's legal. You give it to me because Harner was fighting it off, and now he just, what do I do,
Okay, when you guys get to a sort of a break point, I do not have the team standings now.
Go.
So, okay, well, let's go for it. We'll start with number 10. We'll go 10 up to 1. Okay, at number 10.
The host school?
The host school, Northwestern University, 17.5 points. Tied for 8th with 19 points, Eastern Michigan and Purdue. Nice job by both of those teams. Number 7, not a surprise, Columbia. We've just been talking, we've been talking about them all the way through.
Yeah, look at the numbers on Columbia. They got 4 in the championship and 5 in the consolation.
Right. And another team we've been talking about at 6th place, Northern Iowa.
A lot of purple.
Okay, tied for 4th, Illinois and Michigan.
Wolverines and the Fighting Illini.
Okay, number 3 with 25.5 points, just a point and a half ahead, Wisconsin, my alma mater.
Another Big Ten.
Okay, number 2, and we sort of expected this as well, 31.5 points, Edinburgh.
Fighting Scots.
And the leader with 39 points, a 7.5 point lead, and that Iowa.
Still 10 in the championship too.
The telling stat on Iowa, you look at the numbers, and like we talked about earlier, we don't know who the point getters are.
Yeah, right.
But we look at Iowa, they have all 10 of their designated point getters are undefeated.
Right.
They got 10 in the championship, none in the Wrestleback. Where everybody else, you look at Edinburgh 7-2, Wisconsin 5-4.
Yeah. Well, here's an interesting statistic, a breakdown, and then I'll let you guys get back to the actual
play-by-play.
And that is that Purdue only has 1 person left in the championship round, but they're in 8th place, whereas teams like Maryland have 4 in the championship round, and they're 13th. So, there's still a lot of play to go work through here.
Shows you how aggressive Purdue, the job Purdue's doing in terms of scoring bonus points.
Right.
They're getting pins, they're getting majors and tech falls. When they can get them, they score them.
Right.
Look, you talk about frustrated. Mat number 4, Riddick is in on another shot that does not score.
Can't finish him.
Yeah, he's been on 3 or 4 shots where he just cannot finish.
It's either Riddick not finishing or just his opponent doing a good job. Harner from Princeton fighting him off. He gets in there and it's usually shoulder to navel, and he just can't go beyond that. Shoulder to the belly, and he's getting the shots off, but he's got to finish them.
He's wrestling Juan from Northern Illinois.
Oh, is that who it is? Okay, sorry. Yep.
Riddick is that one, and Harner, we got called on Harner.
Yeah, we got that already.
Over there when they're in the far corner, and now we're following back up with that email, going back with Juan.
So it's Northern Iowa, or Northern Illinois, pardon me, Husky.
Yeah.
One of the Huskies here in town. They have to come from far. They from DeKalb or Rockford, DeKalb.
No, DeKalb. Well, I'll tell you.
DeKalb, Illinois.
DeKalb, yep.
When I lived here in Illinois a long, long time ago, DeKalb was the far out place, and now it's a near-in suburb. I'll tell you, they talk about it. Things have really changed. It's wall-to-wall people and houses and that.
That'd been what, the 1920s or 30s? 1930s.
About that. Yeah, late 30s.
Mike Evans moves along on mat number 3 with a 5-1 decision on mat number 3.
Mat number 3 is
mat
where it's at.
Corner. Mike Evans, number 1 seed, moves on. Okay. Comfortably over Callahan from Princeton.
So your number 1 seed from the Iowa Hawkeyes, Mike Evans, moves on, scoring more points for the team leaders. Team leader, Iowa.
I did not catch legal and see where he's at.
Wow.
You talk about the points. One of the things I used to do, as coaching-wise, you always track the points. It's that semifinal, that quarterfinal round that blows things open.
That's when you really start getting your double digits.
You get the 6-point jump, and then the 1 point advance, a 7-point jump. You look at Iowa, if they got all 10, which you never know what they do. That's a 70-point jump, explosion, boom, there.
That's the difference maker.
Where you get on the backside, like Purdue's grinding away on the backside with all their guys. That's only half a point increments, half points.
That's when the separation starts happening. The chaff and the wheat come apart.
Kind of spinning around the mat on 313. Look who we have sitting over there at 313. That's a consolation bout on mat number 1. 2, they must have finished out or waiting to catch up. Riddick still struggling here on mat number 4. I mean, look, Greg,
stall.
We talked about it. If it was a boxing match, what you'd call the round,
kind of
Riddick is clearly done. That's a 10-8 round, but the score says 4-2.
Like Martinez St. John's was. That was the same way. Yeah.
I mean, he's just wrestling it. And look over here on mat number 5 right here to our left. Hughes from Columbia, 0-0, second period.
Wow. That's huge. That's tough.
Okay, we had an escape over here on mat number 4, so Riddick's lead now is down to 4-3 with 35 seconds to go in the second period, so that one is a close one. Riddick, remember, is the number 3 seed.
He's having a tough time out of it here.
Well, we said that. We don't know.
Northern Illinois wrestler for the Huskies.
Yeah, I didn't see Jason Surtis score from this last round, but maybe he wrestled in.
Surely they couldn't have hit him from us, right? I mean, this is the crowd right here in front of us. You know?
Exactly.
Definitely, we understand. Got to put them in the backside, but you don't want to sneak people out there in the backside.
Never. That happens, especially with he's a crowd pleaser. Surtis is the brother of Alex, younger brother Jason. Both out of Indiana, correct? Indiana Preps?
From
Crown Point.
Is it
Crown Point?
Is it Crown Point?
He wrestled at Crown. Jason won his 4 at Crown Point.
Wow.
I'm not sure if Alex won his at Griffin.
Was it Griffin? I thought for Alex. Yeah, which is down near Evansville or something like that.
No. Griffin's right over here. Corner. Yeah, right around the corner.
Okay.
It's just north. I don't know why the family moved or whatever. They just slid him down there. But we had a young man, Dan Bedoy, was from Griffin, Illinois, or Griffin High School, as well as Angel Escobedo.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we got Riddick down on the bottom now in the third period. He's ahead by 1 point with 1 minute and 40 to go, and the question is, do you cut him loose or?
His riding time's leaving. He had the riding time. He doesn't now. Riddick doesn't. So
at some point, riding a situation like that, once you're at 59, you got to go. Let him go because the riding time. Because if you're going to win, you're going to take him down. It doesn't matter.
We're going to go with Mogan for the opponent's name, right? Matt Mogan?
Yes, from Northern Illinois.
Mogan's doing a good job. Nice reshot there by Riddick. Mogan actually initiated the shot there for Northern Illinois. But how many times have we been in here and not seen it, nothing come to pass?
He was there 3 or 4 times first period alone.
Give you an update on Jason Surtis. We told you before that he won his first match, a close one, 5-3. His second match was even closer, 2-1.
Yes, exactly.
To me that Jason Surtis is a phenomenal talent. We can agree on that, and we're as we're giving you guys the scores, we're obviously surprised. He's a freshman, redshirt freshman.
Exactly.
Let's. We are so apt to kind of put those pedestals out there. He's a redshirt freshman, and by the way, he's the number 1 seed in the Midlands. And he is moving through the bracket, although not maybe with the big flashy scores. He's moving through the bracket rather nicely.
All you got to do is win every match by 1 point or more, and you win. Really.
Well, it's just like
look at this scramble situation with
Riddick gave it
Mogan.
The score is 5-5. They gave that takedown to Mogan.
They did, so it's 5-5 right now.
So
Pat Santoro.
21 seconds left, and Riddick is down.
In the corner.
This is a situation where Riddick, he's wrestled. You wrestle a hard, 6 minutes or 7 minutes, you're tired. But Riddick has wrestled so much. He's missed so many shots. Half of him being tired right now is a frustration part of it.
Yeah, sure.
He's been in and not finishing. Been in and not finishing. Been in and not finishing.
Probably 4 or 5 shots he's been in. He could be up by 8 or 6 right now instead of tied up 5-5.
But he's in a good situation. Don't know the stall calls right here, but if I'm Mogan, I'm liking this. I'm going to get a chance. He drops his head. I'm going to buy some seconds.
Buy some seconds. Get into a sudden victory situation.
Here's your first stall warning. Should come up. Come above the knee. Just come above the knee.
Oh, he's lifting nicely. He won't get. Oh, he got called. He got called for.
Yeah,
but
a warning though.
Just a warning.
So
he's going to overtime now.
But do those warnings carry over into the overtime? They do. So
remember, because they got to go over there.
Right.
Yeah. So, on the same token, I just want to get to overtime and let me get a chance to win this thing.
Right.
Riddick of Lehigh.
Here we go.
You feel bad for him. I mean, the kid is rustled, like we said, in the boxing analogy, just rustled his butt off, just not getting any return on his investment.
Now Riddick, here he goes again, and he got
Cleanest takedown he had all match right there in overtime. A quick, explosive double. I like it.
Not mental preparation by Mogan, and
Riddick wins.
Just kind of like you said, he wanted just to get to overtime.
Yeah.
Instead of that I'm just satisfied to do certain things.
Instead of actually winning in the overtime, victory. Yeah.
I want to try to win it here. I want to try to win in overtime. I want to try to get through there.
Okay, so a win for Riddick of Lehigh. He was what, the number 3 seed?
Yes.
Yeah.
3 or 4
number
seed.
3. Yep.
Number 3 seed. And he moves on. He gets the award for the best hairdo here.
Yeah. Right. Almost Ray Brinzer.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking actually more like Ben Askren actually, but
another perm out there. Nice job by him, though. We've been fortunate to have his matches right in front of us.
Yeah, we got Lofthouse out here, match number 317 or not, I think. Or, Ethan Lofthouse out there.
Right, the number 1 seed.
Check and see what this session here.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to beat you all here. I'm going to go to my website here and bring up the most current bracket, rather than the printed ones we have.
Yeah, because it's lagging.
Yeah, we only have a partial
behind,
printed bracket. So you people out there who've gone to my website to get it actually have better information in front of you than we do.
And we do.
We're not supposed to admit to that. Actually, what it is, Tom and Steve have all this stuff memorized. They don't even need the piece of paper.
Yeah, we just call it like we see it. Lofthouse, and his opponent is going to be from. Can't read.
No, I'll get it here.
Well, neat thing that we kind of like Maryland. We've talked Maryland quite a lot. This is their run of their 3 big guys.
Yes, it is.
Jimmy Sheptock's right here in front of us. And then against
Northwestern University.
Okay, that's we've got Robertson going against Lofthouse.
Okay.
Robinson is from Wisconsin. He's wrestling unattached for Wisconsin. Let's check the others here.
Maybe Berkowitz, I think.
Berkowitz, yes. And Berkowitz is out front. Got the early takedown right here.
Wow.
Got a quick takedown. He's got a good ride going. He's got a 30-40 second ride going right now.
Or Northern Iowa, or Northern Illinois, pardon me, the Huskies.
NIU, right.
Or Northwestern. It can be Northwestern against Maryland down here in front of us. I was looking at one match and reading the other bracket.
Yeah, considering the fact that the Northwestern coaching staff is sitting over in that corner, I'd say it was Northwestern.
Sheptock.
Yep.
Sheptock with the reversal, coming back, tying the score up.
Nice move.
Yeah, you look over in the corner, right in the corner of Sheptock, you got Christian Boley warming up.
Yeah, this is it. We talked about it, 184, 197 in heavyweight. 3 phenomenal wrestlers from the University of Maryland.
And the Terp seems like they're down in mat number 4 a lot, too, which is handy for us. That's the one right in front of us for our listeners.
Nice job by them, and then you throw in a couple other guys. Now, they're on the team score. They were a bit lower than I thought they were going to be. They were not in the top 10. They're number 13 at this point.
Wow, that's surprising.
But they have 4 in the championship round and 3 in the
They're going to score a lot of points there quick, though.
Yeah.
I mean, with those big guns coming up.
And this team score that I gave you...
Might not include the heavier guys, these upper weights.
Well, this doesn't, but it had it as of when I brought it over.
Correct.
So Maryland is going to move.
They're going to jump up.
If they win 2 out of those 3, they're going to move way up.
Yeah, exactly. Lofthouse's opponent again. I was calling the match down here.
Okay.
Robertson, is that right?
Yeah, Robertson.
Unattached by Wisconsin. Is that right? I think that's who it was. Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier. I know Lofthouse leads with 11 seconds ago on the match, so he's up 6-3.
Yeah,
a lot of riding time,
I don't know
too.
The coach in the corner, that is Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson. Yep.
Yeah, he's got a neutral singlet. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he does, unattached. So,
no, that's Deshaun White.
Oh, is it? Okay. Deshaun White from Southern Illinois unattached.
Southern Illinois.
Deshaun White from Southern Illinois unattached. Had a close match with Lofthouse. 7-4 with riding time. 2 minutes of riding time. 2 minutes exactly even there.
Are we right on that? Was that match 3:17? Because
yeah, 3:17.
It lists Lofthouse against Robertson.
Was it Robertson?
Here's what we had.
They're both wearing red.
Yeah. No, it's got Robertson in there. Robertson wrestled White in the previous round. They have a decision for Robertson 3-2. So unless there's a mistake there, it was Robertson.
Was defeated by Lofthouse 7-4 with 2 minutes of riding time.
But the advantage here is that throws him into a closer round in the wrestlebacks than having lost in the earlier round. So he'll save 1 or 2 matches that he has to wrestle in the wrestlebacks. So the fact that Robertson got there gives him somewhat of an advantage.
Nice little match on mat number 1. Bernstein from Brown is wrestling Gilson from North Dakota State.
Another Bison here.
What was North Dakota State in the team rankings, team scores?
They were 14th, tied for 14th with Virginia Tech.
But what's their numbers? They're 4-2, right? 4 championship and 2 in the console?
Right, 4 and 2.
Yeah, you like that. You're getting full points on the front side. And
yeah. Yeah, no question about that.
Okay, so we still have Ship Talk in front of us?
Yes,
okay,
and up 3-2 now. Ship Talk Liz lead by a point.
We're in the second period on that one.
Over Berkowitz.
And we're going to just follow this run by the University of Maryland, the Terrapins.
Yeah.
And nice shot in there by Sheptok. He gets in there and gets a single leg, swings around behind, but a nice whizzer counter by the Northwestern.
Just nice. Power move there by Sheptok.
Mixed it up nice. He went to cradle, single, drop.
Guys kept it busy, didn't he, Coach?
Yeah.
Trying to confuse your opponent, and
stayed
get the
active.
takedown.
Yeah, that's Berkowitz for Northwestern. We mentioned that earlier. Right.
It's Jacob Berkowitz.
Down there on mat number 6, Columbia. Hernandez from Columbia, who had an upset number 6 Jackson Hine of Wisconsin last round, is wrestling Dominic Abunanarda. Man, I tell you what,
I give you those names. You get to do
Abunadar. I know Mom's calling some radio station up complaining.
Right. Obanator maybe even. Yeah. I don't know. It could be Obanator, but
just dove through.
At least we aren't doing Param Zarimpor anymore.
Right.
We're Param Zarimpor and Bode Ogunolewal or something.
We've Bode Ogunhule. He went to Harvard and he went to Harvard, and before that, he wrestled for Georgetown Prep. My team, I coached them in the 1980s.
Really?
All the coaches there at Georgetown Prep now are wrestlers that I had back in the 80s.
I felt good when I did his name right once on the air.
Right. Okay, we have another match out there, 3:19. Have we talked about that one yet? That's that match out there. That's Bernstein out there from Brown.
Tom brought it up.
And that's Judson.
Right.
And that Kurt Judson from North Dakota State. And let's just check and see. It looks like the Brown wrestler is leading at this point by a score of 4-1. And again, we'll make mention because we want to promote the sport, that Todd Beckerman, the new coach there. And whenever you have a new coach at the team, and that we wish them all good luck. And we've seen a lot of progress here. Just in the first year for Todd Beckerman over there, and Joe Russell having a couple of his George Mason wrestlers wrestle some good matches.
Oh man!
Well, look what the Ivies have done here. Lehigh's representing very well. They normally do. Columbia doing a great job. Harvard, we've been calling out some Harvard matches. So look, those guys in the Ivies.
Princeton doing a great job.
Apologize, don't want to forget those guys.
Right.
Big power takedown there by Ship Talk.
Yeah. 7-2 now with 1:30 to go, and
I'll tell you, Berkowitz had to bail out, or he was going to go to his back. There's just
another
powered
example
him
of that rule. He's getting near fall, and he's almost sitting in the coaches' chairs.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Well, he's not going to get the near. He got near fall from before because you can't get it that out of bounds like that. But he had it. But nice.
You can get near fall out there.
All the way out there?
Yes. Yeah. You can get a fall.
Yeah, pin or near falls, both.
All you have to do is have a toe in line on line, and you get near fall and a fall out there.
Are they taking? Okay, how far out can you go? You have to go to the wood?
Until it's called.
If they're still wrestling, until they stop you.
Until they call them out of bounds. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. That was a neat little thing. Like I said, and I was being kind of facetious talking about sitting in the coach's chair. I think the kid's head was on his foot.
Yeah, close. Yeah. There's Jay Borchell saying, "Hey, he's hitting me in the foot." So, yeah, 10-2 now. Shiptalk really took the driver's seat here and took over. Really got the driver's seat here against Berkowitz. Berkowitz had a good 2.5 periods. Or 2 periods, yeah, 2.5 really. And then Shiptalk just really closing it out strong here. Riding him tough.
Got Connor Medberry in front of us here, warming up a little bit. One of our favorite wrestlers here for the heavyweights.
Absolutely.
Doing a great job.
Tyron Lewis in the corner for Maryland, right? And Nate Carr Jr., I think, coaching for the Maryland Terps.
Okay, 12 seconds to go for Sheptalk. He's going to win and get a major decision, which will help the team score. And then we're going to go right into the next round where we're going to have Christian Boley for the University of Maryland.
Yeah, Christian's standing right over next to Coach McCoy, sitting over there by the banner.
Yep, yeah, he's tough, boy, I tell you. So Shiptalk moves on 11-2 with 3 minutes 17 seconds of riding time. So
another 2 points in the bank. You get your one advance and a bonus point as a major decision.
Right. So Maryland's got to be happy with those sets of circumstances.
Okay, we've got match number 318 going on over on mat number 2. 318 is, I'm going to check and see, is that Reyes out there?
It's Reyes and Joseph from Eastern Michigan.
Yeah.
Philip Joseph from Eastern Michigan and Nico Reyes from Illinois. And Reyes is up with 3-0, takedown and an escape in the second, looks like.
Yeah, 3-0. Yep, he's in the red anklet, and his opponent's in the green there. That is
that'd be Eastern Michigan.
Yeah,
yep.
Eastern Michigan, Joseph, right. Philip Joseph.
Right.
Looks like that could be shaping up to an All Big Ten quarterfinal right up there in that top quarter.
Yeah, Lofthouse.
And Reyes.
Right. We should mention though that before we anticipate what's going to happen here, that we have the number 8 and the number 9 seed, so they're closely seated with each other.
Yeah, anything.
So anything can happen in this match. It's not going to be necessarily a blowout by any means. Even though the score is 3-0 at this point, we still have 2 minutes to go.
Yep, with the number 9 seed leading the number 8, actually. So the higher seed wrestlers trailing at this stage of the
Looking down
match.
At the bottom half of that quarter, the second part of that quarter, Avery is leading LaManna. Avery from Edinburgh is leading, the number 4 seed is leading LaManna from Illinois. Joe LaManna from Illinois over there on mat number 3. Kind of controlling the situation, although LaManna coming back a little bit. It's 14-8 right now.
Congratulations to Coach Todd Beckerman with the victory by his wrestler at 184 pounds, Bernstein, Ofer Bernstein of Brown, with a decision. I'm trying to think who he was wrestling Judson on that one from North Dakota State. So there's another victory for Brown.
Yeah, that is.
You know,
nice one for him.
Program that has had a fine wrestling tradition over the years and is planning on making a substantial comeback now with the hiring of Todd Beckerman.
Substantially, yeah, they dropped, bringing them all the way back.
Okay, 184, we're going to go to 197. We're going to be waiting for Christian Boley to head on out there for the University of Maryland. Then also at the heavyweight rounds, we're also going to be looking, we have in front of us as well, Connor Medberry of the University of Wisconsin, who has impressed me considerably both last year and being even better this year. And as I mentioned to you before, it looks like he lost some weight, is much trimmer, and I think he's a bit more agile for it.
Yes.
You know?
He definitely, as big as he was, that's what impressed me, honestly. That's what jumped out at me in first place. That's a big guy. I mean, that's a heavyweight.
Right.
And he moved really well. And now, like you said, I bet he's lost 15, 20 pounds and moves better than what he did last year when I thought he did move well.
Right.
So
I think I'm not going to bother him right now. He's pacing in front of us, Connor Medberry of Wisconsin, the heavyweight. But after the match, if he walks by, I'm going to ask him how much he weighs. And,
how much he loses.
I mean, the question is, whether when his career is done here, can he go into, the Olympics, look at 211 pounds or, whatever it's gonna, whatever the weight class is going to be then. And that's,
if he's sitting there in the weighing around 230 or something like that, that 211 might be something feasible he can look at going down there to get that weight close. Tommy
Rollins did it, so, if Tommy Rollins can do it and be a star like he was, Connor could do it as well. Okay, do we have any championship rounds matches going on right now? We've got 3:18 out there, and that's still that one with Reyes and Joseph. And that the score out there.
Yeah, I haven't even started yet on 18. I don't know. They must have had a hold up on that match.
That match must be over with Reyes and Joseph. This is Edinburgh out there. Remember that was Eastern Michigan.
Right, yes.
Okay,
yeah,
they just changed it. 3:33. Okay, we're going to look around for championship rounds. Otherwise, we're going to wait for.
You know who that is? That is Mario Gonzalez.
Oh, okay.
That's Mario Gonzalez versus Vince Pickett from Edinburgh.
Okay.
Gonzalez versus Pickett.
We mentioned before that Gonzalez 2 years ago was the surprise Big Ten championship, but I'll tell you, there's no asterisks after his name in the record books. So
exactly,
give credit where credit is due. And I know that Coach Jim Heffernan is hoping that Mario gets a breakout season this year and gets back to the way he was 2 years ago. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what he was last year either. It's just a lot of tough wrestlers there. And he gets in with a possible takedown. Let's see if he's going to get two on this one.
Now Pickett got in with a little low ankle, and
yeah, he's lifting it over his head,
scrambling around with him a little bit.
But if he grabs that ankle, he should be able to pull that ankle and get the 2 points for that, and lean forward on his knee. But
he's actually got the back ankle hooked.
Hooked, right? So
he'll get behind that arm, he'll get that.
That's
takedown.
doable. That should be. There it is. The referee gives it to Mario Gonzalez of the University of Illinois, who's the #1 seed this year at the tournament at 197. Gets a 2-point takedown on a rather nice move. He could have gotten it a little sooner, I think, but he did get it. He was very cautious about it. They go out of bounds and back to the center. Now remember, he's wrestling Vincent Pickett from Edinburgh. Gonzalez seeded #1, and Pickett not seeded at this point, but you never know, especially at this weight class. They start out again, and Pickett is down by virtue of that takedown by Gonzalez. Gonzalez riding him good, but he was riding him high. And we had a sit out and turn there by Pickett. And they kind of both somersault over, but comes back out with Gonzalez on top, and he's sitting right on top of Pickett at this point. He's got his legs spread and his arms spread. And I don't think that Pickett's going to be able to move much from there.
Yeah, he's just setting the legs down.
Nice riding by Gonzalez, but he needs to start doing something now.
Yeah, they're going to ding him.
Yeah.
Back over on mat number 6, you got Bolich from Lehigh versus Joe Rao from the Minnesota Storm, who's wrestling unattached. Bolich is the #9 seed, and Rao is the #8. So there's a nice little 8-9 matchup in the quarterfinal in that top half. That'll be Gonzalez opponent. I mean, that Gonzalez match's opponent. Gonzalez Pickett will wrestle the winner of that match. So.
And those are the last of the matches that we have on our most current sheets that I have on mine on the computer. So we're going to hopefully get you the rest of the matchups. There aren't that many more. Just basically half of the 97-pound class and the heavyweights.
Right. They're coming up. We'll have the heavyweights probably get on deck. They're holding mats, as a matter of fact. I think they're a little bit ahead of schedule for themselves. So
yeah, Mario Gonzalez on top, still not doing anything except really rolling up riding time, of which he has 1 minute and 35 seconds. So he has that extra point as of right now, but we're still in the first period, so that could go either way. 16 seconds to go in the first period. Mario Gonzalez, who looks undersized out there, he has a 2-0 lead.
Well, when you compare him to Christian Boley, he definitely is a little undersized.
Yeah, right.
Rao, Minnesota Storm, wrestling really well. He's up 2-0. 31 seconds of ride time over Bolich from Lehigh.
Now remember, we have 2 championship matches going on right now. The rest are consolation matches, and we'll have to leave that for the bracketing for you to find out what those scores were. But we're going into the heavyweight bout, and then after that, we're done with the championship round. The rest of the matches this afternoon will be consolation rounds, and they will go on right into the next round, which starts at the next session, I should say, which starts at 7 o'clock. Ooh, a nice takedown by the Wisconsin wrestler over here. Maybe you could hear the thud on that one. So we've got a Wisconsin wrestler there, and then Connor Medberry for Wisconsin coming up right afterwards.
needed that takedown. It was tied 1-1 match. Short time, that takedown sealed the deal with a 3-1 victory. Not sure who that is, but definitely looked nice. Very, very secure takedown with that thud at the end of it.
Okay, Mario Gonzalez over there 2-0 still, with a minute and 30 gone in the in the second period. So really not much going on by Mario, and I don't know, with that close a score and wrestling somebody from Edinburgh, who you never count them out. I think Mario's got to crank it up a little bit, or at least I would hope that he would. And I'm sure that Coach Jim Heffernan was hoping that too. I see Coach Flynn over there for Edinburgh, but I don't see Coach Heffernan. Now, he oftentimes will sit at the side. Maybe he's a little bit nervous, I think.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Okay, we're going to...
There's some near fall coming.
Oh! We almost had some near fall points by
reversal and
by Pickett, and
we're
getting the reversal to his back by Gonzalez, and he's got Pickett. He got the 2-point reversal. He's got him tight on his back, and a minute to go. Has plenty of time to do it. But
it's a nice 5-point swing.
Yeah, Pickett is able to get back onto his stomach, and so the referee signals the 3 points. That now makes it 7-0 with 54 seconds to go. Okay, we're going to look around for. We have. Over here we have the Polizzi match. Northwestern. Is that what it is? Polizzi.
335. Yes.
And he's
Alex Polizzi, the number 5 seed. Against Minto from Northern Iowa, the number 12 seed.
Okay. Oh, we've got a headlock by Polizzi, and he just pushes the guy down, grabs that headlock and just pushes him to the ground.
Polizzi was a national junior Greco champion.
Oh, really?
Out of Fargo, yes.
Well, you could see how high he was grabbing him there. It was around his neck and his armpit, standing straight up, but you could see he was reasonably comfortable with that, so you can see the Greco aspects of that.
Yeah, that's
nice
definitely
move.
One guy you don't want to get up there with.
Yeah. Nice move, 2-0 lead for is Polizzi, is that how it is?
Yes, Polizzi. Alex Polizzi.
Alex Polizzi. Okay, we still have that, I think it's 7-0 lead for the number 1 seed, Mario Gonzalez. And we're going into the third period now. Let's see what position they take. Okay, and they're in the standing position. I don't know whose choice it was on that one.
Over down on mat number 3, you're going to have Nathan Burke, the number 3 seed, taking on Jared Bartle from, I apologize, check that, Abe Ayala from Princeton.
Okay, so we're going to have Iowa going against Princeton.
Over there on the mat number 3, and Burke is up, did I see that, 4-1, I believe?
4-1.
Mario Gonzalez looks like a little trouble here, kind of hanging on, and Pickett trying to come around and get a reversal at this point.
He's got that arm over his opponent's back, and we got the reversal out there for Pickett. That now makes the score 7-2. They got it 7-2. Was it 7-0? I thought it was 7-1 before. We'll have to see if they change that or not.
Let them settle it out.
Yeah, it was 7-1 before. And now they made it 7-2 with that reversal, but we'll check it out for you.
Looks like number 8 seed Rao is taking it to Bolich, the number 9 seed, 8-0 over on mat number 6. That's going to be the Pickett-Gonzalez winner. Will face the Rao Bolich winner. So that's up in that top quarter of the bracket for tonight's quarterfinal.
You're listening to Takedown with Greg Zafros and Tom Erickson, and our other compatriots will be here shortly. Steve Foster is just coming back from a nap, and Scott Casper will be here, and Dan McCall. We were broadcasting live.
I'm ready.
From Welsh Ryan Arena on the campus of Northwestern University.
Wasn't this no ordinary nap either? That was a power nap.
That was a power nap. Okay, so. He's good for that. 2-3 hours of a power nap, and he's almost as good as old.
Yeah, so, that's right.
Okay.
I am. My kids got me a T-shirt said on it as old as dirt. So. Okay. My last birthday. So.
Over on mat 1, we talk about Big Ten matchups, and you got Purdue versus Michigan over here on mat number 1.
Oh, yes.
Well, the story on this, Atwood held twice in the Las Vegas Invitational already this year.
Wow.
In the early part of this month. So this is a third meeting between these two guys. They're going to have a duel again.
Rematch.
4 meetings.
Wow.
And then maybe the Big Ten tournament.
Big Tens and then the Nationals. Let's put it this way, if they were in the national duels, you could have 10 matches between those guys.
Yeah.
Which I have to admit is the reason that Minnesota doesn't come here anymore, because Jay Robinson was concerned about his guys wrestling 5, 6, 7 matches against their
Big Ten.
Yeah. I think that what they need to do here is they need to take each year 5 teams on rotating, 5 teams wrestle here, Big Ten teams, or 6 I should say, wrestling here, and then the other 6 go down to the Southern Scuffle, and then they just rotate every year.
Right, go back and forth.
And they go back and forth on that.
Get a mix of it, kind of mixed bag.
The tough thing about that is, with the RPI strength of schedule, some teams, I'll give you an example, Purdue's doing a great job so far, but they're a lower echelon type of team in the Big Ten. They need the RPI. They need the quality matches. They got to go wherever's going to give them the best RPI.
Yeah, but they're going to get
Michigan's okay.
But they're going to get it at the Southern Scuffle and at the Midlands.
I agree, but if you, comparatively speaking, where Purdue is strong, so to speak, you want to match up your strengths to where guys are going to go.
You do, most definitely. And
but you're right. You can't go wrong either way. I'll take either tournament to help my schedule out.
No, either one, because they both got quality kids.
We've got the end of that match over there before with Mario Gonzalez, and now we've got match number 338, and that's Siebert against Chris Penny of Virginia Tech. Is that Siebert out there?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we've already had a takedown by Chris Penny. I mentioned to you before that he's wrestling 197, even though he was wrestling heavyweight for them last year, and he's not even a very big 97-pounder.
No, he doesn't look big.
So, but he's out there to a 2-0 lead at this point. He is the number 6 seed. Siebert of Wisconsin Whitewater is the number 11 seed.
And Greg, your guy's coming up right here on mat number 5, Christian Boley.
Boley.
Part of Maryland's trifecta in the last 3 weight classes.
Yeah, he is part of the trifecta. He's a very important part right now.
Okay, let's see.
Number 5.
And who's he wrestling?
332.
Boley is that Coolidge from Cornell? That Cornell in Iowa?
Could be match 332. That's what it is. So.
No, that's,
got that right?
That's 340. That's 340.
It says Cornell.
Yeah.
Alex Coolidge of Cornell of Iowa.
Give me that name again.
Alex Coolidge.
Coolidge,
of Iowa.
You know where Calvin Coolidge ended up in the history.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Kristen Boley, who was pacing in front of us, getting himself prepped for this one. He, of course, is the number 2 seed, as are all these upper weight Maryland wrestlers. And that Coolidge is from Cornell College. He is an unseeded wrestler, but he's made it to this round, so good for him.
Who has won the team title back in the day.
Right, the only small college team to do that, I think, back then.
Yeah, so I've seen many photographs of that team.
Burke is in a little bit of a dogfight down there.
Yes, he is.
It's a 5-3 match.
Yep. Tough match
against Ayala from Princeton.
Right, yeah, Princeton giving them a go here.
2-point takedown and kind of starting to separate a little bit, 7-3.
Yep. Boley got the initial takedown here against Coolidge, so he leads 2-0.
Looks like Polizzi's going to close this one out here, right here in front. Number 4, he's got a nice tough ride, minute 35 riding time.
6-3.
Up 6-3, and he's got a little trapped ankle, a little bow trapped ankle here.
Wrestling tough against Minto.
Okay, we should
Minto's real tall. Yeah, tall kid.
Okay, let's check and see. Do we still have that other Virginia Tech wrestler in there, David Reck? Or is he out? I don't have that here. I think he's probably out at this point.
No, he's in the backside because he's got Held from Michigan's wrestling Atwood over there, so he got beat by Held from Michigan. That's the third time these guys hooked up.
I was just wondering whether we were going to end up with 2 Virginia Tech wrestlers out there at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we now have over on the far side there. Well, Kristen Boley is up by a score of 2-0.
2-0, 140 to go in the first period.
Is he down by 2-0?
He actually leads, yeah.
But it's still in the first period, and he's down.
Yeah, he's starting down. I don't know the sequence on that.
Yeah,
I didn't see it, so.
It looks like it must have been a takedown for the
Coolidge?
For Coolidge from Cornell College.
They didn't register it then. because Boley's a red. He has a red anklet on. Coolidge has the green, and red leads now.
Okay, well, there's something wrong. There's something wrong on the scoreboard. I think they have it probably for the wrong wrestler, and we'll just have to see. The problem is Kristen Boley is the down wrestler, but is showing him up by a score of 2-0. That just can't be because they're still in the first period. Now they give the escape.
So it should be 3. See if they get that right. 3-0 Boley.
Yeah, they yep.
Burak won down there, I've got to believe. Yeah, he did. Yep, he was victorious. Yeah, wrestling unattached.
Atwood with the fall there, which is going to help Purdue a lot. You get the 1-point advance and the 2-point bonus.
That will help Purdue, the Boilermakers.
Got a Big Ten matchup between Polizzi right there in the quarterfinal tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
The only way that can work with this match here by Kristen Boley is the fact that if they didn't change the period and they're actually in the second period. Yeah. That's the only way that can work.
Yeah.
So there's something wrong. We'll try to bring it to you. But right now...
Somehow he started on top in referee's position.
Yeah. So it's apparent that Kristen Boley is leading in that one, but we'll have to get the score straightened out.
Consolation results. Is that Penny wrestling over there?
That would be Penny over at 338. Right. He's going against Siebert from Wisconsin Whitewater. I believe he's wrestling Siebert, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and this tour was tied 4-4. It was 4-1 at one point with Chris Penny winning.
Well, that's Northern Illinois.
But
I think that's Sean Scott from Northern Illinois.
Yeah, it is. It is it's a Husky. That's a Northern Illinois Husky.
Okay, that's why. So that's Sean Scott. Sorry about that to the Scott family if you're listening in. Okay, it's now 6-5. And I presume that the red wrestler is
Penny.
Penny,
yes,
because he has the red type uniform. Yes, it is. So going into the third period, it's a 1-point lead for Chris Penny of Virginia Tech, 6-5, and that's
Chris Penny and Scott.
Right?
Sean Scott from
Northern Illinois. I have to say, one of my favorite wrestlers, Roy Conrad, won a national championship in 1957 wrestling for Northern Illinois.
Was he related to Randy Conrad?
He's the father of Randy Conrad.
Oh, really? Mad Dog.
Yeah.
Oh, Mad Dog Randy.
And if you think Randy was a mad dog, you should have seen his dad. Fantastic guy. I love that guy.
Randy was tough, boy.
He was one of my 2 or 3 idols when I was in high school.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Been Randy. Randy had another brother, too, I think. They had a couple brothers that wrestled, but Randy was the one that...
Right. Wrestled here when he was 42 years old.
Yeah, 42 years old, exactly. Yeah, the oldest guy to wrestle.
Okay, they're going to go out of bounds over there. We're going to get you straight. The score is 6-5 on that match, and Chris Penny of Virginia Tech is still in the lead on that, and we are in the third period with 1:20 to go. They've been ankle to ankle over there. It's hard to tell who's on top and who's doing what, but we'll keep you abreast. Kristen Boley still seems to be holding this lead at 3-1 at this point. We assume that that's it and not a mistake by the scorer, but something isn't quite right.
Yeah, because during the first period, he started in a referee's position. Boley did on the bottom.
Unless isn't there a deal where if you have an injury timeout and you can choose what you want to do?
Well, it could have been the case. That could have been the case.
That must have been it.
It must have been the circumstance otherwise. I think we got a knee situation down on mat number 6.
About our first major. I think that's our first major injury so far today.
Yeah,
is
that's 339.
The bad news is that we have one. The good news is it's the only one we've really seen so far.
Not sure if that's Goldman or not. It's probably Goldman lost his first one, didn't he?
Yes.
So that's got to be McNeil from Ryder and Wittenberg from Eastern Michigan. I don't know who's who, but the match might be over actually.
Okay, we're getting to the end on both Kristen Boley's match and the one by Chris Penny. Each of those 2 wrestlers are beating their opponents at this point with about 30 seconds to go.
That's Wittenberg that's down.
Is that Wittenberg?
Yeah, because that's the Eastern Michigan coaches. That's Derek Del Porto standing right over him. So that's Wittenberg that's down right there, and McNeil is standing.
Oh, we're going to get a takedown against Kristen Boley. I mean, Chris Penny. And that it's not been given yet.
Sean Scott.
But if Sean Scott gets it, it'll tie the score. There's 18 seconds left.
Tied up now.
And they called it a stalemate. They were ankle to ankle hand to ankle.
That's 7-1, isn't it?
No, it's 7-7. They gave the
7-7.
points. They gave the points. It's 7-7.
So he got the tying takedown.
He did get it, right. So Chris Penny, who was leading throughout, although not by a great margin, now at the very last minute with 16 seconds to go, may end up going into overtime, and it looks like Sean Scott just wants to hold on and go into that overtime just like Tom Erickson said.
7 seconds. Penny in a big Granby.
You don't like to see that. You don't like to see people content to do something like that.
Oh, let's see if he can turn and get out. No.
Sudden victory.
Christian Boley extends his lead a little bit, gets escape in the third period. It's up 4-1.
4-1, 1:24 to go in the third and final period here between Boley and Coolidge from Cornell of Iowa. Okay. Not Cornell of Ithaca, New York, but Mount Vernon, Iowa actually is where Cornell's out of, Mount Vernon, Iowa.
Right.
Boley trying to power through.
Oh, boy, nice whizzer there. Coolidge throwing that whizzer in, saved him.
Okay, remember, it's a sudden death overtime. I guess we call it sudden victory overtime with 39 seconds to go.
Sean Scott and Chris Penny of Virginia Tech Hokies.
Yeah, and that there was a shot in earlier, and that by
Husky against the Hokie.
But,
who wins? Hokie or Husky?
Yep.
That'll be one of the two.
A shot in.
Little elbow drag.
Okay.
No.
Oh, let's see if...
Nice little tilt there by
let's see if
Husky.
Chris Penny falls over. Okay,
Shane
they're
Scott.
over by the edge. There was a shot in there.
Wow, they're bringing a stretcher out for Wittenberg.
Oh, boy.
That's definitely not a good sign.
Yeah.
That means your leg's in trouble when that happens. That's tough. That's too bad. Unfortunate there.
Okay, 12 seconds.
And it was Wittenberg, you say, right, Tom, from Eastern Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay, 10 seconds to go on this overtime match, and there was a nice shot in there by Sean Scott.
Another shot by Penny.
Counter by Penny.
Scott.
Another shot by Scott. Right.
Whoa,
big
whizzer out of it. Nice shot.
Penny. Nice whizzer by Chris Penny to bail out of that thing.
Right, but the thing about it is all the shots are being taken by Sean Scott. So
I don't understand what they just did there. I thought the first score has choice. I'm not sure if they switched that rule. But
yeah, I don't know either. Yeah,
he flipped the coin.
And they've been doing it earlier today.
Because back when they first did that rule at the time break.
First takedown. First one to score.
Yeah.
Okay, in our first 30-second overtime period, and that we've got Chris Penny on the bottom. He's trying to
near side,
trying to turn in.
Near side, no. Penny's with the.
Oh, he's going to get a reversal. He's got to unlock his hands. He gets the 2-point reversal.
That's huge right there.
14 seconds to go. That is going to be nice. Now, remember that Sean Scott should get another opportunity to do that, but most likely he'd get an escape rather than a reversal. Reversals are few and far between nowadays. And that's the end of the first 30-second period of overtime with a reversal by Chris Penny of Virginia Tech. Puts him up now 9-7. And now Sean Scott of Northern Illinois is going to get his chance. He's taking the down position, and he's got 30 seconds. If he makes an escape, he's going to have to get that takedown to win. Okay, we've got a timeout by the referee. Let's see what happened here.
You call that a stalemate? No,
there's something with the clock.
They didn't set the clock.
They didn't set the clock right.
No, I was just going to make a comment about how well the clock keepers have been doing a relatively good job.
No, they have, and then that happened.
I'm glad I didn't say it.
You were thinking that too loud. They heard you. So we're going to fool him. Okay, so they've got a little bit of a timeout now to check the clocks and figure out what's going on. Again, a 9-7 lead by Chris Penny of Virginia Tech, but Sean Scott got up and immediately and turned in, almost had that escape. An escape doesn't do him any good. He's going to have to do something more than that.
Boley closes out at 4-1. He moves on into the bracket 4-1.
He had a couple of nice shots in that one. Showed some good skill, but it was actually a rather competitive match throughout.
Yeah, he will wrestle McNeil from Ryder tonight in the quarterfinals.
Okay, we're getting ready to go with the second 30-second
right out
overtime, and here we go with Chris Penny on top. A stand-up. Okay, a nice stand-up by Sean Scott, and he's out for one. And he's got 24 seconds to get a takedown.
9-8.
Get a stalling warning, or a stalling call against Penny. And
Penny's just got to wrestle smart.
He's backing up.
11 seconds to go. He's got to wrestle smart here and stay busy.
Yep.
Hold him there in that sprawl position.
Nice throw by. No takedown is the throw by.
Nice kick out.
There's your warning for the stalling and no time left.
Okay.
Wow, that's it. That's huge, guys. That could have went either way.
Either way, I'll tell you, Chris Penny was probably within a millisecond having a takedown against him.
Oh, that's huge, guys.
And,
subtle rule change. Instead of fleeing the mat, that's just a stalling call.
Yeah, otherwise it would have been fleeing.
Warning, otherwise it should have been fleeing, or could have been fleeing the mat. That's a point, ties it up. We go to the next set of tiebreak.
Oh, wow, that's great. I want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Kip Walgren for listening today. He's listening from Okinawa, Japan.
Wow.
He just sent us some information, and thank you for listening from Okinawa, Japan. So we're getting all international here, guys.
Well, we hope
all
you're
over the world.
The way, what we always say, and kind of our motto, is that we hope that you're enjoying it at least even half as much as we are. We're having a fantastic time being here. And we want to try to be your eyes and ears as best as we can, and we're just having a great time. So.
Got one of the great all-time great heavyweights, Tom Erickson, helping us out today. Great. Thanks for helping us today, champ. You participated in Japan in front of 50, 60,000 people, something like that.
Pride, great organization, Pride and K1. I'd say very, very knowledgeable and appreciative fans. So I said, konnichiwa, hello.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, Tom Erickson is a big fan. A lot of fans over there of Big Tom over there.
You know, my heart's going out for Nick Wittenberg coming off the mat on the stretcher. You know, I don't. Hopefully it's nothing severe, and this is a cautionary thing, and stuff like that. You tip your cap to Northwestern doing it the right way. Let's be careful with the young man and take him out. But
I got to wrestle smart. I got to participate in that stuff smart, you know, and be better safe than sorry.
Yeah. Well, here we go. This is that second round. All the heavyweights, the big boys going on here.
Big guys
and,
out here.
And our guy
Felix,
Greg, and our guy right here at mat number 5,
Connor Medberry, right, of the University of Wisconsin, and he's going against the University of Illinois, and that is
Chris Lopez.
Right. And we've been so impressed with Connor Medberry, and Steve and I last year, and I'm sure you too. Oh, there's Chris Bono over there. And he's done a great job so far this year too. And as we've mentioned 2 or 3 times already, it looks like Connor Medberry lost 15 or 20 pounds. It looks he was reasonably agile last year, but he's quite agile now.
He's real active too. So
on the far mat, we've got Bobby Telford of Iowa, and he's going against. Who's he going against? Tell me on
Northern Iowa, maybe. Is it a Panther or not, or purple? Yeah, Cody.
Well, let's see what Tom has.
Hey,
Crumwiden.
I just did a little reconnaissance on Medberry, you know, and Greg and I were sitting there swearing that he's thinner, and he looks thinner. I talked to Mitchell, their director of ops over there at Wisconsin. He said, no, he's heavier. He weighs about 240, 250.
Nice.
He's heavier this year than he was last year.
Well,
and he's still not satisfied. That means Connor's still not satisfied. He's going to get a little thicker in his back and stuff like that. So he's not done yet.
Well, you know what it is then? He is thinner in a sense, maybe not lighter, but thinner. And he's changed some of that kind of tire around him last year for some muscle, because he's extremely muscular this year. And last year he was a bit, barrel-shaped around the middle. And that.
Yeah, he's hit the weight room.
He's lost all that, put it back in his muscle. And if he's done that, then more credit to him. So
absolutely,
we're glad to see that, and he's doing an outstanding job. He does have a 2-0 lead at this point. Over on the far side, it looks like Bobby Telford has a 2-0 lead as well.
TJ Felix from Boise State Broncos, he leads 2-0.
Okay, and then the Virginia Tech wrestlers wrestling over on the far side there. That's a consolation match, I believe. No, let's see.
Ty Walls.
Ty Walls for Virginia Tech. Yeah, Ty Walls.
He was as thick as he was wide. 363. You will not be reassigned on deck.
So TJ Felix, or JT Felix from Boise State leading here 2-0. And is it Spencer Embry? Is that his Impey? Is that his opponent or not from Cal Poly?
For who's this, JT?
Yeah, JT Felix. That was his first match, actually. So
he's either got Ryan. Well, he's got Ryan from Columbia.
Oh, he does. Garrett Ryan or Ivan D.
I apologize.
DeLeon.
Kuhn has a young man from Columbia. Kuhn has Baker from Columbia. There's two young men at that weight class for.
Yeah, two heavies.
So.
Two heavies.
Okay, Felix is on 351. As I backtrack, that gentleman's unattached.
Ivan DeLeon, Nebraska Kearney.
Okay, let's give you an update while we're going. The scores are still 2-0 on both matches that we were talking about. Connor Medberry's match over here on mat number 5 and Bobby Telford's match over on mat number 2. They're both 2-0 at the start of the second period.
So Felix, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, had, I'll have to look at the roster, but had a brother that played football for the, he called him his bigger brother. Played for the New York Jets for a while, so pretty athletic family he comes from out there in Boise land or Idaho land. I don't know if Boise State brought their whole team or not here today, but they've had some great teams. They've been in some team races here for the title just not too many years ago when Hawk Strasser was in there and a whole bunch of other guys. Unfortunately, I'm going to forget, but they had some tough kids and real good. Greg Randall.
Kirk White.
Yeah, Kirk White, yep.
Medberry gets out, second period starts the second period, he gets out right away, so he's up on his feet with a 3-0 score and got 1:23 in riding time, so that's kind of nice to see. Telford, he was, they must have started the second period, must have been
it just started.
The second period, and he chose neutral. From White, he chose neutral in that second period. Telford's tough on top, man. You don't want to get that kid on top. If you're not really good at getting on the bottom,
yeah, that's smart.
You definitely don't want to give up that riding time point. He's already got it already, but you don't want to really expand it.
Okay, for our Virginia fans over on mat number 6, we've got Ty Waltz for Virginia Tech wrestling fair, and Waltz at this point is down by a score of 3-1, going 25 seconds to go in the second period. So
he's going to have to attack.
Yep. And like I said, with Virginia Tech having several of their wrestlers out of commission, they need every point they can get.
They do, yeah, kind of like Northwestern's situation.
Right, and Northwestern is grievous. I mean, losing both Lee Munster, and Mike McMullen.
Yeah, right.
Two guys who could both have been in the finals.
Championship, sure, yeah. They were on paper they would expect to be anyway. Yeah. So JT Felix up 5-1.
I kind of like Medberry right here in a sense that, Lopez doesn't want to wrestle him. And he's just kind of sitting back. Why get extended? Be a little patient. Maybe push it just a little bit, but he's not going to do anything crazy. Go ahead and get a snap, spin behind, give Lopez some easy points trying to chase him down.
Right.
Hey, he's in the middle. Let's go ahead and wrestle. I think the referee ought to make him get back to the center and let's wrestle here.
Yeah, Lopez is playing the edge, I think, more than Medberry really blocking off, but I don't know.
Cutting him off. He slides with him, moves real well with him.
Okay, going over to mat number 2, starting the third period now, Telford gets a 1-point escape. He's now up 5-1, so he's in pretty good control. Plus, he has the 1 point for riding time, so he's essentially up by a score of 6-1.
You notice what happened over there on mat number 2? Second period, he's got his choice. He doesn't want to go down because he's afraid to get ridden. Sure. He does get taken down, and what's he do right away? He gets his escape.
Yeah, exactly.
So instead of being a 5-2 match where you get your escape, it's a 5-1 match, and you kind of gave away a free point.
Yeah, you did.
He's kind of a little intimidated by him.
Okay, it's getting a little closer for that match of Ty Waltz of Virginia Tech over there. It's now he's now behind by a score of 3-2 over Fayer
from Utah Valley.
From Utah Valley. So
56 seconds to go in the third and final period too. Yeah. So it might come down to Takedown wins it or the lack thereof.
Yep.
Needs to take a shot. Virginia Tech. Hokie needs to hustle.
Yeah, Fager from Utah Valley is one of the old prototypical heavyweights that's just kind of, the tank coming at you. I guess you equate it to the big old battleship.
Right. Yeah.
And nice spin behind.
Look at that. Gets his own takedown. That's huge.
Old school rules, big heavyweight. You take a bad shot, snap, spin behind.
Pay for it. Yep. Pay for it. Sometimes you just don't want to take those shots. You get under some of these big guys like.
That looks like it's going to seal it for Utah Valley over there. Fager from Utah Valley, he's going to move on.
Yeah.
And his reward for taking that is probably going to end up facing Bobby Telford here in the quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Although
and he gets a takedown right at the buzzer. He gets a takedown.
You like that, he's pushing it. Big heavyweight. I'm kind of making an obvious statement that he's a big old-time heavyweight. He's out there moving. He's trying to score.
Yep.
JT Felix moving on right here. Looks really good.
7-1. He's up by 6. So.
Not sure who he thought that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't know if we ever did come to that.
Well, it's not Ryan from Columbia. I got to say it's De Leon.
from Nebraska Kearney, maybe unattached.
Or it could
Nebraska
be
Kearney.
Ryan, although if it's unattached, I would imagine maybe Ryan. Gosh,
it's not a real school name on his singlet, so that doesn't help.
Actually, that's a new Sunkist Kids singlet.
Is it?
Yeah,
is that
it's
what
a neutral one, so it's unattached. So if I had to say unattached, we'll give him the love.
Okay, we just updated the bracket sheets that you can get at gregzafros.com/brackets.pdf. And they have everything but these last couple of matches in it. And now the heavyweights are over. A win by Connor Medberry. And going in, let's see, and we had a win by Bobby Telford. And the win by Fair, Utah Valley. So we're done there. Let me give you the team scores. It has everything in but those last couple of matches. Okay, let's see, a little bit of a change since last time. At number 10, actually tied for 10, are Indiana and Eastern Michigan.
Okay.
Eastern Michigan, like we talked about before with Purdue, only has one person in the championship round, but they are 10th. Okay. At number 9 is Northwestern.
Host school.
Number 8 at 21 points is Northern Iowa.
Panthers.
Purdue tied for 6th. Has one wrestler in the championship round. He's tied with Columbia at 22.5 points. And number 5, Wisconsin, 27.5 points. Number 4, Michigan. Number 3, Illinois, moving up there. Number 2, Edinburgh. And number 1, Iowa. Iowa still has, as of now, 10 wrestlers in the championship round. So
they got a potential to really make some distance here. So the other teams aren't careful.
Tonight's the separation. This is when the separation comes
when you start getting a lot more points, the deeper you get into this tournament.
Okay, we're going to, we've finished up with the second championship round, and we're going into all consolation rounds now for the next round or two, which will take us on long. We have to defer to the boss, Scott Casper, as to how long he wants us to go. Sometimes we take a break, sometimes we don't. So let's see what Scott Casper wants, but stick around until we get that figured out. Again, you're listening to Takedown. This is Greg Zafros, along with my good friends Tom Erickson, Steve Foster, Scott Casper, and Dan McCool is around here somewhere, and we're glad to have him here. I'm glad to be here, and I wish you were here too, but as long as you can't be, listen to us. Let's see what we've got going, Steve.
Well, we got another.
Tom Erickson sees something out here he wants to follow, don't
you?
Well,
we're not done with the heavyweights, you know.
Sounds good.
We always forget about the big heavyweights. We can't remember the last of the trifecta for Maryland's over there in mat number 5.
Right.
Oh, that's right. I thought they had these.
Spencer Myers. We only wrestled the top half of that quarters, I think.
Exactly. Yep. We're in the bottom half now.
Okay.
Ernest James and Cabal over here on mat number 4. Cabal from the Panther from Northern Iowa, and James from Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, the Fighting
and then
Scott.
You got Spencer Myers
over here.
Yep. And is he wrestling? Gosh, tough one. I'm not sure. It's either Garwood, who's unattached Virginia Tech, or Edrin from UW Whitewater.
Well, you know what they've done is they've moved all the heavyweight matches into this room.
That's good.
And which is nice for us, but usually we've lost some of these when they start doing these consolation matches. What happened is that they did some consolation matches to give the wrestlers in the consolations the required time to rest between matches. So we had consolations on the matches in front of us, then they go back to championship round. So a little confusing, but Tom's on top of it, and we'll keep you informed of what's going on.
I think it's Blaze Cabell that got the takedown. Is that right or not? Here, this is match number 354.
Yes, Cabell from Northern Iowa over James. James is nationally ranked. He's been around forever. He's one of those guys that's hovered in that top 20, top 15 rankings at heavyweights. Just never really broke through for him, but he's done a great job throughout their for a whole season. But never really closed it out for him at the end of the national tournament. This could be his year. You break out.
I'm going to turn things over to you two fellas, Tom and Steve, while I take a little break to check with some people.
We'll finish out these heavyweights, and then Scott said we'll take a break till 7 o'clock. We'll come back on the air this evening, so we'll finish out the heavies.
Okay,
the big guys.
I want to thank all of you for listening in on this. We've had a great time, and be sure to get back to us at 7 o'clock when we pick up with the next championship round. And I'm going to be signing off, but stay tuned here while Tom and Steve take over.
Thanks, Greg Zafros. Good job as always.
We'll be seeing you later this evening, sir.
Yep. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think you're so. Too. Gotcha. Okay, we're back on the air again here, and Northern Iowa wrestler got a takedown. Edinburgh's got an escape here. James, the number 10 seed, Ernest James, 2-1.
Do we have Greg's notes right there where we can see that team score, or kind of see where they're at? I was just kind of curious. Where's Northern Iowa at? They've had a great round.
You'd think they'd be up there high.
There it is on the bottom.
Is that it? Northern Iowa. Is that the latest?
420. Yes, it is. Northern Iowa, 8th place, 21 points.
Top 10.
Yep. They're kind of fighting in there. They're right there in the mix. So they got 8 guys wrestling. We talked a little bit about Purdue. Got 1 guy, 9 in the backside. So you got point getters.
Yeah, you do.
You look at to project who's going to make a move in one of the rounds. You just look at how many they got in the championship bracket.
Right.
They can afford to make a mistake on the front side. Go ahead and score on the backside, but.
Blaze Cabell's wrestling a good match here against a higher-seeded wrestler. It's looking tough on top.
Well, Cabell beat number 7, Chad Johnson from Augsburg.
And I think a reason for that is the guy leaning against the bleachers right there.
Tully Thompson.
Tully Thompson. I think that has a lot to do with this success that Blaze is getting as he gets tied 2-2, 140 to go in the second period. So Blaze all tied up here against James of Edinburgh. Tied match.
That's a good match. Spencer Meyer, he's trailing 1-0, but it's only second period, so
escape.
Not necessarily too worried about that yet.
And we believe it's Edgren, is that right? That he's wrestling?
Yeah, I think so. Boy, Edgren.
I'll try to see if I can read the singlet from here.
Well, it's kind of tough to see who's in the corner and stuff like that when they're unattached.
Yeah, and they just have an American flag on the back of the singlet.
That could be Dan Garwood from Virginia Tech who's wrestling unattached.
Yeah, right, because it's...
We must have missed Kuhn. Kuhn probably went out early. He had a Baker from Columbia. I think I saw them on mat number 1. And
the true freshman from Michigan.
Kuhn took care of business probably pretty quickly, if I had to imagine.
It's pretty tough. He's good-looking freshman, isn't he, Tom?
Yeah, he's tough. I mean,
you were one of the all-time great heavies. So
he's made some good strides. I watched him a little bit last summer in the junior nationals and the junior duels and stuff, and he's definitely taken another step on that level. Michigan wouldn't have put him out there. I don't think Michigan.
Absolutely.
I don't say takes the chance, so to speak, if they didn't think that he could place and do some good for him, because Michigan, they're redshirting Taylor Massa.
Right,
I think Rossi Bruno's going. I mean, they're sitting a couple kids that can score points from that are scoring points. Here in the tournament being unattached, but they're sitting a couple kids. They got to feel really good about Kuhn's chances of being on the podium. And
true, especially heavyweight.
He's proved it. He went out to Las Vegas with a nice field. It wasn't a great field out there in the heavyweight field, but he goes ahead and wins that Vegas tournament, beats a solid JT Felix. He's ranked in the top 5, not exactly sure what number he's at, but I'm pretty sure he's up in that top 5,
Sure.
He's sitting here as number 3 seed here.
Man, true freshman. Future's bright for Michigan heavyweight.
Yeah, it'll be a fun, I think he's going to end up having Eric Thompson tonight in that quarterfinal.
Oh, that will be fun.
Then he'll have, depending on what happens down here, either Spencer Myers or we think Dan Garwood, who's wrestling.
Well, Thompson will bring a lot of experience. He's a seasoned veteran, Eric Thompson is, wrestling for Grandview Vikings, NAIA, repeating a repetitive national championship team.
Cabal jumps out on James, 3-2. James has got to come at him a little bit now. Let's, hopefully, gosh, you hate to say it, but you don't want him to shut it down yet.
No.
Minute 33. You don't like to see a guy step back. You want to see somebody going forward and kind of being aggressive. I use the term with my kids' clubs and stuff. I want to dictate.
Right.
Even if I'm not trying to score, I'm going to dictate. I'm going to come and step forward and hand fight you a little bit. I'm going to dictate. You don't know if I'm going to shoot or whatever. I'm going to dictate some tempo and pressure at you. That's a nice shot by Myers.
Yeah,
he got his escape. James with the go-ahead takedown, 4-3. Cabal comes right back and gets his escape.
4-4. 4-4. 1 minute to go, third period.
Minute to go. See, that's a perfect example. You don't want to sit back. You let James kind of dictate, takes a shot.
You were just predicting it. You were just calling it, Tom Erickson. Yep, you want to be the one in the driver's seat. You don't want to be driven. You want to be driving. So.
Now you're probably going to see a guy who's going to, what I call it, snipe a shot. You're going to take that one perfect shot. Mm-hmm. He's got 40 seconds left, and both these guys now are looking to snipe it. They're not going to pick it up until probably 20 seconds left, where they're going to start picking up the tempo because they have that fear. You know, I've seen kids, if I score too soon, he's going to get away, then they're going to call me for kids think way too much when they wrestle.
They just need to attack and get the points as many as you can, as often as you can.
That's why the neat thing is, look, if I'm just going to go ahead and attack, I'm going to be fine. It won't matter. I'm just going to go ahead and attack.
Exactly. That's what you did. I watched it.
You know,
I got my first taste of it at the Drake Fieldhouse in Des Moines, Iowa. I don't know if I've ever recovered. It was awesome, buddy.
You know,
you were an attacking machine, man.
You know, one of our greatest guys.
You could punish some people, Tom Harris.
I wasn't very nice when I did wrestle.
Oh, you punished me, Rob.
But I was aggressive.
You were awesome.
I was aggressive. But you know what? I was fortunate to wrestle with a guy named John Smith, who was probably the most aggressive. I mean, he had a 5-point lead. He's still going ahead looking to score and take down. He definitely put the pressure the whole time. He dictated what was going to happen.
Here you go, James, sudden victory.
Overtime.
Oh, man. Well, doing a good job trying to bail out, but no, 2 point.
James comes through with the big win.
Yep. Cabell, you know what? He wrestled conservatively at the end there.
Yeah, just when we talked about, he kind of shut it down, backed it off a little bit. I'm not going to dictate, and gives an opening.
Blaze went down, so, yep. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Mr. Bannock, checking in. Hey, Riley.
Spencer Myers is in overtime right here. Spencer Myers, the other half of that trifecta for Maryland, sitting there in an overtime match with 35 seconds left against, but that's a nice little match right there.
Yeah.
But, you know, let's see. You know, when we get down to 20 seconds left, they're out of bounds. All right. Who's going to make the play?
Just like over here.
Yep. Who's going to make the play right now? It's going to be one of these two guys who wants to reach down and make the play and go get the shot.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to go or satisfied to go to the tie breaks. And honestly, it looks like neither one wants to go get it.
I don't think anybody's going to take a shot.
Boy,
I just don't.
I know it's tough, but man, you got to kind of reach down.
You got to pull the trigger, right? I mean, you don't ever shoot, you'll never hit a target. So, yeah. Myers.
Yeah, the old saying, you can flip it any way you want. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's good too. I like that, Tom Erickson.
Now let's see. You know, who rides better? I didn't see the first part of it, so I didn't know who rides better.
I don't know. I know Myers has his leg, his knee. He's got both knees are. He's got wraps on.
Yeah,
but that left
one has got it's a brace. It's a
obviously
special
shows he's had some issues. Obviously.
Yeah.
And I noticed when he gets down referee's position, he's not bending it very good. So he's kind of keeping it off to the side. So I don't know if that'll be a fact or not. But his opponent lines up on that side. Up to his feet is Myers.
Wow.
Up and out.
Not easy.
Yeah. Got out. So he's got the first escape for the ride out position.
Like I said, these guys are kind of belly bumping just a little bit figure of speech wise, but it's only 4 seconds on the ride time.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
you know, I mean, Spencer's got a chance now. You know, when he gets on top to put a number up there. If we're not going to score, look, I'm either going to ride him out or I'm going to put up a big number here. I want to ride him for, 10, 15 seconds before I let him out. Now he's plus, 5, 10 seconds on the ride time. So
do we think it's Garwood or Edgren? It's one of the two. It's either Edgren or Garwood's his opponent.
I think it's Garwood because he's on
a test too.
Because Edgren wrestles from UW Whitewater, so he's a legit. We'll have a legit singlet.
Yeah, and this is more generic.
Yeah,
with the American flag on the back. Yep.
Actually, we got 2 matches left this session.
Yep.
Got one in the consos and one right here.
Okay.
Here I was proud of the clock keepers, and look what happens.
Yeah, exactly. So now we got some type of controversy here. So, well, that's Ben Peterson.
That's Ben Peterson. So that's Edgren from Wisconsin because Peterson's over at
Whitewater. He's hanging out with Wisconsin. Yeah.
They're the War Eagles, so that is Ben.
Yeah, so that's Edgren from University of Wisconsin Whitewater, right?
Yes.
Edgren and Anthony.
Sorry, Edgren family. We apologize.
Edgren up to his feet, he's pushing back into good throw down there by Myers. Picking Edgren down and throwing him back down to the mat. So
all he's got to do is extend the match right here is get his point. He's got 10 seconds, but he got his head to the mat.
Yep. Myers got to ride him tough. They go out of bounds. So
he's got 6 seconds.
6 seconds. He's got to get up and out. Yep, Olympic gold medalist Ben Peterson in there, a nation champ for Iowa State.
Gold and silver.
can say I'm old enough. I watched him wrestle in college. That ages me, huh? We're watching him and his brother wrestle at Hilton Coliseum.
Wow.
Back in the day, so.
Gold and silver, and ironically enough, him and his brother John, they lost to the same guy.
Wow, isn't that something? I wasn't aware of that. I think I read that, but I wasn't aware.
Ivan Urigan, they lost to the same guy because they jumped weights, and Urigan went up in another weight. They lost to the same guy.
Oh, Tom Erickson. Crazy. We're down to our last match. 363 is the match number.
That's a consolation bracket. I couldn't tell you who it is. I apologize. That's not on our front side brackets.
Right.
So we had Myers moving on through.
Yep, for
I
the
think
Maryland
we're going to have in
Terps.
that Telford, Fager, Mudbury, Felix, Kuhn, Thompson, and James, and Ed Myers that have moved through. So
I'm looking forward to all of them. The one I really kind of licking the chops is Eric Thompson against Adam Kuhn. Because Thompson's a seasoned veteran, and he comes to this tournament all the time. He's taking third, fifth, fourth, third, and I'm sure he'd like to move on, but this Adam Kuhn's an awesome-looking freshman, true freshman, and I tell you what, if Thompson goes down, he won't go down voluntarily to some freshman. Thompson's got some fight in him. So
the neat thing about Adam Kuhn is, from perception-wise, watching him, he doesn't know he's a freshman.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
He doesn't wrestle like he's a freshman.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, that shows you how the mind is a crazy thing. When he starts thinking he's a freshman, wow, this is cool to be here. Wait a minute.
Yeah, then he's in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, then he's in trouble.
I remember in the World Championships, I went to the World Championships in 97, and I wrestled a young man from Cuba, Alexis Rodriguez. He ended up winning the Worlds. He took second that year, and but he beat me in the semis, and each year after, I knew it was going to get tougher for him because the expectations going out there. He's a young 19, 20-year-old kid.
And that was about some of his best performances.
Wrestled, moved. I remember talking to Bruce. That was in 97. I remember talking to Bruce because Bruce wrestled him in 95.
Yeah.
96, he went down to Cuba and he wrestled him. He's like, hey, there's this young kid down there in Cuba, a young kid. He's going to be tough. And I ended up going down there for the Pan Ams, and I beat him by a point. I'm like, yeah, I think he's going to be tough.
Sure.
Then he beats me in the semifinals of the World Championships, and I'm like, okay, this guy's tough. Then 2 years later, or the next year, I think he wins the Worlds, and Neil wins the Worlds in 99, but he got on the scene, but each year it got tougher for him just because, he's not a kid anymore. That carefree, who cares attitude.
Yeah.
There's the responsibility
pulling
factor.
The trigger, shooting the gun, going after people and being aggressive, and that happens to kids, Maybe Cerces, it's happened to him in this tournament. Who knows? I mean, he's been blowing people up, and then he comes here and has some closest ones. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, when you're the number one kid, I mean, Jason is such a phenomenal kid. His skill set was so much better than people as he went through his high school and things like that, where, it's tough, and you start running into people with that same skill set, and then you doubt some things maybe that are going on. But
yeah, exactly.
He's going to do fine now. He's got an extra, 8-10 hours to recover.
Sure, yeah.
If I'm coaching him, if I'm Drew Periano, I'm like, hey, just wrestle, relax.
Sure.
Go in your routine. If you're going to have lunch or your dinner or whatever, get in your routine, stay in your routine. Let's worry about cutting weight after you're done.
Exactly.
Let's cross that bridge later, because we don't, you start stressing now and worry about holding. I mean, we've had guys, I remember when we wrestled, what are you holding your weight for?
Yeah, exactly.
You lose, you don't wrestle anymore. Do you realize that?
Yeah, exactly.
You're out. So you can eat whatever. So just
get a sense of urgency.
No, don't get crazy and start stuffing yourself where you feel like you're bloated and pregnant out there. But wrestle, take whatever, get in a normal routine and wrestle. And don't worry about getting the weight off. I'll have a coach take care of you. We'll get your weight off for you. But let's go out and wrestle. Let's have fun and wrestle.
Exactly.
Go back to what we talked about in the very beginning of the show. We want to have fun.
Yeah, that's the bottom line, is having a good time. And I know that's what you, Tom Erickson, and I'm doing too, Steve Foster. And we're going to come back on at 7 o'clock tonight. Scotty Too Hotty, as we call him, Scott Casper told me, he said, Steve-O, tell him we're coming back at 7 o'clock. So we're going to bring the action tonight. It's going to be fun, huh?
Sounds good. Absolutely.
It's going to be great. Good heavyweights.
This is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. So everybody, thanks a lot. Appreciate you spending some time with us over here at Takedown Radio, and we will be talking to you guys again tonight at 7. We'll see you later.
Yep. Thank you. Bye-bye.